You are not hidden. There's never been a moment you were forgotten. You are not hopeless. Though you have been broken, your innocence stolen. I hear you whisper underneath your breath. I hear your SOS, your SOS. I will send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true, I will rescue you. There is no distance that cannot be covered over and over. You're not defenseless. I'll be your shelter, I'll be your armor. I hear you whisper underneath your breath. I hear your SOS, your SOS. I will send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true, I will rescue you. I will never stop marching to reach you in the middle of the hardest fight. It's true, I will rescue you. I hear the whisper underneath your breath. I hear you whisper you have nothing left. I will send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true, I will rescue you. I will never stop marching to reach you in the middle of the hardest fight. It's true, I will rescue you. Oh, I will rescue you.
And from the mother halfway mile walk. Came home, now they can't find her. They've been yelling for her. She was gone for about 2 minutes. Yeah, for one around. There's someone here. Yeah, one house missing. 30-35. I'll be around as well. We acknowledge the thing. Go ahead. 35. And for 29 cents. Go ahead. No problem. Let's see it. Fire blue for 335. You say when you got the original call that mom went on a run, but she came back to daughter was gone. Before that's what the father does. He's at work about an hour away, trying to make his way home. Careful. C12 Central. C12 will be in her house. 906. Quite not sure. Notify 302. I had him on the phone with some super hero. That's what they just see if I had one. 10-4. Do you want us to try to contact the let 302 know, and I think he's going to let Rick see my best determination. Yeah. 29 was. 302 has been notified. Yeah, so wanted me to just remind you to be sure check the house keeper, even if they said they already won. Yeah, well. Talking to rescue squad all members, mutual aid request, search area, mature shield rescue squad, raging areas will be at Mount Carmel. Myself 41 hasn't cleared by the time the 2 years ago. Get one of them. Welfare check on every loan. 2949. 2949. Which direction did you go? On in the Mount Carmel Freewell Baptist Church. 49. Go ahead. Simple. Simple dispatch 1205. Oh, 1205 BTM 97 Mount Carmel Church. 1415 to Central. 1415 to Central. 1415. Does the fire department need to set up a LZ for the helicopter? 10-4, that's what we were about to do. Let's do that. Attention persons, Traditional Fire Department, attention all members, members to respond to Cherokee Hospital. We set up an LZ for Highland. Have approximately 600 HCI. 1402. Hello. 1415 Central. 1415. On scene at the LZ, I'll have LZ command at this time. Copy. LZ command at Central. LZ command. Go ahead and signal 9 Streetersville, please. Traditional Fire Department, attention all members, her 1415 on scene of the LZ, you can signal 9 your response. LZ command to Highland. LZ command there on the EMS channel. What is it? Just available for calls. We do have a pending welfare check. 4934. 41 is answering by itself and 30 50s in the lower end. That's all I've got available right now. Oh, copy that. 306. Yes, please. I heard 34 is 10-8 for each other units. 7 in. 14 is 5. What other unit is 10-8? We're going to go 10-8. 302 popping up. LZ command to Central. LZ Central. Helicopter sitting on the ground. 10-4. Your other units to go 10-8. And while the little old Scotchies over here take care of county. 2934. 2934. 49's over here with us. He was one. He won't be able to reach him. He comes 302. Yeah, he's got me 302. Yeah, well, they're set up here in the line. Yeah, well, I got it. 34. It was recent money in the central train. Helicopters back in the higher. 1402 and all personnel will be released from the scene after command terminated. Decom central. Decom. You log in the cab that it was a red with Senate. You know, like.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being with us. I have Benny here with me. Hey, Benny.
Good morning.
Thanks for showing up to do this live. It's really important.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Very welcome. So I'm going to just pull up really quickly so it's pinned to your top chat, I believe. Did I pin it? If not, I'm going to need to. I thought I did. So right here, I just pinned the TBI newsroom. That's the best place to get information about summer straight from the TBI. That is the only verified information that anyone should be, sharing and spreading around. That's where you find all of the facts and questions and answers from the TBI. So if you've not checked that out, please do. There's a whole timeline of information there, and they do keep it updated. And her missing poster link will be dropped by the moderators as the stream goes on. So we're here today because over the last several days, Benny and I had found out some really important information and wanted to share it with you guys. And also maybe we might be able to gain some clarity and find out what all is really happening here with some things that Hunter's dad, Andrew Hiltz, has said just recently to I'm That Bitch Mama Bear. And she, I believe, is around here in the chat somewhere. She's going to join us. I told Andrew that he's allowed to have a link if he like one. And hopefully we can have, a conversation about what's really happened. But I had gone over to Andrew's the other day and jumped on panel and had asked some questions about Mama Bear because Mama Bear had done a live with her daughter several weeks ago where it was explained that her daughter was set up to speak to Hunter to try to get some information out of him. Now, when that was put out, Benny had done that live. Benny, do you have the link to that? That we can share? So if anybody missed it, Benny covered that. And I don't believe that Mama Bear has it up at this very moment in time. I'm not sure she plans to put it back up. That's totally her, choice, but it is very important what Mama Bear's daughter had to say. So I had gone to Andrews to talk to him and to inquire about Mama Bear because I was wondering who she was. After I had gone up there, Mama Bear had said, "Hey, I would like to speak to you." So I went over to Mama Bear's and spoke to her. And that is where I was alerted that, oh, thank you. Benny put the link in the chat. So anybody who missed that, save the, it's not privated. Okay. I didn't. Okay. No, I didn't. It's privated because of the stuff others were saying before speaking to me and my daughter. Okay. Understood. So Mama Bear has that on private at the moment. It is a very important one. I don't know if she's going to put it back up. Maybe she'll talk about that later, but
and mine's not public like that. So,
yours isn't?
No, it's unlisted.
It's unlisted. Okay, so see that link Benny just dropped, grab it because it's unlisted right now and just put it on your watch later, or it'll save in your history when you click on it. But that live that Mama Bear did, he went over it in very great detail a couple weeks ago. So that's there on his channel. Grab that, save it if you want to hear it. That's a whole nother situation. Oh, Benny fell off. So then after I had gone to Mama Bear's and spoke with Mama Bear, Benny ended up going on to Mama Bear's panel that night. So there's a lot that's kind of, taken place and gone on. And this is kind of how this all came to be and what today is really all about. So hold on one sec. I just wanted to kind of give you a history of how we ended up here in this moment. So hold on, let me add Benny back. So Benny went on Mama Bear's, was it last night?
Yes.
Okay, it was last night. So he had gone up. Do you want to talk about what you talked to Mama Bear about?
It was light work. I didn't really go into, a whole lot of depth about things. I mainly just, and it was the night before, I believe. Okay. And I just was like, well, when we get through with this, I'd like to talk to you, maybe about some other stuff and then kind of compare it to what Andrew has said. Now, the whole thing is only spawned from actually seeing Andrew say these things out of his own mouth. Now, as it trickles down, I think that there might, I don't want to say there's more understanding because that would be, I think it would be a little bit of a stretch. However, you kind of know some more of the components that make up the whole sum of what he said and maybe why he's saying it potentially. I haven't really given that a whole lot of thought, but I think I haven't given that a lot of thought solely because I'm looking at the way he's behaving. Like his output behavior is just like, it's in my opinion, it's back and forth. But that's just my opinion, right? And I'm not here to bash the dude about it at all. And it's really, it's sort of lost its luster, right? When you're unable to go over and talk about things to the people who have said them without having to endure many things with the people that come along with that, Yeah. That's the part that I find so silly, but.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this live stream. So this is a 9-hour live stream, but I have all the timestamps. So hopefully we can get through them with no incident. Hey, everybody. I know I didn't say hi to everybody, but thank you for being here. I'm going to grab this stream. So this is what was brought to our attention 2 days ago. And in this stream, so I'm going to drop Mama Bear's channel link. Here you go. If you don't know who I'm That Bitch Mama Bear is, this is her channel right here in the chat. I'm going to drop that. And I'm also going to drop the link to the stream that we're about to play. It's called Thumbling Thursday. Give me just one moment. So this link here is what we're going to go over. And there were some statements, pretty concerning statements made. Let's see, there's the link to the stream. So, and I will put that in the description after this is over so that anyone watching on the replay can find it. So let me pull this up.
And forgive me for being, a little more tight-lipped on in this scenario, because I've come to find that there's been a number of times where I will sort of disclose what I think may be the psychology, and I'm not a psychologist by any means. I think, this might be the psychology, and then someone will adopt what I've said as sort of, their realm. So
right.
Yeah, I want
like you're afraid that if you say something or give your opinion that they're gonna just take it as that's what it is.
Right. Like, okay, so that's plausible to him. Like, let me just adopt that as what happened. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I see that happen sometimes. So on this one, I'm just gonna, I'm just here to listen to all the sides and all the parties and really get the explanation, because this is sort of it is sort of holding that court for the YouTube in a sense, right? Like, okay, so this is what Andrew said from his own mouth. Now here's an opportunity for him, to respond to it, and also added in is Mama Bear's her experience with it as well. So I think it should be a well-rounded understanding when we get to the end of this.
Yeah,
that's what I'm after, is just understanding. I'm not here to, I'm poke fun at situations. I released a little song, a little blues session I did, but I'm just having fun. That's all, right? Like Andrew isn't facing 10 indictments. Let me say that. He's not. It is just, it's a comedic gravity to it. It's a levity, right? Just bringing a little gravity to the situation.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think what you just said is important, because there are a lot of things that are said that are just simply not true, even by people speaking about their own situation. I feel that some people do troll the, case of Summer Wells, and it's really inappropriate. But I also would like to, know, because Brooks at Crime Lines and Lies is who Andrew told me that is the one who called him and told him that the grand jury was going to be indicting him, Hunter, Candus, Don, and Allie. So Brooks at Crime Lines and Lies allegedly is the one that actually brought that to Andrew, is what I was told. So if she's around, I'm not sure. I'm very confused about that. So Andrew said that that's who told him this. So if there's anyone,
and I, there was a question once I heard that, the question, not to interrupt, but the question that I then asked myself is, why would Andrew believe something that someone from the internet told him? Like, why would he believe that in a way that I saw? Right. So it leads to other questions for me. Like, has this person clearly told? It seems as if, in my opinion, there's the potential that someone, this Brooks person, has told Andrew things in the past that he's either believed in the past or have actually came true in his realm. So there's a reason why he would believe that and even spout it off right now. You what I'm here to try to get some understanding about is why did the spouting off like that happen, right? Does he believe it? Does he not believe that's happening? But clearly, in my opinion, it seems to be sort of emotionally triggering for him, yeah. And so I just wondered if he'd be interested in talking about that.
Yeah. I think that would be a good idea. And also I don't know if Brooks is the one that actually did call him and say that. He said that he had friends in high places and that somebody had called him and reached out and told him that, and it was her. So if she didn't, I would absolutely want to know she didn't. And if she did, then, why would she say something like that? And who did she hear that from? There's a lot of questions that I have about this. A lot of people say, do not believe that Brooks would do that. Quinny says, Trixie's creations for you. Mama Bear says she's a great creator. I don't believe she's
not even familiar with her. So I couldn't say. I mean, and I think that probably says something about her all in itself. The fact that I've never heard of her. So I guess hasn't been involved in anything, that's just been broadcast, wide and far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brooks has been around since the very beginning. She definitely, she streams about Summer still to this very day. She does a lot of content about Summer. So she's a pretty respected creator here. And she used to be a mod here for quite a while. And I used to go into her chats and listen to her. Over time, I've kind of grown out of watching all of the Summer streams, but she doesn't normally get involved in drama. I know a little, like, as of late, there's been some stuff going on with like Daisy and things like that, but that's neither here nor there today. I just truly care about the facts of this. But all right, so we're going to start at the hour and 30-minute mark where Andrew comes on panel. And what I did was I did this with Benny. He was on the phone with me and we listened to this and went through the whole entire thing, and it was a lot. So I'm going to start here. And Mama Bear, thank you for telling us about this because I did not know about it. This is where Andrew comes on panel. Now, you will hear Mama Bear and Andrew. They kind of get into it a little bit. It's kind of, a little bit heated. We're going to keep it, please, as respectful as possible today. I know that not everyone gets along, but for Summer's sake, let's try to all, respect each other in the chat, regardless of what you might feel like towards one another and whatnot. Try to keep it classy in here. So let me start this.
So we don't know.
Just exploited.
Let's put out this morning. What's it about?
Let's see. I think he comes up like right.
No, yesterday you had a cord hanging down in front of your screen.
Oh, that's for my Xbox One. I mean,
I got questions. Good morning.
Series X.
Good morning. I got questions.
I might have answers. What's going on, honey?
You got answers because I heard it out your mouth.
All right, what's my answer?
All right, September 1st, 2022, you was on Sheriff's panel. I watched the video.
Okay.
It's September 3rd, didn't I? Yeah, okay. Anyway, you said something to the fact that the house that y'all went down there to get was by the water.
It was close to the river, yes.
Okay, what river?
You got your map up?
Not yet. That's why I'm
So she's discussing the house that the crew from New York came down to Tennessee to live in. Andrew's saying it's by the water. Now, Andrew has not been forthcoming with where the house was, anything about the house, right? A lot of people have said that the house was Candus and Don's house that they were coming to stay in. Andrew denies that. And So if you're not familiar, the house that she's speaking about is the one that the crew from New York came down to live in, which didn't work out. They turned around and went right home.
I need that answer.
Pull it.
I'm finna pull it.
Hi, ICU. Hi, everyone. Good morning. How are we on this beautiful, I thought, Friday day?
All right,
Yeah,
start
well,
talking.
I'm talking. I'm just waiting for you to pull it.
I got my map pulled up. Where you want me to be?
Andrew, what
I
day of
want
the
it on
week
my
is
screen.
it?
I think it's Friday, isn't it?
It's Thursday, honey. Go back to bed.
No, I get yelled at. All right, let me pull my camera off. All right, go to Yep, thank you. All right, go right into Kingsport. Boom, that one right there.
Where?
This little river right here on your side.
That's the South Fork Holston River.
Yep. That one's right down the block from Hunter's old address, yes? Yep, it is. It's right down the block from Hunter's old daddy.
What does this mean right here?
What? That's
Does this mean
a field
anything to you?
No, I don't even. That's I believe a baseball diamond for maybe Little League by the looks of it.
Mm-hmm.
But
How
yeah,
far down with Hunters?
he was, I don't know. I mean, like, if we were to walk it, it would have been maybe like 15, 20 minutes.
Uh-huh.
At least according to Google.
So what is that, a mile?
But outside of that, I could not give you a definitive.
Say that again, Benny.
I mean, he can't give a definitive. He could like draw the river out like before she was even zoomed in.
Right.
So he's like, that part seemed kind of weird because it's like, now is he just saying a river and not knowing anything about it other than there was a river down the street from H's house,
right,
is what it kind of seems like, right? But like where like all of a sudden he's like a 15 or 20 minute walk,
right, and
like,
the house is literally right there. I mean, Allie's house is really close to
I
this
think a
area.
15 or 20 minute walk, you'd be out of Kingsport, homie. I don't know, maybe, but that's I don't know, that seems a little bit odd. So this, I guess, to piggyback on it, it seems like it's the start of him not really. I don't know if he's not willing to disclose, or if he's not actually even sure.
Well, it's interesting because he goes on in here to talk about Jeffy, and he really, over time, just my opinion, has put a lot of distance between Jeffy and this situation here.
Now,
so
isn't Jeffy the one that was tied into the disposal of Jose Roman's phone?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. That's a little bit of history for anyone that doesn't remember that. Jeffy has a place in this. Now, I don't recall. Jeffy actually did come. Maybe Andrew can enlighten us when he comes.
Yeah.
Jeffy did some sort of, interview or something with people over by Andrew or whatever. So maybe he can give us some more insight on that. But
I'll write that down too, Benny, so we don't forget. So when Andrew does come around later on, because we're gonna go through a lot of this, and then that's when I'm gonna send the link. That way we can get through everything that's super important, and then so we'll keep it really organized and hopefully condense it enough that it's not too much, so we're not live for a long time, but I want to make sure we get all of this out there. So when Andrew comes up, what do you want to ask him again about the phone?
Jeffy's involvement with the phone, if he could just sort of, maybe re-clarify all of that. And if there's still a link to what he said before, I'd like to listen to what he had said before,
Yes.
as opposed to what he'll say now. I just want to make sure.
I think it's important to go over those statements from the beginning opposed to now, because things have definitely changed shape.
Yeah, and I understand after that amount of time, people forget things, and details become foggy, and the recall isn't as sharp. So that's to be expected. I just really wanted to kind of see one of the main things is that link still available to be heard, Jeffy. Like if anybody knows where a link where that actually transpired back then, please drop that around.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So this is how the entrance to Mama Bear's panel started. It came with the house that they were going to stay in and rent while they were in Tennessee, which I also think is actually very important, because that's how this all started off. The whole conversation starts off with this house that we still don't know the location of, and Andrew does not want to talk about it, and he never has. So, all right, I'm gonna press play.
All right.
And address. I might have to get it though.
Yeah, I need you to get that for me.
Well, I might have to get it in general, given our conversation we had last night.
Okay, so maybe Mama Bear after. So given the conversation that they had the night prior to this, he's saying, well, I might have to get the address in general, whatever that means, due to the conversation that we had last night. I'm not sure what that means. If Mama
Bear, feels a little policey a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like he may have to answer some questions, and having that address is going to be beneficial to him to some degree. It's sort of the feel that I get, right? That's just my opinion, though.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I get the same feeling.
Or he feels that's incoming,
Yep. Maybe.
Yeah.
Sure.
Talk about that while I'm looking at this map.
Let's not talk about that.
He says, let's not talk about that. See, and this is where I struggle with Andrew, because
we just went through all of this. He told her to pull the map up, and now here we are at this resting place where we're like, okay, now he doesn't want to talk about it after he's kind of asked her already, kind of short, like to go ahead and pull this map up. Like he was going to direct her to the place, and then just never, at the end, just sort of asserted this weird roadblock. Like, nope, we're not going to talk about that. It's a strange dynamic.
I agree. Almost like, so draw attention to it, but I don't want to talk about that.
Correct.
Right.
Like, let's talk. Check this out. No, never mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Kind of
like that.
Yeah.
About it.
Let's talk about. I'm gonna have to break out more info. I'm gonna have to break out more details. That's what we're gonna talk about. There's some. Lisa, you have no goddamn.
Okay,
clue.
so there's like a contradiction right there. It's just glaring. It's like he's not going to talk about this, this address, this house where it's at down the river, but full disclosure right after that, right? Like that's what he just said. Like, I'm not going to tell you this, but what we are going to talk about is me giving more info, more details. Like, but you just got through being super vague about a house you came down here to rent. So where does it start and stop at? Like, what's out of bounds in terms of, magnifying in on facts? Like, what are we talking about here, Jack? It's that's a little bit strange, to follow up with,
Yeah, sure is.
It is.
I'm being nice over here. It's not my channel today.
Oh, you better be nice to my ladies and gentlemen.
We share the same ladies, honey boo. Except for
they mind today, they mind that, Andrew.
Listen, I don't think Exploited visits much anymore, and I haven't seen Dot in a while, so I think you stole them from me.
I sure do. I love my family.
There's no wrong with our girls. We can share. Messy started coming over when you did.
That was 2.5 years ago.
I know.
Y'all don't mind me. Y'all just keep talking. I'm in my brain.
All right, so get out of your brain and tell me what's up.
No, you don't want to know what's up in my brain right now.
Yeah, sure I do. I'm nosy. I mean,
Then
I
a
would just
bit.
go over Big Mouth
Well,
because he finally went live yesterday too.
Don't mind like the, you know, the mumbo jumbo here in between. Apologize for that. Andrew kind of goes off and he does some talking to people in the background and things like that. So this part is important because it's how it started. So that's why I'm playing it and because of what's being discussed. But we're going to skip ahead in just a minute. I think like 4 minutes. But this here was a point for Mama Bear. She was really bothered by this. Andrew discusses it being a man-made body of water, that they need to search there. It was strange communications here.
It is, and it's filled with all of these sort of like little mini retreats, right? Like these uncomfortable sort of comedic gestures, if you will. Like he, laughing about things that aren't really funny to laugh at, just sort of, maybe he's trying to change the vibe and the mood. But to me, I look at it like these little retreats, like he's retreating back a little bit. I don't know if it's towards Mama Bear, because it seems sort of like it could be a little supplicative, right? Like he's laughing at things that typically are more at his expense, right? If you follow me. So he's laughing about jokes that are really like not funny, but it's because it seems like he's a little uncomfortable. I guess that's the vibe for me.
Yeah, it could be uncomfortable laughter.
Sure.
Benny skis ball.
Oh, I don't give a shit about him.
Nope, Mama Bear first. Oh, see, I thought you loved me. Why? What is all that?
What is what? You don't make me look at my chat.
No, I was talking about on the screen.
Oh, I'm looking at different things.
Yeah. No. Go back over there for a second. Oh, jump and stop a second.
See, look
all right.
You say, see, look at it.
I mean, look at him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like just, part of me really wants to say, Tiffany, that like this fool just happened to look up while she's like, he doesn't know this area specifically, right? Like he's, just, you could have said, hey, this is any man-made mud puddle. And if you would have just stopped over a different one, he would have said the same thing. Like, oh, this needs to be looked at. Like, part of me, it's like that he's almost interacting with everyone like a bartender. Like he feels like if he doesn't interact with every single one that's approaching him with a comment, that he's not going to get a good tip or something like that. Like that's how it's strange the way he interacts. Strange because of who he is to the situation. Now, if he was any other person, it might be a little different, but it just, that's my take on him sometimes. Like he's bartending.
Yeah, like he's bartending.
Yeah.
That's the rail yard?
Yeah.
All right, so that's man-made.
This water?
Yep, man-made.
Yeah, I was looking at it.
That's why I was trying to figure out. That's what I was trying to figure out whether or not it was man-made or not. But that's man-made.
Okay, so what significance does it have?
Well, I don't know. You were looking at it, and I wanted to see if it
I
was
was looking to see what this was. That's a person.
Yeah, that's just probably somebody doing their job.
It looked like they look like they got cat ears, is why I'm looking at it.
I want to bring attention to the person in my chat, and this is very important. My mods already know to leave everything. Brenda Lizelle says, Andrew, do not give the location. Very interesting. So I like to grab the links of these people. Not that you can do anything with them, but you can track them over time and such. So I go to the channel, grab it, send it to myself with a screenshot of a strange comment telling Andrew, do not give the location of the house that these people were supposed to go live in right? This trip to Tennessee. Brenda Lizelle, who made her channel March 11th, 2023, doesn't want Andrew speaking about the location of the house. Very interesting. Pay attention to the people like that in chats. It's very important.
I would say so.
Yeah. When you think about how many people traveled with Jose and Andrew, do you think that they're not here among us in chats? They are. Oh, is Brenda one of them? I don't know, but it's just very interesting. I take great notice of those who try to prevent information from, being spoke about at all when it concerns anything to do with Summer or anything to do with the situation at all. The people who want to hinder any kind of progress or further information that would help others to understand. Why would Brenda Lizelle want to keep the location of the house private? Now, I don't think she has anything to worry about because Andrew has never said the location of this house. He shares a lot. He freely gives a lot of information on live streams. When he's on lives, we hear a lot of things that we should never hear, in my opinion. So keep in mind, Andrew's very forthcoming, but just not about this house. It is one of the things he seems to be taking to the grave with him. Strange to me.
And maybe that's so as to not identify who is the owner, because I think he's pretty aware of how the YouTubers dig and find things out or whatever, and it's to protect some interest that's dear to him in some way.
For sure.
Yeah.
Agree. And Brenda Lizelle is obviously very invested in whatever the trip had to do with.
I would say.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's screaming. That's internet etiquette. When everything is all caps, she's screaming it, right?
Yep.
So, yeah, I would pay attention to that as well.
Yep. Take notice in the chat, guys. I don't notice everything, but you guys are the eyes down there and people know what to look for. They're also very obvious and they move around always in public.
One of them things.
The dumbest shit we find.
Especially when I'm nosy as shit.
Yeah.
So, let's see.
All right.
I also want to thank I'm That Bitch Mama Bear because she did an amazing job with this live stream. You guys are going to be pretty impressed, I think, with her techniques and speaking to Andrew. And she did not go easy on him at all. It was actually really refreshing to hear someone hold his feet to the fire on some really important subjects. So thank you, Mama Bear, for doing that. Not many people are capable of doing that around here. So it's nice. It's nice to see.
Yeah.
And Benny, you felt the same way too. I think you complimented her. Yeah.
Yeah. She didn't give him no real estate, man. Like if he had said something different before, like she didn't have no problem telling him, like the subtleties were over.
Yep, for sure.
For sure.
Go back over to that baseball diamond. Wrong way.
Andrew, leave me alone.
Yes, dear. But all that stuff has been searched, though, honey.
I didn't say nothing.
Very interesting there. All that stuff has been searched. So if you remember and recall back to the days after Summer went missing, they searched for 14 days. Okay. And I believe that they searched in a perimeter of 4.6 miles? I can't remember exactly. It was, Benny, do you remember the exact? It's been so long, I've kind of lost it, but it was almost 5-mile perimeter search. This would not have fallen into the perimeter that the TBI and actually there were 121 agencies involved, right? This was not an area, not that I know of, that was heavily searched or grid searched at all. This is Kingsport, and we know the search took place in Rogersville, in the Beach Creek community. So I'm not sure why Andrew said this was all searched. Very interesting. You have a river here. This is a whole community. This is a whole zip code of its own that was not searched, and he's saying it was searched. So maybe he can explain that. See, these are just like questions that I'm thinking, why would you say something was searched when it was not? Benny, do you feel a certain way about him saying this was all searched at all? Did he fall off? Oh shit, he's back here.
Yeah, my sound. Somebody had called. It had not.
It's okay. I was in a different page, so I didn't even know you fell off.
Yeah, no, I think that I don't know. He sort of is telling you what to look at. I don't know. It's strange, and you know what? I think also maybe identifying there's, like it could be a little bit of a social awkwardness. Maybe it's just my opinion as well. Maybe Andrew in certain situations feels socially awkward, and so he's, it's sort of the way that he responds to questions is he's sort of answering both ways, kind of like, right. So I keep an eye on that too. But I'll let this develop before I give too much more.
All right, sure. Sorry.
Yeah.
I
No,
was
it's all good.
asking me too.
No, I want to be careful what I say before he gets here is all.
Yeah, I give a lot of my own opinions, so, and I probably shouldn't do that because like Benny said in the beginning, we project our own thoughts out there and then people take it as like, well, it's a fact. It's just my overall feeling or opinion of it was strange that he said it was searched when I don't believe that area was searched for
no
summer.
Like that's well outside of the radius, yeah
way outside,
way.
But it is the area that, as we know, they were traveling in the day the summer went missing. So not that they weren't around this area, because from what we understand they were, but
they didn't she wasn't missing from there,
right,
so it wouldn't be the epicenter.
Right. Yep.
About nobody searching shit.
Oh no, I'm just saying in general. I don't like being lied to, and Andrew, well, what am I lying about? It exploited. Listen, we're here, we're fine. Say what you gotta say. I'm not gonna get mad at you. What do you feel like I'm lying about, honey?
You ever played Finding Waldo?
Yeah, that's why I was at. Listen, you ever played those hide and go find games or whatever they're called, hidden object games? God. No, exploited. You're fine. I'm not going to yell at you whether you got your rights to an opinion. I'm just curious of why you think I'm lying to you. That's all. Nobody. September. We're just messing around. That's
so
all.
right here's that baseball field that you're talking about, that I've been asking about for a very, very long time.
Scroll that in.
And everybody keeps thinking I'm crazy. I know I'm crazy, but I know what I'm saying.
It doesn't. It looks like there's one-way access.
No, there's more than one way to get there.
Well, no, I'm saying one way to the parking lot, and that's right there.
Okay.
I can see where that kind of
Brickyard Road.
Yep, that's what I was saying. I can see where that kind of looks suspect. And that looks like one of their major roadways to get in and out.
Yep. You're so right, buddy.
You don't even know what the fuck I'm looking for. So how are you even commenting?
What are you looking for?
You'll never know.
Well, if you tell me what you're looking for, I can probably help you.
Have you ever heard of the California raisins when you heard it through the grapevine?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. It's like searching for Waldo.
Can you please tell us where the other people are that went to Tennessee? One lives down the road. The other three live in Gloversville. And
Sorry, y'all.
one's
I
dead.
had to look at my chat.
He said, and one's dead.
The one's dead. Yeah.
Yeah, it couldn't hear it that well, so I want to make sure everyone knew what he said because it's a little bit muffled in some spots. I believe he's speaking about Jose. Yeah.
And the other four children are living with their mother, their father, and stepfather. Don't ask any questions. I'm not answering that.
Then why you bring that up?
Because I was just asked where they were, and I just told you. I'm not getting into the subject of why the husband lives with the baby daddy and the mother. Not getting into that. That's some Allentown.
Sound like you just got into it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You pieced that whole thing together nicely, actually.
Yep. I had made notes on this part and then I edited my notes because as I was taking notes on it, I was like word for word writing down what he was saying. So Jeffy is the one that lives down the road from him.
Mm-hmm.
Jeffy's ex-girlfriend lives in Gloversville. Then he says one is dead. The other four children are Jeffy's ex-girlfriends. They live with her and the dad and the stepdad in Allentown.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I have here for notes. So if people are wondering who he's talking about, and he goes on to say this. So everybody just knows ahead of time. That's what he's explaining. The people from the trip, right? The New York trip or the Tennessee, New York to Tennessee. Yeah.
Can you explain why you said it was a house for sale? Because that's what
Andrew,
I was told.
So the more, listen, with all due respect, I'm not sure if you're speaking to me, but you spoke about Jeffy here. So if you don't want Jeffy brought up, I would say definitely don't talk about him because I'm reacting to the stream here. And Jeffy has been a part of this entire situation. He's been brought into it, right? By you, in fact, on your channel. So please don't tell me to leave Jeffy out of it. I mean, that's really not fair. I think he is maybe, we're allowed to discuss him, but, oh, not me. All right, maybe something's going on in the chat, but I think Jeffy is important, and people do have questions, and I know you don't want to answer them, and you don't have to, but understand why people have those questions. Do you know what I mean? And it's not to hurt Jeffy, I don't believe, or you. It's because people are very curious because there's some mystery now surrounding the Jeffy situation as there's more distance put between Jeffy and this situation. And people get a little bit weirded out when, you say, we're not discussing this. They all want to know why. And it actually makes them look a little sus to other people. Do you know what I mean? Okay, hold on.
So I need that address.
Because that's what I was told. I wasn't the one. I'm still not the one that holds the information on that
Who knows, Jeffy?
place. Yep, Jeffy
Who knows,
has
Jeffy?
it. Jeffy has it buried in his emails. But 3 years of emails will push you way to hell back.
No, it won't actually, because
No,
there's
just
such
looking
a
at
thing
that.
as a search,
Mm-hmm.
Andrew. So when there's a search bar, it doesn't matter if there's 30 years worth of emails, which would be hard to accomplish, but 3 years, 10 years, it doesn't matter, bro. You just go up there and search, right? And you can find them.
You can search a keyword, anything from the conversation that he could remember.
Yeah.
Like, moving, or he could type U-Haul truck into his text.
Yeah, Tennessee house. I'm sure it's not going to be that hard, bro.
Yeah, Benny's right.
You're making that seem like an implausibility, and it's like, why is he doing that? That's crazy, bro. Stop that. There's a search bar at the very top of every single email server. Quit that.
He doesn't have time for it, he says. Okay, well, here, let me just highlight that. No time for that. He doesn't have time to search for it. Hey, Carlos, I was just talking about you earlier with Benny. I hope you're good.
Mm-hmm.
Go to the search bar. I'm gonna hiss. Okay, I'm not gonna find what I'm looking for because I'm talking to you.
I don't have the exact address. If I did, I'd give it to you, but I don't.
It's taken about, it's taken over 2 years now to find this address. So keep that in mind also. How much longer is it going to take? And no one really needs the exact address, but it would be helpful. And that's why many people believe, because of the post on Facebook where Candus had put up the for sale, right? A lot of people, Andrew, you know that not giving the information just leads people further to believe it was done in Candus's house. It's why people are so dead set on, they don't believe there was a house at all. They're very certain it was done in Candus's house. And maybe you could, nix that whole entire situation by giving the proper information. You know what I mean? It would totally eliminate rumors and misinformation. So it's stuff like that that actually makes things worse by not saying anything and keeping it a secret. There's this big mystery over this house you were going to rent. You're not helping matters by keeping it so close to the vest. I'm very much wondering why this is such a secret. Why would this house be such? It's one of the biggest secrets here that you're keeping, which is making people nervous. They don't understand it.
I need it.
There ain't much I can do about it.
Because first you tell us the house, then you tell us an apartment, then I hear a video says it's by the water. So I asked you, now it's really by the water. Is it? Let me think. You said it was 1/4 mile from the Walmart. 1/4 mile from the Walmart, which is by the water.
What is
That's
the
'cause I go
it
by
that
what I'm
you
told
like they're
by it.
referring
He
to?
doesn't.
Do you think?
What is the it?
Like it has he said something that is? It seems as if maybe he said something to her that she's looking for on the map.
Yeah.
But for some reason, he's acting like an idiot now.
I feel like Mama Bear, thanks for saying that, because earlier I wanted to say and I didn't. I felt like Mama Bear has a reason for
that she's already got a map pulled up, and then he's asking, he's requesting her to pull up a map, right? Yeah. So it's like they've already discussed something. But
I feel like she was going back to try to get him maybe to talk about what he may have spoke to her about before. I'm not sure. She's going to come up here. I know that. So maybe she can, later further down the road to tell us, but you're absolutely right on the money with that, because she was on that map for a reason, Correct. And
he said something to her.
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe that was her, her way of trying to initiate maybe the same conversation they might have had, or I could be completely wrong, but she's in the chat. She'll say so, I'm sure. But yeah, I agree with you, Benny. Mm-hmm.
He's not giving. He isn't giving me much information on it. Either that, or he can't find it. One of the two.
That, or he just don't want it.
Yeah, probably the secondary one.
So what's going on in your world?
All right.
Now you're saying you have been told. Listen, I've been told it was a house. I've been told it was an apartment. I've been told it was here. I've been told it was there. Listen, the man just doesn't want to give up any information on it right now.
So, do you want to? I'll let you comment on that.
I'll reserve comment on that one.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I feel like it falls in line with what you had said earlier. When you had said, well, maybe he doesn't know where the house was. Now, is it possible that Jeffy would be the only one who knew where the house was, and none of these people who packed up their whole lives and moved their kids in the middle of a school year, literally as soon as school started, school was already started.
Just somewhere they don't know where it's at.
Yeah, and they have no clue where this house is at. Only Jeffy knew?
Yeah, that's interesting.
I think it's very interesting also. I feel like it's just an excuse to not say anything. And I wouldn't even be concerned about the house if he wasn't talking about it.
He hasn't been wanting to give up none.
Yeah, that was 120 acres. That was Jeff, the one he's talking about.
Holy fuck.
Well, put it on mute.
It's my morning bullshit. People know I'm awake now. What community post?
On somebody's community post. I think you put it on your community post.
Yeah, what I found when we were looking for places. I had to go back a long, long way.
But then you pull it on your Google on one of your videos that you done privated or deleted or whatever.
I haven't deleted anything.
You might have privated it or whatever, but I can't remember. But anyway, did you pull it up on your Google Maps? It was
at one point.
Hold on.
At one point.
So Andrew says, I gave Mama Bear 4 different addresses. Okay, so is that what you did before she pulled up the map, Andrew? What addresses did you give her? And what, if you don't mind answering, which addresses and what was this for? 4 addresses. All right. That's interesting.
One I did.
1357 or 1352. Holy shit. Hang on. Let me think.
Like I said, at one point I had it pulled up. I've gone over it a lot. You got to remember that.
So really quick, I just wanted to read this. Purple Sky says, Andrew knows how the Wells live, but he's never been to their house. Well, Purple Sky, I recall when Andrew first came to YouTube, his exact words were that he went to Ben Hill. He spoke to Candus. He did not speak to Summer, but he saw Summer running around in the yard. So when they got to Tennessee, he said this on a live when he first came to YouTube, that he had been to Ben Hill, that he went up to 110, that he saw Candus. He didn't never speak to Summer, but he saw her running in the yard. So I'm not sure where that live stream is. I may have it recorded. I'm not sure if I do. I'll have to check, but he does say now he's never been to the Wells house.
Did Jeffy ever go take it to court? Did he file the paperwork, the civil suit?
As far as I know, yes. I have to word it. I have to word it a certain way because then, if I don't, I'll be called a liar. As far as I've been told, yes. Does that work? That better wording?
That what?
As far as I've been told, yes.
But I don't know what is being covered up by that trip, but I feel something is being covered up, and you do know, Andrew.
No, I don't know. And nothing was covered up by the trip. What do I got to do? Sit there and go through a criminal process to prove that the trip was nothing but a trip? I mean,
well, I mean, Andrew, you gotta admit, dude, it does look sus.
It may look sus, but it was 8 months prior.
What do you?
okay, so he says it was 8 months prior, which would, so to me, that would mean it happened in November. Now it was said by Jose that the trip was in September. Andrew said October. Now he says 8 months prior, which will put it in November. So there's conflict. These are all conflicting counts of this trip. I never really quite understood why they had different dates.
Cooking in the microwave.
I ain't cooking shit. My kids are.
Oh.
I believe there was a receipt shown, an actual receipt from the gas station, right? When Candus Harrer brought Jose back to South Carolina. I want to say that was shown on Justin's channel. I cannot remember exactly where. Does anybody remember that? It was for Jose to prove his trip to South Carolina and which day it was. I think it was Justin's, if I recall correctly. Benny, do you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember. I think it was his channel.
Okay. Yeah. So I think he came back with the receipt because people didn't believe him when he first spoke. And then, yeah, he dug that receipt out.
I heard the beeper.
Yeah, I ain't cooking none. My kids aren't. My kids are home today. They missed their rides, and Dad never got up till about 45 minutes ago.
So really quick here, and I just want to say this. Further in this live stream, you're going to hear Andrew say that not everything, belongs on YouTube. See, this is just an example of what would not belong on YouTube. Telling everyone that the kids missed their ride, Dad didn't get up on time, but he won't talk about the things that he's, virtue signals and insinuates and then doesn't tell things, right? But he'll give all of this information about the home life and personal business. That belongs on YouTube, though. And that bothers me a little bit. So I kind of cannot understand. Huh?
I agree.
Yeah. It's like, okay, so what you're talking about doesn't belong on YouTube, but this does. See, what goes on in people's homes should not be brought to YouTube, in my opinion. But that's just something I wanted to say really quick because he is very freely giving information about, their whole entire lives are put out there, and it's strange. They're really strange.
And I ain't walking to two different ends of town to drop the kids off. So they get to stay home today. Good thing too, they have work to do.
Right.
So Emma, fast forward.
They've been neglecting their chores lately, so.
But you were paying attention.
That was all a bunch of mumbo jumbo there about life. So I'm gonna go to
that was some Little House on the Prairie shit.
I'm gonna go to 149. This part I thought was interesting because he speaks about Shannon. Now, do people remember Shannon? 149. So I'm gonna put this right here.
But you were paying attention.
Lisa Kleckner asks in the stream, who was the nice lady that used to be on Andrews? I think her name was Shannon, and she knows BK and Candus, ? So that's how this comes about.
Okay, Lisa's got a question for you. Who was the nice lady that used to be on Andrew? Huh? Who was that nice lady that used to be on Andrews? I think her name was Shannon, and she knows BK or Candus and Candus.
Oh, she still talks to me.
Okay, that's what they're asking. Who is she?
Somebody I met through here.
Now, Andrew, you write in the chat here, my trip has nothing to do with the case, and that may very well be so. But when you're speaking on this live, you said that the grand jury was indicting you for your trip to Tennessee. We're going to get to that. So that's a conflicting statement to what you're writing here. Why would a grand jury indict you over a trip to Tennessee? And then you're writing in my chat, my trip has nothing to do with the case. That's like kind of what I wanted to ask you when you come up, because you could bring so much clarity to what all you're speaking about and referring to. I don't know how you can say the grand jury would be indicting you for your trip to Tennessee if your trip to Tennessee had nothing to do with the case. I hope that's a fair response to that you wrote.
Yeah, where do other people go?
Well, I already told you where the other people went.
Well, I missed that.
Okay. Me, my old lady, my 2 kids, the other 2 drivers, Jeffy and his old lady and her 4 kids all came back up here. Jeffy lives down the road from me.
Yeah, where do other people go?
Well, I already told you where the other people went.
Well, I missed that.
Okay. Me, my old lady, my 2 kids, the other 2 drivers, Jeffy and his old lady and her 4 kids all came back up here. Jeffy lives down the road from me. His now ex-girlfriend and her 4 kids are living with her baby daddy and her now husband.
Okay.
Okay?
So why are you yelling at me?
I'm not yelling at you.
Okay.
I'm just talking in general. My ear popped, and it's freaking cold. Jeffy doesn't want anything to do with anything other than work and sleep. Jeffy really doesn't know anything about the case. He doesn't know anything at all because he doesn't sit on YouTube and.
That's not entirely true.
So.
Agree.
I think Jeffy knows a lot, actually, but it's about stuff, that's personal to that side.
Mm-hmm. Well, he had spoken about it. He came to YouTube with Andrew. They had conversations about the case. He must know quite a bit. It was really close with Jose, correct?
Correct. That was Jose's best friend.
Yep. I believe Jeffy was closer to Jose than Andrew. So now I'm going to play this out. There's about to be a comment that Andrew is going to make, and this is where I'm going to ask if Andrew would like to come up. And I will also, Mama Bear, I'm going to send you a link to your email. Andrew, I will like to send you a link also. If you want to come up, you can. I just am going to do that, though, in private. I just need your email address. If you write it in the chat, just don't put .com. Just put @Gmail, because your email address will not show up to me. I have yours, Mama Bear. I don't have your email address, Andrew. Or Benny, do you have his email address?
I do, but my hands are full.
Oh, okay. No worries. So, Andrew, if you want to come up, I just need your email address. Just leave off the .com, okay? Hold on.
Are you reading comments too?
Yeah, I've been reading.
Okay.
And from what I understand, Jeffy could care less either way. The man's stuck on his ways. He's going to be.
But I got a question though. Does he have kids?
Oh, Jeffy? Yeah.
Yeah. How would he feel if that was one of his kids that was missing?
I appreciate Mama Bear for saying that.
How the hell would he feel?
Well, he said
and him be and her be the only one that has specific answers or specific meanings or anything. How I
couldn't tell you. The man looks at it like this. I'll cross that bridge if it ever comes. He's stubborn. What do you want me to do about it?
Well, you could do like Munch did you and pop him in the back of his fucking 5 head and knock some sense into him and tell him, hey, if it's one of your children, how would you feel? I mean, that would be a start. Or just speakerphone me. That's how you do that. And I'll ask.
It was a running joke. All right, ask your question and then I'll answer on Discovering.
So this here, pay close attention, guys. The subject changes altogether and it turns to Hunter and Summer.
Okay. So in Chris M's interview with H, H said that she was awake at one time, and then no.
He said he was.
H said she was asleep.
Yup, but she was still breathing.
I'm going to play this again. Oops, what did I do? It's supposed to be 152.
All right, ask your question and then I'll answer discovering.
Okay. So in Chris M's interview with H, H said that she was awake at one time, and then no.
He said he was.
H said she was asleep.
Yup, but she was still breathing.
This is where I would like to ask, why would Hunter check Summer to see if she was still breathing? So she says she was asleep, and he says, yep, but she was still breathing. That is way cause for concern, in my opinion. For Hunter to have checked Summer to see if she was still breathing would mean Hunter was concerned. It brings me back to the conversation that Leslie Hill had with Teresa at Unmasked, and I'm going to get the transcript for that, and I'm going to go over that, not right this second, but it's very important, where they spoke about Summer going under. A lot of people, and please hear me when I say this, a lot of people say Hunter is the one that said that Summer went under. It was not Hunter that said that. It was Allie on Unmasked to Teresa. Allie said Summer went under for a whole minute. Leslie Hill brought that down to 20 seconds. She intervened immediately and said it was 20 seconds, not a minute. I'm only referring back to that conversation because in my mind, I'm wondering, why would Hunter check Summer to see if she was breathing? If a child falls asleep in the backseat of the car, you're not going to go check the child to make sure they're still breathing, right? Unless something happened. So that would mean, in my opinion, that Hunter checked Summer to see if she was still breathing. And I would like to know, Andrew, that's a really loaded sentence that you spoke there about your son checking Summer to see if she was still breathing. How would he know unless he checked? And why?
Yeah, you've already raised concern to something that shouldn't be a concern typically.
Absolutely. The other two drivers will not be named at all. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for typing that here. So there is a no-go on naming the other two drivers. That's important information, I would suppose, then. Give me just a sec. I'm going to go through my chat real fast because I haven't looked at it since I asked about Andrew's email address. I rewatched that live, and no, I didn't say I was there. Andrew, if you could send me that live, that would be great. If I'm wrong, I will correct myself and apologize. It's only what I recall. Give me just a minute to read the chat. Kelly Becker, that should be on Chasing Truth's channel. If you go over there, I'm sure it's still up. I'm not sure what channel she put it on, though. I know some really important things are on the drama channel, and I'm not sure why. But I believe that it should still be up. Her interview with Jeffy. Okay, let me see. I'm not done going through those, so I'm just going to open my phone. Did Andrew Rage quit? He may have. Let's see. I don't see him drop an email or nothing. So, okay. Well, I guess he doesn't want to come up. He said he did earlier. Okay. Let me go back. I'm just going to play that part one more time really quickly.
All right, ask your question and then I'll answer discovering.
Stevie, so Unmasked is not going to unprivate the vids. That would be Vanessa. I did ask Vanessa several times, well, many times, if she could unprivate them. I have them all. I just have to transcribe them, and it's a lot of work. So that's on my to-do list, and I'm probably going to do it far sooner than later. But she's not releasing those because of an argument she had with Teresa. And it's actually, what it's creating is quite a situation because people don't remember, and there is so much misinformation about things that were stated, who stated these things, and the comments that were made are all on those live streams. And without those streams being up, it's why so many people have false information. It was actually Allie that spoke about the blue couch. People say Don spoke about it. No, he didn't. Don Wells did not speak about a blue couch. Allison did. And see, things like that. If the lives were up, people would be able to refer back to them, but they can't. And she's not going to put them back up. And she also marked the checkbox so that anyone who plays those is immediately struck. I've been struck. Many creators have been struck for playing the unmasked content. But Teresa, I'm going to drop her link. She's over at Criminality, and her channel is doing so well. And I'm so happy for her. She's such an amazing creator. She's doing so well over there. And she really was the face of that channel. She did so much work, and she did such a good job for Summer. And it's all hidden out of spite because of a falling out or a disagreement. So Summer loses in that situation because Vanessa is spiteful. It's really upsetting, actually. It's sad that she doesn't care about Summer at all, but she never had anything to do with the case. She never even did a live on it, but because it was Teresa's content, it's all hidden now forever.
Good job, Vanessa.
Okay. So in Chris M's interview with H, H said that she was awake at one time, and then no.
He said he was.
H said she was asleep.
Yup, but she was still breathing.
Okay, well, I didn't say that to him, but anyway.
Okay, so Andrew, you said you're not going to have internet for long. Do you want to hurry up? Is that what you're trying to say? I need your email to send you the link. Put your email in the chat so I can shoot that over to you. I haven't seen your email. You can't put the .com, just whatever your email address is. Or if someone else has it, put it in my chat or something. And I will send him the link to the panel.
Somebody else said she was leaned up against the door.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
I don't know. I don't know who would. I don't know who said that. I can't remember. I ain't looked at those lives since I put them out there. But no, Hunter said even recently that she was breathing but asleep when he got out the car.
Such a concerning statement. Hunter said that she was sleeping, but she was breathing. So there was absolutely cause for concern with Hunter if he was checking Summer to see if she was breathing. So what happened? That's my question.
Okay. Was she on the milk jugs or was she on the damn door? The side of the door?
From what Hunter told me, he said that she was leaning against him when he got out. He moved her over and she slumped over onto the milk.
I'm going to show you guys that Summer did not slump over onto the milk. This is actually important also. So you guys recall, oh, hold on a sec. I did not see. I have a text. All right, hold on a minute. Let me keep playing this. The milk jugs were actually placed in front of Summer's seatbelt, okay? One was on its side, laying flat. And I spoke about this in the very first days of seeing the photo. Those milk jugs were used as blocks built up and pressed in front of the seatbelt. One's pushed in on its side and one is straight up. They were built around her, placed around her after. There's no way she just slumped over and fell over onto these milk jugs and they were sitting there without her weight holding them in place. There's actually a box holding the top milk jug where it is. So, and you can see this clearly in the photo. And the photo is very much available. I will get it for everybody. I'll get the original straight from Candus to Teresa, from Teresa to me, so you can see it not edited. I know there's a lot of people sharing that photo, and the photo is so grainy. Summer's lips look purple in some pictures. Some of the pictures, they look really pink and red. The original photo is very important that people have the original. They share the ones with filters on them also. There's someone who made it look like Summer's eyes were open and protruding out of her eyelids in one of them. People use that also. The original photo is extremely important, but the point is those milk jugs were literally built around her. They were pressed in front of the seatbelt buckle. So I find it hard to believe she just slumped over on the milk and it just perfectly all came together like that. And the top milk jug must have just been hanging by a thread with a box pressing it.
Mm-hmm.
Because she was asleep.
Let me back that up just a tiny bit.
Oh my Lord, have kids
say that, Jeff. But anyway, somebody else said she was leaned up against the door.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
I don't know. I don't know who would. I don't know who said that. I can't remember. I ain't looked at those lives since I put them out there. But no, Hunter said even recently that she was breathing but asleep when he got out the car.
Okay. Was she on the milk jugs or was she on the damn door? The side of the door?
From what Hunter told me, he said that she was leaning against him. When he got out, he moved her over and she slumped over onto the milk because she was asleep.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I just actually went to my messages with T and I grabbed it. Let me take this down. I'm going to pull this photo up. This is the absolute original straight from her. So Candus sent this to her and she sent the video. The original video is up. This is the original photo, not touched at all. I'm going to make it big. And as you can see, the box is right here. It's holding this milk jug in place. These are built around her, truly. So if Hunter was sitting here and she was leaning on Hunter, that's fine, right? But it wouldn't make sense at all because the milk jugs are really pressed in around her.
Carl just emailed. He said that there's some AI stuff you can use to transcribe it pretty quick.
Oh, really? Well,
Yeah.
I've got to be careful with it because the thing is, if it's unlisted, the bots pick it up and it still gets struck.
Gotcha.
Because she clicked that box. Do you know what I mean? but that would be super helpful.
Yeah.
How did her hood get over her shoulder? Well, Dana, great question, because it looks like it was yanked. To me, it looks like her hood was yanked, right? Some people say this is an arm. This is not an arm. That's a piece of wood, like a 2x4 back there. But this box is holding this milk in place. There's like a bin underneath this box. You can see it right here. Look at how this milk jug is being pressed in by the box to hold it in its place. So you're telling me that these milk jugs were just sitting there like this perfectly, and Summer was over here leaning on Hunter? Because Hunter said that these milk jugs were in his lap. How did these get there? He said he didn't remember, and that he didn't remember where the milk jugs went, that he was holding the milk jug.
Makes more sense that he was on the other side of her.
Mm-hmm. So say you were a teenager, Benny, and you were holding gallons of milk. First of all, I don't know why you'd have to hold the gallons of milk, but okay. And you get out of the truck, where would you put them? Naturally, if you
right where you were sitting at.
Right. Like on the seat or on the floor. Why would they go there? Why would a box be used to hold them in place? Why are they built around her like that? She's actually not even pressed against the milk. Like her bottom is not, it's over here. So the seat here in the middle, that's you can see how it follows. That line right there follows, comes all the way down. There's a whole middle seat here. This milk jug is pressed in where her seatbelt buckle goes. The seatbelt buckle should be right about there. And back of there, the milk jug is literally pressed in against that.
Yep. She's leaning on both of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But you guys, also, while this photo is up, pay attention to what it looks like. And I can full screen this. Let me take this down. If you want to take a photo of it, please do, so that you have the actual one and it's not messed with, because there's a lot of photos out there where her lips are completely purple. People mess with these photos and they share them all the time. This is the exact original. So if you put your, I could put it on my community post also, so it's super clear, but use your high definition or whatever in your little toggle. You can make the screen like, what do you call that, Benny?
Full screen?
No, when you make the picture better, what goes from like 240 to 480.
Oh, yeah. The
resolution.
The resolution, yeah, the pixels and resolution.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you guys want to snap that, that's the original. And
yeah.
But okay, so I'm going to take this down. It was just to refer back to what Andrew had said, because he's saying that Summer just fell over on the milk jugs.
Yeah. It's hard to recreate in my mind how that happened.
Myself also.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is he coming?
I have no idea. I'm still waiting for this man's email address.
Hold on 1 second.
Who's Who in the Zoo says Andrew told Hunter to lie, so there's that. Luda says Kelly WJHL does not have this video in their timeline. Last video they say is the one in the water with H. Yes, Luda is correct. So I had spoke to Ansley Daniel. There's a live on my channel. I'll have to find it. I don't know exactly where it is.
Check your email.
Okay. I have the messages, and Ansley said they were aware of the photo because TBI had put the photo out in the very beginning, but it wasn't the exact photo. It was a photo of someone taking a picture of someone else's phone. I just got it, Benny.
Okay.
So you can see the glass on someone's phone. It was someone taking a picture of someone else holding the phone with the photo of Summer on the milk jugs.
Right.
It wasn't a clear photo. That's the photo that they're aware of. They were not aware, is what Ansley told me, about the video. She said that the video is not included in anything that they do. Period. Like that was her statement. She said that nothing from YouTube is used. So Candus gave that to Teresa on YouTube. WJHL does not consider the video of Summer in the back of the truck at all. I don't have an answer as to why. I can assume why, but that was Ansley's answer. I don't know what Kelly had asked Luda, but yep. Thank you for answering her on that. I can grab that and put it in the description too. Let me go to my email Benny sent me. I don't even know if Andrew's gonna come up, and Mom Bear, I'm gonna send it to you also. Did I put this up yet? Okay, I did.
I'm sorry, I had to eat. I was starving.
No, eat, Benny.
I'm in the game now.
Eat your lunch.
Oh my Lord, have kids, they said. This is why I don't do anything when they're home. Because I'll never stop.
All right, let me get the next timestamp.
I will take them. And then I want you to do your chores away from each other. And spend the day away from each other because I'm not doing this anymore. Period.
You know my blood pressure went up.
Yeah.
I can't do no mistake. Look at this window.
Okay, so here,
Oh.
205.
Well, yes,
Well,
it was
when I
a
heard it from the people themselves that they were there, the ones that
to a judge while you're under oath to protect your, I mean, honestly.
we've heard so many, too fucking many.
I don't know. Now, was that
That's what I tried to explain to Lisa today. That even though all these people lie, everybody lies in it. They still telling some part of the truth, unless you were actually there. And the only way you're going to know definite fact is if you are the one that was there.
how much? Now, where did the information come out that Allison knew Andy Bernard?
Allison said it herself.
Well, you know.
What the hell you mean? She used to.
Listen, how many times have I told everybody? No, he has not. He has not changed his story at all. He just does what I do. We word it differently. His story has not changed one bit.
Andrew, that come out of Oompa Loompa's mouth herself on audio.
And how many times have I told you?
She used to go to Walmart. Hold on, she used to go to Walmart and buy her drugs from me. So don't play with me behind that.
Now listen, and how many times have I told you? You can't trust Oompa Loompa as far as you fucking throw her.
I trust her when the shit makes sense.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I feel like when he demeans her weight, like he's
Sorry,
like
Benny.
he's secretly saying she's telling the truth when he demeans her weight like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like he's the one that chose to be with her, you know, not us. So, but I feel like when he does that, she's like struck a nerve with him.
Right. He's irritated.
Yeah, he like reverts back to like childhood stuff.
So I've got Andrew, I'm sending you a link. If you'd like to join the panel, you can. If not, that's fine. Just so you have it. I don't want you to feel stifled. And Mama Bear also, I'm going to send her the link too. And Mama Bear, I know that you had some ladies with you that Benny was talking to. If any of them need to say anything, you're welcome to share that link. If there's things that are important to you, you're all welcome here. All your people are welcome. Okay. Let me shoot these over to them.
To protect your dumb
I
ass.
know for a fact she knows Andy Bernard. I know for a fact she knows Andy Bernard. And I know for a fact, come out of her mouth, she went to Walmart to buy weed and stuff from him.
I don't believe it.
That's when they all met up at Walmart, because it's when they started working at Walmart. That's on audio.
Mama Bear.
What?
I'm not saying that you have to stand where I believe on that. I'm not saying that. You have all rights to believe who you want and where you want. That's fine. That's dandy.
Well, I mean facts are facts, though. Facts are facts. Facts come out of the horse's mouth.
But did you hear me? With that,
comes out the horse's mouth.
This dude's tripping.
Unless I see audio, unless I see a video camera footage of her anywhere near this dude, then I ain't gonna believe a damn word out of her mouth at all. I've been dealing with this woman.
Then he'll get jealous if she does. So.
For damn near 18 years now. I don't believe a damn word out her jib hole. I'm just saying. I don't believe a mother-loving word out of her mouth. Especially when you want to lie to me about, yes,
well,
it was
when I
around.
heard it from the people themselves that they were there, the ones that were actually there and around that area at that time, you know.
I understand that, Mama Bear. I do. But you got to understand where I'm coming from. And I know you do. I know you do. It's just right. It's just we have all rights to disagree on certain things, and I disagree with you on that. And with all due respect, of course. And listen, I don't know. Listen, I have no control over what anybody does. So what if I talk to somebody who's been up to the Wells house? Okay, they've been there. Woohoo! What do you want me to do about it? If you ask me, I wouldn't be going around stating I wouldn't be going around stating I was there, because I wasn't there, for one, and for two.
But this fool said he went to Summer's Day. He lied about all that. He lied to say he was there. He actually never was there.
JM says TBI or FBI should have verified the actual time, date stamp from the phone of the photo. It's either been ruled out or in, just not announced by Ellie. Right, JM. So I figured the reason is it could be a part of that day, or maybe it's not a part of that day. And maybe it's one thing they can keep under wraps that's not, announced and broadcasted to the world, and they can kind of hold on to a little piece that might matter, or, right? It makes perfect sense. And Teresa did ask Candus for the timestamp of the photo and the video, but Candus didn't get back to her. I know that was part of, Candus had done a Q&A with her. Teresa put the Q&A up. There were like 20 questions or something. Candus had sent the photo and the video. Teresa said, hey, can you show the actual, when you take a photo in your phone, if you click on the photo, you can see the time, the date, all of that. Well, Candus was going to send it to her, but she didn't end up doing that. I don't know if they just never hooked up again or whatever, but Teresa was not able to get those timestamps and the dates from her. But yeah, I sent those links. So Andrew, you have a link in your email, and Mama Bear, you have a link in your email also. Why would they take a random pic of that child in the back of the vehicle? Seems sus to me. DKT. Candus had said she wanted to get a photo of Summer's arm up because Summer had her arm up in a funny position, and she was trying to get her in that position. But by the time the photo was taken, it wasn't up anymore. I'm trying here. Okay, I can't do cam, but I can do mic. That's fine. You don't have to be on camera. I'm not on camera. Benny's not on camera. It's all good. Andrew, no problem. No one has to come up here. I built this channel with never showing my face for years, until probably 2 years ago. No one has to put their camera on. I don't do that. I know some people do, but let Andrew go first. I'll come after. And Ghost, have a link as well, please, ma'am. Yes, Mom Bear, you can share that link that I sent right to her. That's totally fine. And I think that's a good idea there. I think so too. I got it. Okay, 8 Hills 18. So Andrew should be here soon then.
All right.
Even if I was, I'd still tell you I wasn't there, because that place, from the pictures I've seen, looks fucking disgusting.
Well, I mean, you told us.
Even if he was there, he wouldn't say he was.
Is that what he just said, Benny?
Yeah.
I didn't even catch that. Okay, hold on a minute. Let me go back.
Maybe he just said it wrong.
Okay.
Possibly.
206. How do you go back? Do you know how?
You push the left arrow key.
The left arrow key. Oh, perfect. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, you told us when y'all went there it was nasty, and that's why y'all didn't stay.
Go back a little bit more.
Go back.
You told us.
Two, even if I was, I'd still tell you
Go
I
back
wasn't
one
there
more.
because around.
Got it.
If you ask me, I wouldn't be going around stating I wouldn't be going around stating I was there because I wasn't there for one, and for two, even if I was, I'd still tell you I wasn't there because that place, from the pictures I've seen, looks fucking disgusting.
He's gonna lie because of how it looks in the pictures.
Well, I mean, you told us.
Damn, that place has a lot of power over Andrew.
I remember very clearly Andrew saying he went there. They were only there for a couple minutes. He said that. He said that out of his own mouth. I swear, if I'm wrong, I will correct it and make a statement. I remember when he first came to YouTube, when he said that he spoke with Candus. He never spoke to Summer, but he saw Summer running in the yard. This is very strange. I don't understand this.
You're not the only one. Many people have said they've heard, that they heard him say just what you're saying.
They did say that? All right, because it makes you feel like you're crazy, right? When you remember someone saying something and then 2 years later they're saying that, oh, I've never been there before. And it's like, I swear to God, I heard you say you were. So the picture was taken outside the vehicle, which was given to cops. Note, cracked screen, hand pick just shown is a still from the video. No, it's not, Diane Urban. Please don't spread the misinformation in my chat. That is a separate photo and a separate video. There's a video and there's a photo. I have both of them. That's not a still shot taken from the video. And it's a separate photo taken from Candus's phone, sent to Teresa. There's a video and a photo. I promise you, I'm not lying. So please don't spread misinformation that photo is from a still shot of the video, because it's not. I'm pretty sure maybe a police officer took a photo of whoever's phone was holding that photo up. Probably Candus's phone, I would imagine. But it's not a still shot from the video. And it's frustrating that people are still lying about the photo and the video.
When y'all went there, it was nasty, and that's why y'all didn't stay.
I never was there. Never on the hill. The hotel was disgusting. Hey, that one.
Because you said your wife said it was filthy.
Oh, that's because by then I already seen the pictures. You got to remember, I've been a part of this since before YouTube, since before I hit YouTube.
This was interesting. Got to remember, I've been a part of this since before it hit YouTube. This hit YouTube June 15th, 2021, when the endangered child alert went out. It hit YouTube immediately. So what does that mean, Andrew? I don't know where he is, because there are so many questions he could probably clear up. I'm going to play this again.
Your wife said it was filthy.
Oh, that's because by then I already seen the pictures.
See, Mama Bear is even
remember,
like, hold
I've been
on.
a part of this since before.
You told us you were there already.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, Mama Bear. And Mama Bear's saying it. So
Yeah,
he's
Mama Bear's
backing out of being there.
Correct.
Since before YouTube, since before I hit YouTube.
Your wife said it was filthy.
Oh, that's because by then I already seen the pictures. You got to remember, I've been a part of this since before YouTube, since before I hit YouTube.
It hit YouTube minute 1. So I don't get that. But Benny, do you hear what I hear when, listen, he says it 3 times and then he stops. Listen to this. Hold on.
Like he's covering up a lie with another lie.
Yeah. That's why I ask you, because like I don't want to say, oh, I think this, and then you're like, yeah, actually, right? Like I want to know if you hear it before I even say I hear it.
No, I did. I just didn't want to seem too critical, but like I kind of hear it. It's like he says one thing and he's like, I only said that because I had already seen the pictures up to that point. And it's like, bro, so you don't say you've been there because you've seen pictures of how dirty it is. That's making a pretty big leap. That's making you seem like, well, maybe their house isn't even dirty because you saying this, but you're lying about it. Like, why are you lying about it? It's not even your house, bro. So you lying to make yourself more included. It's all inclusive, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oops.
Or you're being deceitful to be more inclusive. That's strange.
Perfectly stated. I believe it is
Yeah.
strange. Yep.
Yeah.
And of all things, it's not because he doesn't want to have any kind of connection to Don and Candus, right? It's because their house was filthy.
Correct.
Well, sir, I mean,
yeah.
Okay, it doesn't make sense. Of all the things to say as to why you haven't been there, it's because how would you even know it was filthy? So did Andrew see pictures of the Wells house before?
I feel like that's what he's trying to assert.
So before the trip to Tennessee that they took 8 months prior, 9 months prior, as it was more than 8 months.
Before the 15th, he's alleging he's already seen it. Well, how is that so?
Right. So I think that's really important to take away from this. Absolutely. He saw photos before their trip to Tennessee. How so? I want it. And if we're wrong, then we'll fix it and correct it. But that's what it's coming across as here.
Mm-hmm.
So.
That's because by then I already seen the pictures. You got to remember, I've been a part of this since before YouTube, since before I hit YouTube. I was part of one of the first groups that it was out there for.
Okay.
I found out 3 days beforehand.
He found out 3 days beforehand. He was part of one of the first groups that was out there for her. What?
What does that mean?
I don't fucking know, but I'm really.
He's making it seem like his first trip out there with all of them in the Penske van and all of this stuff, like that was for summer.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because other than that, like, what is he saying? He's part of a what group? Like an online group from Facebook that went out. Like that would be Dusty Albritton. That would be the Raven.
Going way back.
Yeah, like that was like the first group. Juanita the Psychic, remember? Yeah. Like that's the first group. Is that what you're saying, bro? Like, come on now. Jack.
So like Predator Hunter Nation, Human Needs Solutions, like even before that, he's saying he was one of the part of one of the first groups. We're gonna listen to it again. Let me make sure I backed it up. Hold on.
But so there's like two stages, right? Like what stage are you the first in? You know?
I wish he'd come up and explain these things because like what's going to happen is after this live, people are going to have a lot of questions, right? Yeah. So he can clear them up here or deal with all those questions later. And that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to create issues for Andrew. I'm trying to gain clarity and get answers. So, and as you can see, he's not trying to come up here. I spoke to him before my live and he was very willing to come.
In fact, he was on his live complaining and he was waiting.
Yeah, he was waiting. And now we're asking these hard questions and he's not showing up. So that's, you know what? To me,
there you go.
I'll give him time. I can be patient and we don't need him to come. I'm just offering the opportunity. I'm not going to talk about the man and not offer him a link, and I don't want to, be rude. So it's just a courtesy to Andrew to allow him to come up with us and talk. But this here, yeah, like, what does this mean?
Beforehand, YouTube, since before I hit YouTube. I was part of one of the first groups that it was out there for her.
He was part of one of the first groups that was out there for her.
Because I found out I was part of one of the first groups that it was out there for her. Because I found out 3 days beforehand. I mean, afterhand.
Then he says he was out there 3 days beforehand. And then he says, I mean, afterhand. This is concerning here, Andrew.
He was out there?
This is what he says. I'm going to play it back one more time or 10 more times if you want, because it's bothering me.
Yeah, let's hear that.
All right.
I was part of one of the first groups that it was out there for her. because I found out 3 days beforehand. I mean, afterhand, for YouTube, since before it hit YouTube.
What?
I was part of one of the first groups that it was out there for, because I found out 3 days beforehand. I mean, afterhand.
It was already on YouTube 3 days after it happened.
Right.
What is he talking about?
I don't know. But there's more times. There's so many weird things that he says. I have all these timestamps here that me and Benny did together. Like, some of them he was doing that furniture, so he didn't do all, and some of them it doesn't make sense. And 3 days before, and he was out there 3 days beforehand. Where? So then he says if he was out there 3 days afterhand, he was out there 3 days after Summer went missing. Why would Andrew go to Tennessee 3 days after Summer went missing?
And why would he go there if he had already sent Jeremy Dugan ahead of him?
Right.
Like, why would he need Jeremy Dugan if he's going out there?
And for those that don't know, Jeremy Dugan is from Human Aid Solutions. He was supposed to be doing the extraction of Hunter because Andrew was trying to get Hunter out of Allie's house, which did not end up happening. This was in the very beginning of the case. So
illegal kidnapping.
Yeah, right. So here, let's play this one more time. I'll go back a little further than I did before. Hold on.
Right. Yeah.
Because you said your wife said it was filthy.
Oh, that's because by then I already seen the pictures. You got to remember, I've been a part of this since before YouTube, since before it hit YouTube. I was part of one of the first groups that it was out there for, because I found out 3 days beforehand. I mean, afterhand. My son told me 3 days after she went missing. Like, okay.
That doesn't mean that you were there, but that's what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
Do about it.
Wow.
I didn't realize, and then I learned how very close things were getting to, hitting home.
Hitting home. There it is.
Playing it over.
I didn't realize, and then I learned how very close things were getting to, hitting home. And I'm like, oh, well, that doesn't smell right.
Huh.
But I mean, people have all rights to believe what they want, and I'm not saying they should.
Well, I mean,
why would you want anybody to just believe what they want? How about believe the truth and what actually occurred, right? If you tell the truth, people don't have to believe what they want. I don't want to believe what I want to believe. I want to believe what actually happened, right? Because we want to know what actually happened and we want answers and the truth. So this is like, here, we're going to throw this to the wind and people can believe what they want. That's not what anybody wants. If you're truly for Summer, you want to know the truth.
Right.
Andrew's saying basically, well, people can believe what they want. And I'm going to throw this here, there, and believe what you want. No, we're dealing with a 5-year-old missing child's case, right? She's 7 now. Summer's going to be 8 this February.
Yeah.
This baby girl is now coming upon another birthday missing. And I take great offense to people can believe what they want. I think we're all sick of believing what we want to believe because we all want to believe that something wonderful is going to happen and the Summer is going to be found safe, right? That's what I want to believe, but it doesn't mean that's the reality. And I don't feel that, I think that Andrew told the truth when he first came here. And he said he wasn't here for Summer. He said he was here for Hunter. I believe that, and that's fine. But it's very clear there's not much care for Summer where it concerns Andrew. And you'll hear some F-bombs and effing Summer and things like that. It's a good indication of, who cares.
And what you want me to believe? She said it out of her own mouth.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't believe what comes out of her mouth.
That's just like Lisa today saying, like, say Don says something or Candus says something or JBS says something, and it's not true because it come out of their mouth because they lie. Everybody's gonna lie in this shit. Every one of them's gonna lie. Everybody that had anything to do with it's gonna lie, and they're gonna change the story, and then they're gonna forget, then they're gonna do this, and then they're gonna do that. And then eventually, them damn dominoes are gonna fall.
Oh, dominoes are gonna fall. That's a given. But see, I'm not stressing none. Oh, dominoes are gonna fall. That's a given. But see, I'm not stressing none. That's the thing about it. That's the thing about it. Those who don't stress about certain things are those who are honestly innocent. If you're guilty of something, if you're not guilty of something, why stress about it? I mean, I'm more pissed off. I get more pissed off. I get blamed for something and I wasn't even around. I get pissed off. I mean, Mama Bear, you know me. If I did something, I'm going to stake claim to that shit.
And see, yeah, that's right. Even when evil says, JBS says she knew.
Is Jody here, Bridget, in the chat? Jody, welcome to chat. And I wanted to let you know, I watched some of your live a couple days ago. I really want to talk about, and I don't know if you'd be willing to join me, probably not, but I am very interested in what you brought attention to. I have a major problem with it. And you know what? Props to you, Jody, for real, for digging and finding what you did, because I'm very uncomfortable with what the hell you found. And
I got some stuff too.
Yeah. Me and Benny were watching last night. I put it on. I actually screen shared to him your live stream that you did the other night. It's the one I shared. I shared one of Jody's lives on my community post, you guys. Check it out. That's some real shit right there. And she's not so bad of a sleuth herself.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
Hold on. Let me check these. Oh, hold on. Let me see what this says. Oh, Andrew was up here in the backstage. Why does it say 1:42 p.m.? It's not even 1:42 p.m. yet. Or is my time wrong on here? Oh, my computer time is 10 minutes wrong. So he was up here at 1:42 and says, I emailed Benny. Check it, Benny, if you have an email from Andrew. I didn't see him back here. I apologize then. I didn't see Andrew in the backstage. What part? The part where you're finding all of the information of this man from Canada who's traveling all over, lives in, where the hell is it? He's been all over. Brazil, Venezuela. I mean, you name it. And he's a correspondent for the Wall Street Journal. There's a lot of really strange things happening. Be careful, people. Seriously, who you're listening to on this platform and who's just popping up to talk about summer suddenly with 101,000 views on a video with 7,000 subscribers. Make sense of that. She asked what part? All the parts. All the parts. I saw it the other day and I went back to it last night because I was like, you got to see this shit. This is crazy. I shared it for everyone on community. You got kicked off the net. It's in and out. Andrew, can you be for real, please? You have no problem when you're streaming at home. I mean, you're live like all day. Either way, it's okay. It's fine. You don't have to come up, but net is in and out. Sorry. Okay, no problem. We'll see you later, Andrew. Mama Bear, come up anytime you'd like, hon. Andrew, don't come running up here, though, when you want to fight with Mama Bear. That's not going to happen. So you want to play games, that's fine. I'm not playing games. I'm very bothered by what you've been saying here, and I don't like it at all. I want to know why your son checked Summer to see if she was still breathing. Why would you ever even say Summer was still breathing? That means he thought something was wrong and had to check her. Do you care to explain that? I would like to know. So you could pretend your internet's not working. That's fine. Now I'm a little irritated with you, to be quite honest.
Knew something before Candus.
Yeah, I don't believe half the shit that comes
Yes, Andrew has selective internet.
out of her mouth either. It's just something. It's just something about the way she
Okay, so you tell me in your theory, Andrew, what do you, honest to God, in your fucking heart and your soul, tell you what happened? And don't lie and don't look at chat. Don't just talk to me.
Okay, don't look at chat. Well, I'm not looking at chat, so that gives you a plus.
Good.
But no, my honest opinion at this moment, my opinions change with every bit of information that comes out, whether it be fact, fake, or bullshit. But in my heart, I don't think she made it back to that hill.
Why? And
Because
how? And who?
Because there's time missing.
No shit. We figured that out.
There's time missing. I said it. There's time missing.
Andrew,
Okay, wait a minute.
I'm gonna, Benny, while you talk about this part, I'm
Yeah.
gonna have a smoke and I'm gonna bring my phone and just listen. I'm not gonna jump on like with the phone and shit. I'm just gonna go have a smoke real quick. Let me play it back though, real quick.
Yeah.
Let me do this. Hold on.
There's time missing.
There's time.
So tell you what happened, and don't lie and don't look at chat. Don't just talk to me.
Okay, don't look at chat. Well, I'm not looking at chat, so that gives you a plus.
Good.
But no.
Okay, hold on one second.
All
right. Can you text me the link again? Because
The link to what?
to the stream.
Sure.
Yeah,
do you want to pull it up and share it on yours while I'm outside?
well, because
What?
someone from over there with Mama Bear, she saying that she's saying that they haven't got a link yet.
Mama Bear, I sent it right to your email. Did Mama Bear get it? No. I said she could share the link from herself to the person.
Okay.
Yeah. So Mama Bear, share that link with whoever you want to be able to come up. I have no problem with that. You're more than welcome to share that. I just don't like to drop it in the chat anymore. Oh, here's Andrew. Okay. Here we go. I'm running out for a smoke real quick. Andrew?
Howdy.
Hey, okay, I'm glad you're here. Thanks for coming up. I'm just going to have a cigarette and run to the ladies' room, and I'm listening, and you would talk to Benny for a sec. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Okay, be right back.
Young man.
What's going on, bro?
Where can I download your songs, kid?
Oh, man, I get you a link. I get you a link. Yeah. So...
Sorry, the wife actually did kick me out. I'm actually currently trying to keep net, so I'm standing by a library right now.
Your wife kicked you out?
Yeah.
How come, bro?
Well, that's life. When you don't leave something alone and you keep bragging on shit and getting stupid, people have enough.
Because of the internet?
Pretty much.
Damn, man.
Oh, no, it even got to the point to where some people out there even called her job. How they found out where she worked, I'd never know.
So, what kind of clarity do you think you can bring this afternoon?
Well, what do you need? Ask away.
I guess the indictment thing. Can we start there?
That's what I was told, and I don't lie to my people. Well, try not to anyway. I do keep things to myself though. Not a lot, but some things. And I was asking about it because I don't know how things work in different states because all states are different. So I went through and was asking certain things and trying to figure it out. And yeah, I got a little excited.
So you never been indicted in New York?
Never. I got a little excited. I haven't been a felon in a year now. So I got a little excited.
You haven't been a felon in a year?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
They have this new law up here. It's
Uh-huh.
about a year. It's about a little over a year old, called the Clean Slate Act.
Uh-huh.
That means 8 months after your day of release for a misdemeanor, 8 years, sorry, after your day of release from a felony, it gets cleaned off your record.
Oh, okay.
And with misdemeanors, it's 3 years to the day of your release that it gets taken off your record.
Gotcha.
So I haven't been a felony in about a year. I haven't been a felon in about a year now. I got a little excited.
So, this person Brooks? I'm not familiar with who they are or anything like that. That's where this information is alleged to have come from.
Yes, sir.
Now, what have you exchanged information in the past and believe when Brooks tells you something that it's good to go?
She hasn't come to me with any lies about anything thus far. So that's why I took it to heart and I got a little excited over it. I wasn't mad or anything about it. I was just a little excited.
Okay.
And I mean, I don't know why it's stupid. It's just the way my mind works. I just got a little excited. I was the biggest thing I got excited about is this can finally come to an end. And I don't know why the hell I'm involved, but whatever.
You wouldn't have an idea as to why you would be mentioned among the people,
other than outside of certain people, I have direct contact with my son. I mean, outside of that, I mean, I could be called in because he talks to me. I mean,
so but that's you saying this isn't to say that you think that H is going to be indicted, do you?
no, I don't think he's going to. I mean, like I said, I found out later on throughout that day that I brought it to you, YouTube, and I found out that, it's not really said why the grand jury goes in. It just states that they're going in certain countries. Certain states.
And so you heard they're going in regards to you and your son and Don.
Yeah, that's the part I think was bull. Is that it's in regards to the Summers case. I mean, grand juries go in all the time, and nobody knows why until it's game over. So
right.
That I've told you, like, okay, cool. Okay, cool. Like, I ain't been in front of a judge since 2016. Let's go. Well, a criminal judge anyway.
So you would welcome any court proceedings if you were included?
If it brings us closer to this little girl coming home, yes.
Do you feel like that could be a little fanatical? Like, yeah. I mean, quite naturally, if you weren't involved in anything, you wouldn't really want to be drug into court for any reason. Wouldn't matter if it brought closure or not. Like, if you're not involved, then you.
Listen, my lifestyle, I welcome court in my life. Just a path I led throughout my life. I welcome it.
Yeah.
I mean, with a lifestyle that I've led since I was 15, I mean, court ain't nothing but another day.
So speaking of when you were 15, is that what they referred to as the Frog Hollow or whatever that is?
No, I was actually knee-high to grasshopper when that incident happened.
How old are you?
I was still a young pup. I'm 35.
35. And so this happened in 2006, right?
I was still a young pup back then, I think. I'm not sure. I don't know when exactly it happened. I didn't find out about the Frog Hollow incident until I was sitting behind bars already, and they passed out a deck of cards with missing people.
What were you sitting in jail for?
Cards. At that time, I think it was. Oh God, was it the arson or was it the robbery? I don't remember.
The robbery with the wood?
It was one of the two.
The stick?
No, this robbery was. I was young, dumb, and I went and robbed out of layaway trailers back of Walmart when it was around the corner from me.
Okay.
I was young and dumb. I got barred from Walmart for life.
So
let's
this,
not mention the guns I took out of the house 10 minutes after I robbed the layaway trailers. Let's not talk about that.
so this other thing, that the Frog Hollow deal, you had made mention that you were blamed for that at some point.
Yes, when I first when I started doing my lives, somebody came around and started blaming my wife and I because I believe one of my wife's family members knows the brother of the young woman that went MIA. So due to that factor, people started paying. No, she still ain't been found, and neither has James E. Anderson, and he's been missing since August 30th of this year. When people go missing, they go missing.
Now those are people up there?
Yeah.
Are you a serial abductionist, bro?
No. Where would I hide anybody? Come on.
Well, I'm just, you live in upstate New York. It's plenty. That's vast up there, is it not? It's pretty vast. It's wilderness, kind of like, isn't it?
For the most part, yes, but I ain't got time for that. No time for that at all. I ain't got that. Listen, half the dang time I don't even want to deal with myself. I don't even want to abduct myself.
Andrew, could I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Okay, so in 2008, that's correct that this woman went missing. Her car was found burned.
I'm not
so
sure.
In 2008, I was 22. So that would have made you 18, 19. If you said you're 35, I'm 38.
18, 19,
so
I was in the next town over. 18, 19, I was in the next town over and in and out of Fulton County.
No, I asked how old you were, not where you were.
Oh, no, I'm saying, yeah. No, I'm trying to. Yeah.
No, I just want to know how old you were in 2008. How old were you in 2008?
I don't even know. 15, 16.
Okay, what year were you born, Andrew?
88, 20. No, I was 20.
Okay, you were 20 years old, so you weren't a youngin'. You weren't too young.
No, but I wasn't at that time. God, I was in jail at that time.
2008, you were in jail. So did they thought you had something to do with this missing woman when you were incarcerated?
No. Nope.
Okay, then
I wasn't even.
Let's clear this up.
I wasn't even a blip for anybody to look at other than for what did I do in 2008? I think that was my other B&E. I'm not sure.
All right. You're all over the place. So let's just make it really simple.
I'm trying to figure out where I was at the time.
All right. Were you accused of having something to do with this missing woman in Frog Hollow?
No.
Or questioned? No. Okay, because Mama Bear had asked you on her stream and had alluded to you being questioned about it.
That I was accused and I was accused on it back when I first started going live on my channel.
Okay, so you weren't accused in your jurisdiction by law enforcement. You were accused on YouTube.
Around here. Yeah, because my wife's family knows the brother of the missing woman.
Okay.
It's instantly we had something to do with it.
Okay, so someone on YouTube accused you, not law enforcement.
No, police didn't.
Okay, but can I ask why you said you were a young kid when this woman went missing when you were really 20?
Because 15 years ago to me is me being young.
All right.
I don't look anywhere near what I did back then.
All right, we can skip past that part. Can I ask you about Hunter checking Summer to see if she was still breathing? Did he say why he would check to see if she was still breathing?
No, but I would take it from him double checking on her is because she went under
She went under.
Yeah, because she went under the water for a bit longer than he would have liked. So I don't blame him for double checking.
Okay. So there was cause for concern with Hunter because he said Summer had gone under. So before he got out of the car, he was checking on her.
Yeah. And I do have a child that's the same age as Hunter. I mean, Summer. So.
Okay.
Okay, so you feel that Hunter was in tune
Being
to
a big brother.
Okay. So when Allie had spoke about, do you remember when Allie had gone on Unmasked and she had said that Summer had gone under for a minute and that Summer had slid and gone under for a minute, and Leslie Hill interfered and said that it was 20 seconds. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember something along those lines, but Hunter said it was about 20 seconds himself.
Hunter told you that?
If you watch the CM interview, that's what he says.
No, Hunter didn't say. Hunter did not say on the CM interview that Hunter. He did not say the Summer went under. He never said that on the CM interview.
Yeah, let me think. No,
I've never heard Hunter say. I've never heard Hunter say, Andrew.
No, that was a phone call. Sorry.
Oh, okay, no problem.
I've never. My brain's all everywhere this week.
Okay, I understand. I just want to ask you. All right, Hunter did not explain that in the CM interview. Okay. Hunter did not say that. It was Allie who said it on the first interview with Teresa on Unmasked when Leslie was with her. They were in the dark and there were fireworks going off. Okay, so Leslie said, no, it was 20 seconds. So did Hunter...
my question is, how would she know she wasn't there?
I'm sorry?
My question is, not speaking ill of the dead, but how would have Leslie known if she wasn't there?
Well, I'm not sure, but you just referred to what Leslie said as fact.
And Hunter agreed to it, and I take my son's word.
Did he agree to it to you?
Yes, personally. Yes.
Okay. So Hunter told you in private that Summer went under for 20 seconds. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you know that 20 seconds is long enough for anyone to drown.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
That's why my opinion on what happens keeps changing, because it don't make no sense.
Okay.
But I have been talking to someone who's been around the block more than I have, and they completely agree it could be a severe case of dry drowning, and they don't think she ever made it back to the hill. And they only know bits and pieces.
That's what Allie and
Oh no, this is a family member that's not involved in the case.
Okay, so it was their opinion?
Yeah.
And when you spoke to Hunter, did he ever elaborate on Summer going under, or did he just say it was a simple she went under and she was under for 20 seconds? Did he talk about that situation at all?
No. Getting him to talk about anything's like pulling teeth these days.
All right. So can you just tell me how the conversation went? Can you explain how it came up? And
it came up while we were playing GTA. It was just a random conversation.
Can you tell me what it sounded like, if you were to recall?
It sounded like he just sounded like it was like, yeah, she went under a bit longer, and then what I normally see her do. So I went over and I grabbed her up out of the water, made sure she was all right. And then when I got dropped off, I checked on her, and then I went about my business. I said, okay, dude, what do you want me to do about this? I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you did good by making sure she's good, but outside of that, I don't really know how to, what to do or say about any of
it. Was he worried?
No, he didn't seem like he was worried about the situation, because, he didn't seem like he was too worried about the situation. He just figured, she just was under a bit longer, and, that was it. But he wanted to make sure she was good, didn't fall or anything.
Did he tell you that he took his shirt off and ran in the water and that Candus was busy?
No, you didn't tell me none of that.
Okay. I'm only recalling back to what Allie had said on Teresa's.
I can only take Allie's word as far as I can throw her, because she's been known to lie to judges.
Okay, I understand. But it sounds like you heard the same thing from Hunter that Allie said on her interview with Teresa.
From what it sounds like, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I dropped off. I dropped off the whole Summer case because I was beginning to become way too obsessed with it. So I dropped off the case. There was when I found out about Summer going missing and Hunter's involvement was 3 days after she was already missing.
Okay, so
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, and I don't want to cut you off. If you could hold your, don't forget what you're about to say, because I hate when people do that to me. But if you, no, go ahead. I'll go ahead and.
What do you mean by his involvement? Like necessarily.
Well, he told me he had to be questioned by the LE and the TBI because she went missing, and he was one of the last to see her the morning she went missing. And I'm like,
Gotcha.
Really? So I went full bore, and I seen that there was a Summer Wells Facebook group up, and I clicked on it, and I joined, and we started talking, and then I started watching YouTube and watching every little thing I could to find out more intel, and then it just took over my life, so I stopped. I stopped completely.
When did you stop?
I stopped about a month and a half after I found out because my wife threatened to throw me the hell out.
Your wife seems to get very, she gets very upset when you discuss the trip to Tennessee. Just my opinion, Andrew, from hearing her in the background. And I'm, pretty observant.
In her eyes, our trip has absolutely nothing to do with Summer going missing.
But it also seems that she gets very upset when you speak about
because
Summer.
It's the same repetitive thing repeatedly, and she gets annoyed with it.
Okay, fair enough. So you said that you were a part of this before it ever hit YouTube, and then you said...
As far as my knowledge is, because I did not know it hitting YouTube until like a month after she went missing. I did not know that any of it was on YouTube. I knew that Dugan was on YouTube, and that's when I think it was about a month or so. Whenever Dugan did his live on YouTube, I found out that the case was all over YouTube then. Okay. So I did not know that it was already from day one.
It was literally, yeah. I put Summer on YouTube within the hour of her endangered alert. So it definitely hit YouTube that very hour. So in the hour, it hit endangered. Okay, so we can see this is stuff we can correct. Now,
yeah, I did not, from what I know is that I had no clue the Wells case was already all over YouTube at the time that I found out. I did not have a clue about it.
Okay.
And then when I did find out that the case was all over YouTube, that's when I thought in my head that, okay, it must have just started. So I did not know that it was there from day one.
Okay.
Because remove... my son got a hold of me 3 days later.
Okay, so he called you 3 days after Summer went missing, which would be the 18th, when Don first went in front of cameras, correct?
I'm not sure when Don.
That was the press conference.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, see, okay, so he got a hold. So it must have
Don
been the same
came
day
out on the 18th. I'm just trying to put like a timeline there for you to remember or recall. It was the day that Don Wells was standing with his son in front of the cameras and speaking about Summer disappearing and the flower story and things like that. Would that?
Yeah, I didn't see that interview until like probably a few months later. So
okay, so then that would have been the day that Hunter. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was saying I was that far behind. I didn't know about the interview or anything until a few months later.
Okay, so then that would have been the day that Hunter came to you to tell you that Summer went missing, would have been June 18th, because that would be 3 days after she went missing. So we can get rid of you saying that you were involved before this hit YouTube. And then I have one more question. So you also stated that you were one of the you were in the first group of people that were out there searching?
No, I was in one of the first groups on Facebook. I was never up there searching.
Oh,
Always,
okay, so we can clear that up. It was a Facebook
yeah,
group.
yeah.
Okay. And then what
I was
about
just-
you
to
saying,
my knowledge, it was one of the first Facebook groups. Let me rephrase that. To my knowledge, it
okay,
was the first one that I found.
that's
I'm no
really
longer part of
helpful.
that group. I'm no longer
Okay.
part of that group. I left out when I got way too obsessed with the case. I left out of
Okay.
all of it.
Okay. Now, what about you being out there 3 days after Summer went missing?
I was never out there 3 days after that. I was still here in New York. I was babysitting my sister. I
Andrew,
constantly babysit kids.
would you say that it's fair that sometimes you may say things that are just simply not true? Because I just played these things that you said, and you're correcting them, which I appreciate, but are you trolling in Summer's case, or?
No, I'm doing the same thing I started out doing.
Okay.
Trying to keep my kids safe. And yes, I will admit, some of the things I did say are a bit outlandish, but put any father in a position where he has to protect his kid after he's already received multiple death threats, being called a baby killer, lost 3 jobs. Yeah, I think at that point in time, a father will go just about anywhere to get the spotlight out of his son, away from his son.
I understand that you want to protect your son, Andrew. I do.
And no, I really did not tell Hunter to lie. I didn't know anything about the CM interview until 2 days later, because the boy wasn't contacting me as often as he was back before Summer went missing. I find out things days later because that's how he is, and that's how his mother is.
Okay.
So no, I really did not tell him to lie. I told YouTube I said that, but I did not in real life tell the kid to lie.
Okay.
At that current moment in time, when I was saying a lot of things, it was out there to get the spotlight off of him so he can live his life.
So, may I ask you?
And then in a later live, I went back and told everybody that, listen, a lot of the information was given to me. It was word of mouth.
Okay.
And I think
word of mouth through Hunter?
No, word of mouth through what I hear.
What
Like,
you hear.
Allison will tell me something, then Hunter will tell me something, and then his sister will tell me something, and then somebody else will tell me something. It was all word of mouth garbage at the time. And I was just putting it out there like, hey, this is what I'm being told. But I had to learn throughout doing this that you have to clarify it's word of mouth or people think it's fact. So.
Okay. Can I play something for you?
Go ahead. I'm here.
Really quick, Andrew, if you don't mind. And also, before I do, can I ask you, you had said that Brooks was the one that told you about the grand jury indicting you, Don, Candus, Hunter, and Allie.
It was the last call I got from her.
And I believe you. I know many people here do not, but I do. And I would like to know what the date of that phone call was.
Give me 1 minute. I'm looking at it right now. The last time I picked up her phone call was at 6. Hang on, give me the exact date.
Take your time.
Exact date. 6:34 p.m. at Wednesday, December 6th.
Okay, so December 6th, she called you and said that the grand jury was indicting you, Don, Candus, Hunter, and Allie.
Yeah, and I asked her how she knew, but I was never told. And I asked her how she found out that information, and she didn't tell me. So it kind of irritated my soul.
How long was the phone call for? Does it say there in your records?
I just swiped it. Give me 30 seconds.
Are you close to Brooks? Did you guys talk a lot on the phone?
Not really. here and there.
If you could roundabout estimate,
It was a 9-minute and 50-second phone call.
9 minutes and 50 seconds.
But
Okay.
the phone call before that, the phone call I retrieved that same day before that was 5:42, and that was a 26-minute and 50-second phone call. That's when she told me. And the other one was she was asking me questions about Hunter, and then I had to go because it was dinner time, and then I put her on Block Street.
So she called you about a half hour after you hung up with her to tell you. So she asked you questions about Hunter, and then about you hung up, and about 20, 30 minutes later, she called back and told you that.
No. The one at 5:43, she was telling me about the indictment, and then we hung up, and then at the 6:43 or whatever, she turned around and called me back, and it was asking me things about Hunter, and then I hung up, told her I had to get dinner started because it was a late dinner and I had to get it started.
Okay.
So
did she say what the indictments would be for? Because I know you had said it was about your trip to Tennessee.
He mentioned that the indictments were for me, Hunter, Allison, and Candus.
She did not mention Don?
Nope.
Okay, so Hunter, Allie, you, and Candus, not Don.
Nope. Not to my recollection.
Did she say why?
No, she didn't.
Okay, so what led you to believe the other night when you said on your live stream that it was because of your trip to Tennessee?
Whoa. My phone's going nuts. I'm sorry, I missed that. I was reading.
Okay. Sorry. So what led you to believe after that it was because of your trip to Tennessee? Because I listened very intently.
I don't know what the trip, what the big deal is with the trip, other than
no, that's not what I asked. Hold on a minute. I know that sometimes I think that maybe I don't say it clear enough. So after you had explained Brooks telling you this, well, you didn't name her, but you were speaking about it. Someone in your chat asked you what the indictment was for, and you replied to them it was about your trip to Tennessee.
Yeah, that's what she said. I asked her what it was about. She said my trip to Tennessee, and I'm like, why? It makes no sense. It has nothing to do with anything. And then she goes, it might be because there's not a lot of information on it. I said, well, there's not going to be. It has nothing to do with anything.
Did she say what the indictments for Candus, Allison, and Hunter would be for?
No. But for some reason, apparently, they're supposed to be convening about a trip that has zero to no information on. At least that I could get a hold of anyway.
Okay, so if you were to describe your relationship with Brooks, what would you describe it to be like? Do you have a good relationship with her on YouTube?
I mean, she ain't lied to me before.
Okay.
I mean, some of the things that she would tell me would already pan out. So it's like somebody has already gone over it. So it's like she ain't never lied to me before. So I'm like, why would she start now? And then it's like, well, I don't. And then that's when I brought it to YouTube. And the next day, I'm like, listen, how does this shit work? Because up here, they tell you when they're convening, but they don't tell you what the exact subject is, if you're one of the ones that is on the jury and you're spreading out that shit, you can get in a lot of trouble. So I was trying to figure out how things work down there. So that's when I brought it to YouTube's attention, because I don't really know much about how grand juries work outside of here. So.
Okay. Fair enough.
Even though I lived in Vermont and I lived in Georgia, I still don't know how much of anything works.
Okay. Benny, you still there?
Well, from my understanding, it all depends on what type of indictment, because you can get indicted and still not have FBI at your house. If it's a federal indictment.
So yeah, all right.
Sorry, I was reading
now,
that.
Can I ask you? I just got this phone, so I see your
Go ahead.
message. Can I ask you, when you were speaking about the indictment, you had said you weren't concerned about it and you blew it off,
Yeah.
like it was very,
Yep.
actually, Andrew, it was very unsettling to me. When I
look at
heard you
things
say,
differently.
sorry, when I
No, you're
heard
good.
you
I cut you
say,
off. I'm sorry.
that's okay. When I heard you say that you didn't care about it unless it was federal, basically. So can I ask why you are so nonchalant about possibly being questioned about Summer or going before a grand jury? It just seems strange how you handled that.
I am a different type of animal. Like I said, I grew up. Let's put it like this: parents raised me right. I did wrong all by myself. I chose the wrong side of life, where police and things like that don't bug me. And to me, it's just another day.
Okay, so you don't truly care about
If
what
they're
the
gonna,
outcome is with Summer.
I'm
It's
not saying I don't
basically
care
more
what the
just
outcome
about
is.
Hunter for you. Are you more concerned just about Hunter? Do you have any care
No,
for Summer at all?
I'm not saying I don't care for Summer. I want her found more than anything, because in all honesty, I want this to be over with. Because until it's over with and somebody is brought
It's
to
for
justice
Hunter.
on this case, nobody who has been named or involved or anything around this case is going to be able to breathe right, sleep right, nothing until this is over with. I'm not saying that, it's just for Hunter. No, I am Hunter's dad. Yeah, I care about him. And at the end of the day, there is still a missing little girl out there. And as of the message I just received, there's another missing child as of Tuesday.
I'm sorry?
There's another child missing out of Kingsport, Tennessee, as of 10:30 p.m. Tuesday night, as just hit my phone.
Which one are you? A new child missing out of Kingsport?
Yeah. They're asking for the whereabouts. Somebody is asking for the whereabouts of Tyler Hicks.
How old is he?
Missing. I don't have a clue. He looks to be mid-teens.
Okay, he's a teen. All right. Thank you, Andrew, for letting me know. I don't think I've heard his name.
That's what the ding was. I get everything day late, dollar short.
That's okay.
So.
Okay, so let me also ask you, because we're not even done with the timestamps here, but can I ask you, like, candidly, and you don't have to answer, but it seems like there's a lot of mystery surrounding the situation with your brother and Jose and the phone thrown in the ocean in Alaska. And you had told me that Jose, as a child from, sorry?
The phone was, from my understanding and from the receipts of, best friend, aka brother, the phone was sent to him, and from the receipts of his old roommate, because she has never once implicated in lying to me for no reason. The phone did show up, and Jeffy won. He figured he didn't need it.
Say that again. You cut out.
Oh, sorry. From Jeffy's roommate that he used to live with, doesn't anymore. She is an elderly woman. She was there the day the phone showed up. Jeffy took it out of the package, threw it out with everything, and said, I got a new phone. I don't need it.
Okay, so why would it be sent
back? I don't know. I could not answer that question, why Jose would send the phone back or even lie about sending it back. I don't know. I mean, he was borrowing it from Jeffy, So I
He
figured
was
the only
borrowing it? Hold
Yeah.
on. So it was actually Jeffy's phone to begin with.
yes.
Jody Sue, I sent you the link, hon. I don't know if you saw it. This is sent, but it doesn't say delivered. You might have to click on my, I know she had asked for a link. Okay. So it was Jeffy's phone originally.
Yes, because when we were all living together, Jose didn't have a phone, and Jeffy felt bad for him and gave him one of his phones, and even bought the minutes for it, whole nine, up until the Tennessee trip.
Okay.
Just like he gave me a phone to give to Hunter and was paying that bill for Hunter as well, because it was court ordered that I give him a phone. Jeffy is a hoarder of phones. Well, it used to be.
Okay. Jody says it will never be over, Andrew, even after she's found and someone is in shackles. Not for those of us around this, like her brothers, for your son, for her kids.
No, I'm saying what I meant by being over, such as not like, I meant like
Summer being found.
Yes, some are being found and somebody putting in jail. That's what I mean by the over part. I already know that this ain't never going to be over. There's always going to be that hurt and that pain, no matter what, when it comes to any missing child case.
It's going to be worse if they find her and she is not alive. It's going to be devastating, and I don't think anyone is prepared for. I don't think anyone could prepare themselves for that,
No.
and I truly pray she's found alive. God only knows what kind of situation she could be in if she is alive. It's terrifying. I don't think that it will ever truly be over. I agree with Jody Sue.
No.
I just think, Andrew, that you're kind of insensitive sometimes when it comes to Summer. And can you please stop saying the F word when you speak of her?
No, I'm insensitive when it comes to a lot of things.
But it's very upsetting to hear you say effing Summer or effing little girl, or can you not do that? No,
I do apologize, but don't take that as the way it comes out. I like swearing.
I understand, but you're cursing her when you do that.
Trying to work on it.
Thank you.
Doing a little better. I mean, I'm not even swearing as much now in my life as I used to, so I'm working on it. It takes a little bit. When you're so used to the way you talk, you got to change things up.
So, can I play this? I want to play while you're up here because we have the stream up. All right, I want to play this one part here. So I'm gonna go to timestamp 311 because that's where you discussed the grand jury indicting. Where is 311? So play about right here.
We're just gonna have to talk it up to the police. Got to do their damn job, and that's how it is. And by going back in and trying to say, oh well, this has something that happened 8 months before must mean it had to do with her going missing. No, it don't.
Nobody said it did.
Well,
if that has nothing to do with her going missing, then why is the grand jury investigating you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What? I know I did not motherfucking hear you just sit here lie on my motherfucking lie, bro.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Stop lying, Andrew John.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You sat here in a video call last night and told us the grand jury was fucking indicting you, your son, Candus, and motherfucking Don and Allison. Don't fucking play with us.
Like I said, I don't know what you're talking about. I plead the fifth again.
Plead the fifth till the end, bro.
Why would you plead the fifth to the end, Andrew?
It didn't play.
It didn't play?
In my line of what didn't play?
Did you hear the live?
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I heard it on my end.
Oh, okay.
Huh. You guys in the chat?
I was about ready to ask him what he was doing. Yeah, they all heard.
Okay, so why would you plead the
over
fifth
from
to the end? When you say, I'll plead the fifth to the end, why would you plead the fifth to the end?
Well,
What does
because
that
I
mean
always
to
plead the
you?
fifth. What
But
does it
Andrew,
mean to
you're
me? Means
speaking
I
about,
say,
okay. Listen, I don't know how I would handle you if I had to live in a house.
Listen, the way I look at it is when I say I plead the fifth, it means I don't want to really talk about it.
Why?
Because I didn't have all intel at the time, and it was brought up.
But the way you said it is, I'll plead the fifth to the end. Like you, the people that plead the fifth, you understand why I'm asking you this. So you can't, please don't, Andrew, please like not act like I'm stupid because I'm not.
Every time I pled the fifth, no, listen, every time I pled the fifth when I was in court, it always wound up to where I wound up going to jail. So, I mean, I know what it means. I know what happens when people plead the fifth. Trust, I was one of them.
Okay, so why would you
But at the end of the
say?
day, because it's still a right. I have a right not to
Hi,
talk
Jody.
about it.
Jody's here. I'm gonna let. I think she probably is. You cool with
Jody,
have,
I really don't.
talking to Jody?
I really don't have no issue with her, but she still got me blocked over there.
Okay, well that's fine, but she's here now, so I'm gonna mute and I'm gonna also smoke a cigarette because I'm sure she has questions for you, and I'm gonna let Jody have the floor because I want her to have an opportunity to ask you whatever it is she needs to ask.
Hey, Andrew.
What's up?
Not much. I don't know. Did you just say I had you blocked?
Yeah, I've been blocked over on your channel for like 2 months after you started.
Yeah, I remember you coming in there and like cussing me at one point or saying something crazy, and then I think I did block you during that period. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll go.
But don't worry, I'm still sub to you.
And I can't find anybody in that never-ending box, so I don't know, man. Anyway, you know, I generally try to keep all of us separate. I don't reach out. I don't really talk. I know a couple times you popped up on PGs or wherever I'm at, you know. But generally, and I think I've went over maybe once or twice to watch your pieces, parts here and there, you know what I mean? But I have made an effort to keep all of us separate and not, you know, in each other's, at least you all not in my ears all the time, because I think that convolutes and messes things up, and I don't want to taint any, like each other, or have you all taint me, or, you know, what I know and this and that, and be like, especially at first. Now it's a little easier. I can talk to some of y'all and, you know, everything's, you know what I mean? But I thought that for the best. I still sort of do. But I did have a question, if you don't care. And I figured it'd probably better to do it public and be like, hey, can you send me a super secret top man, you know, whatever. And anyway, and you know, I don't really reach out to the others or anything, but and I don't, you know how I feel about all of our kids around this, and I think it's terrible what they've done to all of them, and how we all felt the need to have to come out to protect them. I know what was done to us was definitely planned and made to look certain ways, and pull that parent, you know, string to where it's like, I'll protect at all costs, you know. And you think you're doing the right thing, I think, by getting on here and trying to protect them, you know, and to a degree you can, but in ways you can't, and sometimes it makes it worse. But this place sort of used us all in that way, and our children. And I hate that. And they do take and twist all of our words a whole lot. So, and they find some of the strangest, you know, the silliest things we say, and they'll be like, oh, that's incriminating. And it's like, no, it's, you know, I get it. You know? But I had a question, and that's the thing. I don't want to mess with anything, but I am, and have been for the longest time before we were ever in public, wondered something, because I could tell what H was saying behind the blip and other things that were coming out, whatever. It's one of the very few things I actually come out to watch, which is the interview that came out with him and Allie and such, right? And I was actually, weirdly enough, at Priceless using Monster's hotspot. And I scanned through a few minutes, could tell he was doing far too much yawning, that type of thing. It's like, but I could tell they were talking about Monster. And even then, I was like, that's the goofiest thing I've ever heard, right? Like, why do you name him? Of all people, you know? And I still to this day cannot make it make sense, though I've learned a hell of a lot more, especially the last days around one another. At least they're living together, not afterwards and all things. But anyway, so now I have my deals, but I know Allie was showing up a whole heck of a lot where he was working at the time. Things are being, all these things, and he sort of it's a whole convoluted mess. But either way, and I know I've heard the piece where you did say that you told Hunter to lie, right?
Yeah.
And I could understand that protects Summer's case, protects, stuff that shouldn't be.
Well, in all actuality, I never really told him at all to lie. Personally, I just come up here and said that.
Well,
I didn't actually tell the boy to lie. At the time, I was doing anything and everything I could to take the spotlight away from him because of the nasty things that were being said about him.
I noticed on your one live there a few days ago, it was right after the whole Mama Bear, them trying to use their daughter to cozy up to him and use him and all that and playing victim. That disturbingly gross stuff. I noticed around there, Hunter did sort of go, well, that interview could have been paid for, which disturbs me on its own level. But that wouldn't have been him. He was a minor. That would have been the adults around him. Now
we were talking about I was asking about the JLR and the Chris M interview. If Allison got paid for all that. Now I don't know.
I know Juanita paid him. Juanita definitely paid and did all the things, bought cameras, did the pizza thing, all that. Yeah. And I was watching the live she did, and this was when I was complaining to the cops, and then they eventually booted her out of town and did a newspaper thing on it. But I was watching live where she kept calling out H, and it infuriated me, and like saying these terrible things. And then the night before, she deleted that after calling him, an unaliver and such. And double dog day, and the next day there she is giving her money, and everybody's making it, talk to her. I thought there's no way I would have had my kid. I just. But either way, I feel for H as much as I do the rest. I don't think what's been done to him is right or okay. No matter how all of this plays out, I don't like any of our kids being done the way they are, and the things online about them to live for forever because of people's stupid opinions. And I never want to make H's or Summers Brothers or anyone else's online stuff worse than what's already out there about any of them. But I just wondered if you knew why H might have said Monster's name as opposed to. See, here's the thing, right, Andrew? I was there. I listened to your son for eons. I heard him playing. He was over at my house once or twice with Candus, the boys, that type of thing.
What was the question again?
The question is why. Correct me if I'm wrong. The question I believe is why did Hunter name Andy?
Yep.
Okay.
Out of all of the dealers and stuff Candus and them had, Andy was low tier, at least to my knowledge, at that time. Now looking back, there's a whole bunch of stuff that I'm like, and I could have, been oblivious. But the thing is that H, I know for fact, Andrew would have known the bigger ones that Candus and them actually messed with. You get what I'm saying? And so I wondered if CM, because there was enough publicly out by that point, Candus and Dawn were giving everybody's business away behind the scenes. Monster's mom, there's enough pulled from the community by that point. That interview. So it's like, did CM tell him to say that name? Did Allie tell him to say that name? Who told him to say it? I just feel like, but remember, Candus had done her 2 visits to H by that point, and then he sort of shakingly goes, when he was doing the bravado thing, he was like, I told her I ain't afraid of you. So I wondered if she intimidated him and made him say it, because it seemed like H was aiming for Dobbs and Monster. With the story about some touchy-feely guy camping out, which I know Sandy lied to even others around them and their teams about and misled for months. It was a lie. Dobbs never camped there, and definitely not on their properties. But if that is true from the day before and that call, that's weird. That would mean they're all targeting the same thing. It's very strange to me, Andrew.
Yeah. Now, understandable, Andy is your ex, correct?
Yeah.
I understand that. Yeah, trust. I had plenty of those when my exes are brought up too.
Almost 30 years of Satan.
Now,
anyway,
my question is, would you have had access to his contact list to clarify on whether or not that part of what Hunter said is true or false?
Yeah, which part?
The getting a hold of Candus and him seeing the messages between, I guess.
Oh, now I know the I'm done text existed because I flipped the fuck out about it when, sorry, I know how they feel about that. I flipped out about it when it was sent, and it was sent by accident, and it really was halfway like he had put it's whatever, right? And it started to write the thing out, the cursor's still going or whatever. And then when he did something, it like put it like word filled, and I guess, and then sent it. But it was days after Summer vanished, right?
Okay.
And I was like, holy shit. I was like, really? And if the dummy hadn't supposedly allegedly destroyed that phone, which I don't think so because of certain things, but either way, I left him the proof to show all of that. And when it was sent, because when I sent, I was like, holy crap. And he's like, it ain't no big deal. And I was like, it is, dude. The FBI is right down there. And here's a text to Candus. And they had been terrorizing Andy for days after Summer vanished. Like, for greed. And I was like, what the, And then in his reply, I think that's what it was. Like they were terrorizing him. He started a reply, but I don't know. But it was just like a leftover message there. And then it auto-filled and sent. But I took screenshots of it, screenshots of the timestamp, all that stuff, the data in it, and everything so that if feds ever need it, it would be there. And I'm pretty sure that I took pictures with my own phone of that exact message, but it wouldn't be weird if there be built up messages in between. No.
So my question is what would the meaning be behind said text that was discussed?
It's done?
Yeah. What would be the meaning behind that?
I think the initial text was like before Summer vanished, he had started to say it's in the mailbox or it's whatever, right?
Yeah.
Because it was only it's and then part of a word. And then, like, laying there, and then it, like, auto-filled the rest and sent with whatever the doofus was doing, right?
Yeah.
And, which I think was starting to reply back to see, because they were really terrorizing him after Summer vanished. We all kind of knew it. You stupid. But, yeah, that's all it was. I took it as a very innocent thing at first. I'd still like to hope it is, obviously. But in those days, he was in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
All those days, 24 hours, other than going out, pretending he's doing errands and being a good and taking down some of the stress, but he's actually going to bank stall pump and stuff. But, you got to think, car at that time had GPS, even his hidden cell phones had, trackers. There've been, and the FBI and all them are in there during that period that message is sent. You know what I mean? They would have, and I know they had eyes in and on everybody and all things. So there's really, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Either way, I was just wondering why H, because even still, I just don't understand why.
I don't either.
I mean, it could be just that he read it, right?
It could be the last thing he read from her phone.
But here's the thing, Andrew. I think he read it, but I think Candus let him. They were all sitting down at the table, hanging out. I don't buy the story if he got to her phone. I just think that
he said it was when they, right?
Yeah, he said when they were out and about, but
no. On Chris's interview, he says and I mistook it for the longest time that he meant he walked to Candus's vehicle when she pulled up to, you know, be like, what'd you tell the feds? I failed the polygraph, right?
Yeah.
And that he swapped phones in, it never made sense to me. But the other day I was listening to it real close for the first time on one of my lives, and he says that they're all sitting at the table up there on the porch, and he swapped their phones out and then looked real quick while she went to the vehicle to get something. That's only 5 or 10 feet away, for freak's sake. You know, it don't make sense. I think she showed that to him, and possibly he might have been intimidated to aim out at Dobbs and Monster or a big bad hillbilly like Fred or something like, you get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And he may have gotten names mixed up, didn't know who to point at, and was, you know.
That's not uncommon. I mean,
and by this point, though, you have Candus and Dawn hitting out at the same people, and they lied. And there was also weird things going on the road, Andrew, that are bizarre to me. And I think that there's very much, and I know there has been. There's been like this whole.
You still live up on that hill, yes?
No.
You don't live over there no more?
No, I only live a couple miles away.
All right. Now, what can you tell me? Because one minute I'm hearing about, I'm sorry to cut you off, but one minute I'm hearing about a fucking a couch, and the next I'm there, and the next I'm hearing they never said nothing about a couch.
A couch?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so tired of that couch.
Yeah, but you understand what I'm saying? One minute there's a couch there, next minute what couch?
Allie's the one that brought up the couch, Andrew. Allie was the first.
She said there was one, or Jose did, or somebody.
Jose and Allie. Don did not. People keep saying that Don talked about this couch. It was not Don. It was Allie, and it was Allie, and it was Jose. And people are really forgetting the way that this has all gone on. The couch business is, I feel. The couch business is and has been always a point of contention, but it's also, I feel, at this point being used because people don't have content. That's just my opinion.
Well,
I agree.
Honestly, the couch thing, right? It's like, I know after the point of, I know for sure after the point of, say, like, Allie and Andy feeding the dogs and all that stuff, all Candus and everything, everything. After that, you know, I know when you went over there or whatever, a lot of times they'd be like, come to the basement door. See, they never call them back door, you know, front door. That's also a thing around here. But anyway, but the door opened freely. There was no couch in front of it.
There was never a couch in front of it, Jody?
I mean, not at that point. I know, you know, prior to summer.
Okay.
Right. Now, at some point in there, maybe there was. It had to be sort of a brief time period if there was, because most of the time they would meet you and come out the basement door. It depended, you know, whatever. But, you know, and I could probably nail those down between all the devices and the text between everybody, because they'd often be like, you know. So, anyway, the thing is that if there was a big, huge open space, all right, at that door and all that mess, for sure law enforcement feds would have noticed it, right? And then, I'm sorry, but I don't see Candus, Grandis, or anybody else carrying off some heavy sofa with a sleeping bed in it, whatever, right? Out the door, there'd be time in there. I mean, any scent like that, I mean, the dogs would have lost their freaking minds. It just, and then all the stuff you can see in,
sorry, I had to run to the bathroom.
All the stuff just wouldn't fit in the timeline. There'd be blank spaces. It'd be calling. And then here's the thing. Dawn and them have even shown pictures of one over the bank that's burnt. And there was a blue couch section, a piece of a section we gave them eons ago. And I've sent Josh and others pictures of it, right? And what the fabrics look like on it. And, anyway, but yeah, at one point there was one sitting in front of one of the sheds, but then Dawn sent a picture to somebody around here of one. It's burnt, and it's over the side of the hill. And I know at one point he messed with them, told them he took it to the junkyard, whatever, and they checked records. I don't know. It's just, to me, the blue couch thing's goofy. It would leave so much evidence and blank space and just the time it would take to unpack any of the back of those trucks, and it just, none of it makes, you know what I mean? The blue couch thing.
So my question is, may I ask, since you said my son has visited you, correct?
Yeah, with like Candus and the boys, he'd come over there. Yeah.
Now, how was he directly around the other children? Because I know how he is with me.
I'm not going to
I don't know
answer
how
that
he is
either.
around when
She
he's
doesn't
not
want to
with
talk about. She
I'm
doesn't
not
want
going
to
to
talk
talk about
about
that.
Hunter. She doesn't want to.
Okay, that's fine. No. I was just asking because, like I said, I know how he is with me, and I know how he is when he's not with me.
Which
Sometimes.
is?
I mean, you know what I mean?
No, not really. I don't know. All I can tell you
She's
is
asking you how he is with your kids.
Yeah, I mean, because when he's up here, he's a typical, well-mannered child. When he's with me, but obviously when he's with his mother, he's totally a different kid.
I'm not gonna.
No, you're fine. I didn't mean to put you in a position. I was just curious.
It really just puts age, and I'm not gonna do anything to bother any of our kids, including yours.
No, that's fine, darling. I didn't mean to put you out there. It's just like I said, some kids are different. With kids having a tendency when their parents are separated, they act like they're two different people when they're
Indeed, especially
with a dad. Like
oh,
a
I know.
dad.
You ain't gotta tell me nothing. You see what happens when Monster gets around. One of mine right after them finally getting free of him, and then he uses him, manipulates him, does the same thing, like you got to talk shit and be part of the club type thing, like him and his parents have done, and then it's used to harm. Oh, I know they can act different with different people.
Yeah.
All I can tell you is that I don't think seeing them were a good influence.
Probably not.
But you know their story, like the rest of the teen boys and teens they had at Bird House, or kids always, was that they're rescuing them from big, bad, terrible city life and abusive parents and blah, 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 right? While they used them as babysitters and things when maybe they shouldn't have been, and usually giving them things in order to do that. Well, you know what I'm saying?
Can I answer a question from chat?
Sure, of course.
Sorry, cut y'all off. Remain. He was with me and my mom when he come up here. His younger brother and sister live with my mother, and I have his two younger sisters living with me. When Hunter was coming up to visit with me, he stayed at my house. He would go visit his grandparents, yes, because it was summertime and his other siblings didn't have school. And Hunter's been with me, is supposed to be with me about 3 months out of the year. Debating on what year it is. What year is it? No, this year. This year, yeah, he's supposed to be with me for a Christmas vacation in Tennessee. I don't know what that pray tells or how that works. So,
I know I'm not here to distract Tiffany.
No.
I'm here to intercede in the quote.
No,
dragging
I
of
just wrote in
Andrew
my
today.
chat, you're welcome here. Jody is welcome on my panel. She's welcome in my
I don't
chat.
have an issue with her.
No, the chat, Andrew. Hold on, Andrew. You get very excited.
They're accusing me of coming up here to distract
No.
and keep you from being drugged for what
No.
you said or whatever, Andrew.
The more people we have up here to actually clear some up some of the rumors, the better. That's what I think, unless I'm wrong.
Jody's welcome here, and I have no problem with her being here, nor do I feel that she's distracting. I think it's important. And I know people aren't used to, live streams where people want to get to the facts of the matter, but that's what we do here. We don't sit around picking our asses looking for bullshit to bring up from 3 years ago and asking questions that have been asked 17,000 times. I don't want any disrespectful comments to Jody, and I'm going to ask my mods that if they see it or if anyone says it again, just time them out and ask them to please refrain from doing that. It's rude, and I let her up here. This is my channel and my panel. Andrew and Benny, the same. Everyone chill out.
I'm sorry. I'm just distracted by what Benny's doing. Sorry.
No, I'm saying respect for the people on my panel.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I don't like that. I think that progress would be more helpful than sitting around saying Jody's here to distract. Well, you know what? If you feel that way, that's fine. You're allowed to feel that way, but I don't see that. I think everyone needs to just calm down. They don't like that Jody is welcome in certain places, and it bothers them. That's their own problem.
Look, We all know we all have problems with each other. TM drags me, BK drags me. They all terrorize me. I talk crap back. I call out everybody's stuff too. But, you know,
G, whoever
welcome
that
to the
is,
world.
GG. No, Randy Clark is not Bear's dad. At least as far as I know.
But hey, Andrew, like,
Yes,
where do you think he honestly came up, and why with
I
monsters
think it was
above all?
hearing what you got to say, knowing that you were with him, and you know how things are with him. I actually, in my belief, let me put that out there. My belief, I think that according to you, from what you're saying, the Wells were attacking you and Andy from the beginning.
No, they were aiming at Fred. They were aiming at Fred and Dobbs. But I think Hunter maybe was told something and he got the wrong person.
Yeah.
Because in that time with those dates, what you have is in public, Don's coming out against Fred too. He's saying the bad neighbor, which then becomes plural neighbors. But he says bad neighbor. He's aiming at Fred just like he was in real life. Fred, I think we all know it way. Then,
so it was just a mix-up of names, basically, is what you're trying. Is what you.
Well, if you listen to H stutter over the person creeping on the property that was camping there and touching little kids, he can't get the name right for that. That's why I think the names, he was confused. He didn't know which he was supposed to add. That's why I think both things were fed to him, and that they add up to the same people basically. Because if he had mentioned Fred and Dobbs by name or something like that, then that means just the stories behind each one. They go with exactly what Candus and Dawn were targeting at the time. But I think he got the things mixed up, which makes me think somebody told him to say those particular things, but he got stuff mixed up. Now, I want to know who. Now, if it's LE and stuff directing it, then fine. I don't want a part of it. But if you think that someone around him or C or one of them, I was just kind of wondering. Because around that same time, you start having dates pop up and weird money things, and I don't know, stuff shaking. But it's possible that H knew more than I did about what was going on, considering his mom, grandma, all that were visiting Monster at work 40 times a week. You know, maybe he was seeing the things that I wasn't. Maybe he knows stuff that I do not.
Maybe. To answer BB Diamond, Allison has 3 biological children.
Well, yeah, educated opinion. I do think that H saw that text, yes. But I think Candus probably let him see it.
All right. So you think it's underhanded shit.
Because I know that text exists. I've said it a billion times on my own lives and panel hopping throughout all this time. It does exist.
Yes. Is he refurbishing that?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I've been trying to figure it out since I got up here.
Yeah.
He's been working on it for days. It looks really
Did
good.
you know their vehicle at that time when Summer vanished? No. Did you hear H or Allie or anybody complain about their tires continually going flat?
No, not that I know of. They don't really. Allison doesn't really talk to me since I ouched her about her BS about trying to lie about the court paperwork.
Do they normally run around on tires that need air 43 times a week and leave them that bad, or do they purchase a new set?
I would purchase a new set if you ask me.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not running on flats. I'm sorry. I don't drive, but...
Well, that's why monsters tell me they kept showing up all the time, including major cornbread folks, too, around a year and a half before. But at the same time, I don't know, all these dates, they coincide with weird stuff. But, you know, just could be brain dots and stuff. But here's the thing. He kept telling me Allie kept showing up, and he sort of got... And he had a habit of giving himself away and out and stuff. But he'd try to get ahead of the, curve. And that's how he would out himself. But he would give another explanation for in advance before anything could be said or told to me by town or whispers, whatever. And I mean, I never really knew Allie. I knew Hunter more, right?
Yeah.
It's like he kept saying they were showing up a few times a week up there to get free air because it's one of the few places, that would do that, whatever. And I just don't know that I see them riding around on tires that bad.
I agree.
For as long as they were doing so, and Monster was telling me they were doing so from a friend visit. I don't know. Either way, I just wanted, and it's still, with things, if I'm just putting together brain dots, doing whatever, dates coinciding, because your brain likes to do things like that. It's what we're mapped. But, caveman says map all these things together to make a picture, and sometimes that's not right. So you have to be cautious of that. But it's just down to basics, and Monster was just up to what, I was aware of time, which was like a little bit of green here and there type thing or something, then it's like, then why in the hell would H name him? So I feel like he's been fed those names, and the story came into play with the whole, well, there was a call and some creepy toucher guy on the property, and he couldn't remember that name. He kept saying like an A name and this name and that name. Like he almost wanted to make it Andy's name at first, right? But he couldn't remember what he'd been told or what the person's name was. Then when he comes up about, oh, their dealer, there's Andy. It's like, wait, what? So I think he got things mixed up, confused. I think Steve probably did show him that. It doesn't make sense to me. I think somebody fed him both, and that they were basically along the same lines, sort of, other than his confusion or whatever was going on there. Still aiming at the two things that C and D were: big bad, dope hillbilly, and a Dobbs. That neither one's really correct. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
At least by mine.
Now, I'm reading chat as I'm listening. Now, you have to also realize, are we talking about which Randy Clark here? Because, there's multiple. So, who are we talking? Because as far as I know, the only one that Randy Clark I know is, that I know of, let me rephrase that, is one that lives in Gloversville.
Can I just interject really quick? I want to answer Andy Stoner's comment here because it's very important. They said, does anyone else remember in the beginning it being said that H threw a phone in a silo? Where did that come from? I'm going to tell you, Andy Stoner, there was a TikTok video and there was a boy with the same exact name as Hunter. Same first name, same last name. He was on TikTok, and that boy was with a bunch of friends. And they threw a phone down. It was like a hatch, an opening. It was metal, and the kids ran, and they were laughing. And there was a rumor that came out that it was actually Hunter. It was not Hunter. That is false. It was a completely different kid. So I could even refer back to it to find it, because I know I have it somewhere if that's necessary. But it absolutely was not Andrew's son. It was a completely different kid with the same name, and they happened to find the TikTok video and thought that he had thrown a phone down in like an empty well of sorts. It was weird, but some people might remember it. It was in the very early days, but it was not Hunter. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. And my friend CP had a question, and she had asked if anybody. She does a lot of research, and I'm not sure what she might have found, but did someone drive a maroon Trailblazer? I've been trying to find the answer to that for a while. Do you know, Jody, maybe?
Like in Ben Hill, from Ben Hill,
probably,
or
I would
part of Beach Creek?
Probably just in Beach Creek, or like the area or someone that might have driven one that rings a bell to you, or if you recall one anywhere around.
A maroon Trailblazer?
Yeah.
I don't know. There were so many red maroon vehicles now.
Yeah, I know. It's hard to color now, especially with the red truck and whatnot. I just know CP's she's a pretty good researcher. I'm not sure what it is that she's looking at, but
a maroon SUV.
Yeah, I would say like a Trailblazer to me would be like, a Chevy Trailblazer. The type of I forget exactly. I don't know if they even make them anymore, but back in the day they were like kind of bulky, like a Jeep would be. It's not the same style as a Jeep, but
Yeah, I mean, I know what you're.
yeah.
But,
Okay. No biggie. I don't know, and you don't have to say who. Okay. Jose did say it himself that he got mad about Candus doping the RO against Don, so
Dropping.
dropping, thank you, dropping the RO against Don, so he threw the phone into the sea.
Yeah, Jose did say that.
I remember. Yeah.
He
Jody,
said,
while we're on the
an
subject
awful lot.
of Jose real quick, if you don't mind, I remember when on a live, a couple of times when you referred back to Jose and you had seen him on Justin's live. Do you remember saying like, it didn't look like the guy? You could have sworn like you only saw him
I remember.
Yeah.
And even that's the thing. Even Fred will tell you there were multiples at that time. There seem to be multiples of everybody around here. That's what I'm saying. But I do indeed know that at least the one is sort of them, because I had friends that got stuck in a place with Candus and Jose and Allie and everybody in Gatlinburg. The person that's supposed to be coming down there to stay there brought all of them without asking, and they were appalled at the whole situation. So I confirmed them pretty clearly when, I mean, it's just, but even, remember when we were like, huh, even Candus was out here like, no. Remember that?
Yeah,
everybody in the group was like, no. Now, during that time frame, I was also, my pap had just passed, all that, right? And I began my massive part of the radiation, just had my surgery, all these things. So I was very secluded at that point. I couldn't be around anybody, wasn't traveling much, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so it was a time period. So Monster seen those over there at that time more than I did, but the person I knew to be was not that one. But there's weird stuff. It's like Monster will tell you, he swears that truck was Jose's, and then Jose disappeared and then but it's not how it worked, right? So there's weird stuff about the Jose thing, but he definitely, and like receipts eventually bared out, he was not there for the time he came on here and proclaimed he was. And I know that, and I know you and AB at the time definitely picked up on how he was parroting. He was learning all of us. He was picking up the, what was it, half pint thing. He was picking up words off of me as well. You could tell overnight I do a live.
I actually sent all of those to my messenger before I went live. I don't know why. I was looking for the song that I play for summer, and then I was looking for the video I have where I run like her pictures in the background when we're just chatting. And when I was going through my videos before I went live, I had found all those Jose videos that I had clipped. Like, remember when Jose said he would be the one to pierce through the skin of Don's heart, and like certain weird, strange comments that he had made, the half pint one. I sent all of those to myself.
Well, I can tell you that during that period, Candus was just like, screw him. He can stay in Utah. I don't care. Like, I like it here. I don't want to leave. I just want to bring my kid back. Right?
She wanted her son back at the house.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But then there's other things that led to everything, and then why the actual return and all this that or whatever. But yeah, like she didn't even really care about came back. She's like, screaming, stay out there, but I like here, I want to stay here. I just want to bring kid back, but Don always had a habit of keeping one.
Yeah. Well, so, and do you also, to piggyback off of what you had said to Andrew about Hunter naming Andy, do you remember when way back in the beginning you said there's more than one Andy? Like, it doesn't mean it's, your ex. Yeah.
I mean, I guess according to others, and the name of the guy who rented the shed at one point for quite a long time, and I mean, there are multiples, and then they come out here wrongly, like saying mine was named, like Fred gave Ziggy a false name for my eldest at one point. It was like, huh, and all that,
Yeah, I remember that. He called him Andy Jr., right? Okay.
So, I mean, there was just all kinds of everything, and there's so many. There's like Hills here. There's just so many Andrews and everything,
I could probably answer this question, but this is a question someone's asking you, Jody. It says, Jody Sue, I'm just curious. You've made it clear that you absolutely despise your ex, but it feels like you'll still do anything to defend his honor. Why is that? I'm asking respectfully.
He is an absolute monster. He is dangerous. He has done everything I have said, and then some that I have still not said or given all the receipts for. I have decades of it. He's an absolute danger. And he can hide the good old yuck country boy thing. His mask is better than C&D's ever thought of that type of thing, But I have this whole thing about, and I hate, and it's like this place initially made me have to come forward and be like, hey, and defending him. But that's the thing.
The truth is the truth. Like that.
The truth is the truth. And I'll lay the right shit at the right monsters. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Now, he will not do the same. You can see him tormenting my kid, trying to get at me any way he can, wearing my clothes on lives. Everybody thinks that's funny. The judge does not. None of the stuff being done, the group efforts to torment or even to get us potentially killed that him and Stahl played in with this group, all that stuff, it ain't cute. And he's still doing it. It's just like right now, him out and about in the streets again right before holiday. That's the same deal I've been through for almost 3 decades anyway. And I guess now, even though we're not together, it's still the same song and dance, right? He does make sure eyes are on us. He knows what's going on. He contacts people around us. Still boxed. He's still got eyes, ears on, drives by, does the whole thing, whole nine, right? Mm-hmm. He knows what we're doing 24 hours a day. It's ridiculous. But it's near holiday. It's time for him to come out again, just like he did last year. Him and Stahl and tormented the crap out of my children and I mean, same thing we live through in real life. Torment every holiday, birthday, seasonal. It's a known thing. But either way, no matter what he does, as long as I think some parts of me, obviously, I remember the piece of the human that I knew when we were kids. And though that no longer is there, I still feel for it. I feel for its brokenness that I couldn't love better, fix better, talk better, nothing, right? But I still remember that piece, and I'll defend that piece of that guy that I loved very much with all of my heart to the damn ends of the earth, as long as I know for a fact he is innocent of what people are saying or doing or whatever, right?
Jody, do you ever question if there might be a chance that Andy knows more? Or, like, do you question and say, like, damn, did I not know everything? Or is there something more I didn't
during
know?
that period where I was so sick and I was starting to just check out, I knew there was another Stahl because there was many of her. There's even been overlapping with her. I got the pictures, the proof, the text, the whole line to prove it. She wouldn't listen to us. But hell, I even come out here first hoping that it would save her from what she's going to encounter eventually. After I'm no longer enemy number one, she's going to get eaten. But either way, the thing is that, I have a great many questions. That's why I asked that of Andrew. It's like, and because of what was going down in those last few days, but there was a whole lot during that. Me just trying to survive being sick, radiation, my pat passing. I knew there was Others, again, like there always is, it was always a cashier, a clerk, a prostitute. It was always something, right? Always near work. And then always where he'd be coming and going from the easiest to get by with. It was just his thing, man. But it made me question the past 4 years before that with him. But now with certain dates and stuff, correlating with certain stuff with this, him losing his stuff like a week before summer, all these things, I don't know. And that Cornbread was circling him and terrifying the shit out of him. Allie's visiting, all these other things. I don't know. I don't think he would have had anything to do with him as far as Summer is concerned.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I think if anything's in here for him, it would be money, like it always is on like the free camper, and he needs this, he needs that, while he's also stealing and doing whatever from my little and ain't paid child support in years and all this, you know. So it's just always garbage to him. And I know you've heard him say he don't give a damn about Summer, but he wanted $500 interviews. You've heard him scream at me and say he didn't give a.
I have heard Andy say he doesn't give a shit about Summer. Yeah, I have. And I find it to be completely fucking ridiculous.
And you heard me try to warn him about this group and that we were trying to help Summer. You heard it. And he didn't take the warning. And now he's got a leash and a collar. And now he's wrapped up in so much stuff. It's like, you know, he called up Jenny and Adrian and Lips and Rebels for lying on him, getting it twisted. And the only time he'd actually reply and it wouldn't be stall was when it was about money and inboxes. I've shown those receipts. And he said he was getting punished, which meant he wasn't getting cash outs because they got it twisted as an Adrian, Jenny, the rest. And then he had to go on for a story because it was already in courts. They'd already done the police calls, all that crap. Yeah. And I have recordings of him saying he doesn't give a damn about Summer. I mean, he literally beat me for giving a damn about Summer in person while still living there and together and all. So, I mean, this is, you know, his dream about Summer. It wasn't a dream, you know. It was him just mentally abusing Little with the trauma. That was it. You know?
Do you mean that so like if you wanted to help Summer, that he would get really angry, like if you wanted to intervene type of deal? Like,
no, after she vanished and I was, you know, you got helicopters. I was chaos, feds, searchers, whatever. But at night especially, I'd be out there just waiting for her to maybe call out from the hollow to hear something, to hear animal activity, anything, Tiffany. Also watching for the return of somebody once they remove the guard and cop off the end of the road. Listen to what the hell is going on, especially after the weirdness started around, you know, the bubble and the camera racing and all these things. I mean, it's just, I was out there night and day. And I was sick as a dog, but it was like, man, I mean, it's like everybody else, just, I don't know how to explain it, but he'd scream and yell at me, and he'd make me come back into the game, do whatever, and then, I mean, he'd beat me for that, throw things at me, whatever, and, and then I'd stay there until he went to sleep, cuddle with him, and then I'd slip back out the door and go back outside. Okay. Wasn't like I could sleep around him anyway. Never could sleep just for a little bit, usually during the day, like an hour or two. And even then, I was terrified. Half the time he'd get mad at guys at work or whoever else, you know, or whatever fights him and Star were having when she was making him want to gnaw his own arm off. He couldn't go over that type of thing. And he'd come home and beat me over whatever he's mad at them about, you know. And so I had to be sort of on toes all the time.
You know what? Can I ask you, even before you go too, is I don't recall, did Andy ever bring up Jose or talk about Jose or anything like that?
Yeah, when he was actually over there, yeah, a few times.
Did he meet Jose, Andy?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
And there was a couple not like they were down the road. I have messages even where there was fighting. Look, fighting before. Look, there's all these things. I've shown receipts for a bunch of them, but yeah. And he mentioned Jose vanished. Even in like Jose was a topic even before Summer vanished. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so yeah, he did mention him and dope and stuff over there, correlating with all, you know, the Jose thing, this, the other, because apparently dope had appeared when Jose sort of appeared in amounts that even Andy was aware of. So.
Andrew, did Jose ever talk about his friends on Ben Hill ever to you or to Jeffy?
No, because he first met them when we went down there.
And see, they're trying to say that Andy, somebody, that one earlier, the known troll in different clothing that was terrorizing and chat spamming the zoo one, they were like, oh yeah, Andy and Andrew, they know each other. And Andrew, did you know Andy before Summer vanished? I know y'all have had contact since. I remember you saying you were on camp out or rent, whatever.
No.
Even though his family, I know that
I
people
didn't
got
even know any of y'all. Listen, I didn't even know any of y'all existed.
Same. I didn't know anything about you.
It out there.
Right?
I stay in my own little circle.
So yeah, I mean, I just
Mr. Dollar,
yeah.
I'm not
I
answering
think that's
that question.
identifying information, and I don't really want Hunter's birthday on my channel. Please don't answer that if you don't mind. I know you're his dad, but I don't
wasn't
think
going to anyway.
Yeah, that's identifying, and anybody could use that to get information about him. And I just don't think we should be putting Hunter's birthday.
I have a question for Jody. Sorry, I keep butchering your name. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. I'm just trying to get my head around something that I know that I have not discussed with anybody. Due to respect. How is well, you're not there anymore. So how is the fentanyl issue? How bad is the fentanyl issue on that hill? In general, how bad is the fentanyl problem on
in
that
the
hill?
area?
Yeah.
In the whole area, like East Tennessee or Johnson City, Kingsport.
No, just right there on that hill alone. Just right there on Bun Hill. How bad was it?
I really cannot say to that. I mean, everything around here at certain times, it was fentanyl laced, that type of thing. I don't know who was doing what type of thing versus what people were maybe selling or whatever, but I know around here it was mostly H, not your son, but horse.
Yeah,
that was going around. I know now that has changed to whatever that new stuff is that everything's laced with. I know that's
it changes with whatever's popular.
Sort of. I know most of what's been like there was. I know where things are coming and going from throughout. I mean, but it's just like with certain things that are going. It's probably not wise to say that out loud, but yeah, at the time, most of this area was eat up with horse, right?
All right. No, I was just curious.
Things, yeah, of course. Fant was playing a role in things too. There was a spattering of deaths, like there usually is when new things pop up on the scene. That was the thing at that point. But that was, and then the shake and bake, of course. Or the, bathtub up, whatever it is. But then there was the real stuff that was coming in from places and things. But yeah, I mean, you are part of the Oxycontin Highway here because the Tri-Cities and Knox, what I mean? It goes right on to what they consider to be the Oxycontin Highway up and down and crisscrosses and is one of the main centers throughout the nation.
Oh no, I was just curious because a lot of things, circumstances around the passing of Jose make absolutely no sense to me.
Are you really certain Jose's dead?
110. I mean, I swear it on my kids.
How do you know, Andrew? How do you know? Because I'm ready to go there to Gloversville myself to get a death certificate.
His grandson's mother is a good friend of mine.
I mean, you know how it is around here, right, Hilts? Especially when certain people around here put their stamp on everything. Yeah. And it's not that hard because, see, he passed in California. I was told something by one of these other creators at the time, too. And then eventually you have one of these channels that turned a little rabid and, put out the death certificate. But how hard is it to find somebody in California by that same name and pull up, or to even make their receipts? Because there's a whole bunch of fake around here, Andrew. So I just doubt. I hate that I'm doubting. I hate that I have to doubt if somebody really or they really aren't. But I know there's been several fake deaths here. You know what I mean?
No, he's currently home.
He's
who's currently homeless.
Currently home.
Jose is currently home, but not in the way that I would want him to be.
He was brought home. You mean brought home
Yeah.
to Gloversville? Okay.
Yeah, he was. Well, his ashes.
Have you? So, did you attend the services, Andrew, or did anyone you know?
Yeah. Like I was saying, Jose's grandson's mother is a friend of mine.
Oh dear.
Right, but did any of your friends attend the services for him?
I have not gotten all intel. They refuse to talk.
Okay, see, this is why I'm asking.
I know for a fact he is. I know for a fact he is dead. I know for a fact that he is.
How? By word of mouth from the grandmother?
No.
Oh, how? Sorry.
No. Because some of his ashes is with his grandson.
Okay, but did you test his ashes to make sure it was his, or for real?
No.
Mm.
But there's still things around that I'm still trying to wrap my head around, and it makes no bloody sense. That's why I don't really talk about Jose's, because I'm trying to get to the bottom of some things, because something don't smell right.
So listen, Sandra, I know that Chasing Truth said she called the morgue. But I don't really care. I don't take her word for gospel.
Dead men tell no tales.
Unfortunately, I can't take her word anymore. I used to, but that's no longer. And I refuse to take her word on her calling the morgue. Yeah. It wasn't recorded. No one ever heard it. And after some of the things that I've seen that are just unsavory, I can't say that I trust 100% that he's dead. ICU says, I've seen the coroner's report and spoke with the family. Jose is no longer with us. Jose was cremated and they couldn't afford a service. ICU, I'm so sorry, ICU, but do you think that am I just supposed to take your word for it, ICU, that you saw the coroner's report and spoke with the family? So the family couldn't possibly be saying he's dead to evade all of the crap that people have brought upon him. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying you're lying. People could tell you that he is passed, but I've seen no proof of that. And I like to see a death certificate. Do you have a death certificate, ICU? Because you seem to have everything now. I mean, shit. So
whatever that channel is, but I don't remember which.
They have a coroner's report. Why haven't you guys exploited that? I mean, you exploit everything else. How come we haven't seen proof of Jose's death? I really want to know. So bizarre.
Put the kibosh on that, put a little stamp on it.
Shit, I mean, it's not even out redacted or nothing.
Well, they did put up the death certificate from California or something over there on that one channel, but I forget the name of that channel.
I was asking to speak about it.
It's crazy to me.
And
if I came here and said I saw a coroner's report, would people just take my word for it? I'm sorry, no.
But either way, I don't know that he had anything to do with Summer vanishing either. So I mean, and I can understand somebody probably faking their death or otherwise, even to get away from.
What would be the cause?
Well, to take his death would be to get all of these crazy people off of his back, because what happened was they went and found Jose and he started being attacked by all ends, right? So I've seen people fake their death on YouTube very many times. It's common. It's very common. And
but that happened about the time he got caught lying and the receipts showed up and then he vanished, and then eventually months later he passed, and I could see it happening and weighing on him, And
listen, I don't even blame the guy if he did fake his death for wanting to get the hell out of here, because God only knows what he was really dealing with. But I'm not saying it's okay to fake your death. Don't get me wrong, but I'm saying I can totally understand, and it could look very legitimate. So ICU, do you have an actual death certificate? And where did you get the coroner's report from? Family, or did the family give it to you in New York? Because New York State doesn't just give out a coroner's report to just anybody. You have to actually be next of kin for that. I don't understand how you have that. Care to explain? I'm so confused by that. Why did they show you the coroner's report? I don't think they did. It would have been out on YouTube already. America True Crime, Tiff, she has the death certificate. He died of fentanyl. I don't believe that. I'm sorry.
America True Crime. She's right. That's where I did see but it was months later after Chasing put her stamp on it. Said she.
Anyone can. Listen, I've seen it all. Anyone can make those, and they look real, and everyone thinks it's real. I don't personally believe Jose is dead, and I don't care what anybody says. You can come in here and tell me the Pope said so. It doesn't matter. I don't believe it.
Well, just like Stacey Slale, the obits up for her come from.
Yeah, Stacey Slade's dead too.
Yeah, well, it's weird because the obits for her are all $129. You get all three, and they get posted online. I don't buy it. No thanks.
Yeah, she dropped dead right after I reached out to her. It's so odd, right?
Weird. Man.
4 days later.
Oh, yeah. Total coincidence.
Right? So, I love how ICU comes into my chat to tell me she has a coroner's report. ICU, why are you even in here? Why do you even come over here? You have receipts? Send them to my email. Otherwise, I have nothing really to take. I don't take your word for gospel either.
Didn't Chasing Hairline say that she had talked to the coroner's office and the medical examiner and all that too? Yes. And then she put it, I think, and his family, and they wanted to be left alone. And I can respect that.
Sure.
And I don't think he had anything to do with the vanishing. But I think the question behind Jose is more who put him up to coming here online and adding that much stuff in for content, used him, and then maybe made his depression and addiction issues come back into full tilt, knowing he had those issues. The world ate him, made a fortune on him, and then the guy ended up maybe passing because those things caught up to him that were kicked in by this place who shouldn't have used somebody that vulnerable, or maybe had them add things to their story for more content in order for them to all get paid. I just want to know who might be responsible for that. Because in a way, I mean, his family could definitely sue if they manipulated somebody that was definitely depressed and not of sound mind and all that, you know. So there's that.
I'm just saying, like, I don't just believe things because people say it. And if he's dead, then he's dead, and God bless. But I've seen no proof or evidence supporting that, and no one has. And imagine she's not gone. She's listening. Trust and believe. It's amazing how quickly people are to believe just because Chasing said she called a morgue, or ICU says she has a coroner's report. We've seen no proof of that, and everyone just believes it.
Chasing said she also talked to Slade's phone and put a stamp on that too.
Oh, yeah. They don't have the report is why I can't produce exactly why they're not showing it. I agree with that. It would have been out. They exploit everything to the fullest extent. They keep nothing behind the scenes. So you think Justin goes live about Summer every single night talking about the same thing over and over, misinformation up the wazoo, exploiting her beyond belief. And ICU is... You're important over there, but that's about it. I see you. Not here. You're not. Okay, and you've spread a lot of lies around, and that's probably another one. See, if you guys didn't lie so much, maybe I would believe you. But after so many times of hearing the misinformation, I can't trust your word. I'm so sorry.
I just appreciate it if she would stop live streaming my crap into Discords for Jenny and Adrian and Penny and different ones. That's what I'd appreciate.
ICU does?
Yep.
What do you mean?
Yeah, because I've got others in those, and I've got them all recorded doing it, and it always shows up half time as ICU's account doing it. So she's got a membership in mine somewhere under some name, right?
Well, you know, unfortunately, it is what it is. And could someone please drop Jody's link in my chat while she's up here for those that are not subscribed to Jody? Because she's actually digging into something that's, I believe, going to be very important coming up here very soon. And I want you guys to pay attention. And I will say, Jody has been right about a whole lot of things I even said she was wrong about. So I do tend to appreciate the things that she's putting out right now, especially because something is just not right. I think you guys might want to pay attention and take her seriously on that one.
Are you talking about the ones I've been doing about
Ryan?
Squall? Oh, Ryan. Yeah.
I have a major.
I keep wondering how a dude that works for Eastman, on all his little build-up sites, you know, like he's a journalist, he's a
Jody, there's nothing I can't find on. Now I've been able to find it written online, and I would love to talk. I don't know if
YouTube, he had his careers. He worked at Eastman too, but on all his Build-A-Bear sites that I still have, all of them are the, you know, you pay or you make your own website and you do whatever on it. It makes him look like he's a private or an investigative journalist, all these things, right? But you can basically do those things yourself. Sites. Anyway, I just wonder how they feel about.
He was up here by me. He allegedly, I guess, lived in Maine for quite a while.
Yeah, and then he supposedly
in Massachusetts.
Did you notice that he climbed Mount Katahdin, but it's been closed for years, and the only 2 years it's been open? Because he says he had to go back after twisting an ankle. He had to go back for a second year. But the only years available for that would have been this year and last year. And even during these seasons, it's been mostly closed. So I want to know when he was doing that.
Well, what I will say is, Jody, I would like to, even if, I don't know if you're up for it or if you even want to hang out with me, but I would love to come over to your channel and talk about it at some point, or maybe you come over here and bring what you know, what you might think about it. Cause like, it's a whole nother subject, but I am very interested. And I think it's important, especially now, to nip it in the bud before people really get taken for a ride. And they're all ready.
I keep waiting for them to issue him his very own Paw Patrol character.
His wife is a nutter from the Donna Serafina group, and
I assume that. And here's the thing: I was actually watching this morning. I was watching the glazed ham fella or glare, whatever, right? And he was going, and Chasing was over there. She gave him the part that Serafina cut out of that video, telling Eastman to F you, F this. But talking about Ryan, and you know how he's following the map of Serafina now.
Yes.
And it with his original vid, he said he only followed fact and this, and he wouldn't bother anybody, wouldn't be digging into, you know, all that. And I thought, great, you know, advertising. I was like, good. He can go out here and look, whatever, right? But then here he goes. And it's on the Serafina. I don't know what they're doing. And Serafina and Sweetie on how they tie back into the first stuff happening to all of us in the first hours after Summer vanished. It makes me want to vomit. Serafina and her group tormented me for months on here. We're part of the. I mean, it's just Serafina's garbage, bro. But either way, yeah, that dude and his suddenly psychic wife and all that. And I assume, honestly, by one of his videos, there's like, what, second or third one or something. And I hadn't paid attention to him a long time. I just thought he was over doing his own thing. I didn't care to look or dig, you know. And then I watched him, I think, on a live. I was like, oh, yeah, and it's pretty apparent. There's a whole lot of things that don't add up. And that dude is not a single actor in the least. But yeah, you know, he lists that some of the hardest things in his life were getting to the History Channel. One episode of it took him 7 years to get famous.
I want to know why suddenly, and like I said, like I could, and I haven't even looked at everything. I could spend hours talking about this. And I wouldn't have known if I did not see you pulling up all of that stuff it was like about a week ago. Anyone who wants to know what I'm talking about, it's on my community post. While I just shared it this morning. It's one of Jody's lives. Go check it out. She's not lying and she's not wrong. But I really do want to talk about that. I want to stay on topic though, because I know that Mama Bear is coming up here, and I did want to ask Andrew a couple more things. But I don't know if that's something you'd be interested in, Jody. And like, you could just let me know in private or whatever. Or if I happen to discuss it, like, and you want to come around, I would love that. Yeah. So, I mean,
So Alicia, I'd like to address her comment.
Sure.
She says the hiking videos for his brother. Well, here's the thing: if he was hiking places like Katahdin or whatever, where Tiffany and everybody's at, where he's supposedly from, why wasn't he posting those videos long before? Why is it just here locally and only his channel? And that started after some of the.
It took him 2 years.
When Chasing and Penny and Jenny and Adrian were down. Why was this channel only started then? It only has local hiking vids on it.
Mm-hmm.
And why none of the others prior to that? And then why does he have to put them on YouTube for his brother? He could just send them to him.
He's just here for money. He's here to make a profit off Summer, period.
He's here for History Channel number 2. Yeah. And I think his wife, you know, in that one video he mentions that how number 2, the hardest thing in his life, number 2 behind trying to get famous to get in one episode of History Channel, number 2 hardest thing to get through was we had to struggle through mental health stuff and psychiatric facilities, whatever, for 10 years, but we made it through. I'm pretty sure he might be referring to a suddenly psychic there. That's a little concerning if he's using a loved one in that way. That might not be, you know, I'm just saying. I have thoughts.
Well, it's important. It's very important. To me, I'm seeing another trend, and it's not going to go over well. I'll tell you that right now, because I've seen, and I only looked for a couple hours last night on my own. I've seen enough that's kind of knocked the wind right out of my sails. But I don't appreciate when people do this to Summer. It's actually very sickening, and I'm tired of seeing it happen again and again and again. And it's sad. She doesn't deserve it. She does not deserve it at all. And it's just really disheartening. But it's even more so disheartening also, too, to know that you've got, so like I was talking to Benny about it yesterday or the day before when all of this stuff came up with what we've been talking about with Andrew. And I'm like, why has nobody talked about this? No one's even said a word about it. They'd rather make stories up, fake stories that aren't even true. Nothing based on fact. People are putting out photos of a couch that fell off the hill. It's not even blue, and it doesn't even look like a couch. But they're saying it's a couch.
They burned it or did something to it. They kicked it over the edge, did whatever with
That's
it.
what I mean.
That
It's not
doesn't
even
mean
blue.
And I mean, to sit there and think, oh, well, law enforcement wouldn't have been aware of a big giant blank
And what do they
space
think
in the
that they did with
basement.
the couch? Do they think that, what do they think that happened with the couch? Do they think, truly, I've seen people say that that's how Summer was taken out of Ben Hill in the couch. Like, this is truly sick.
Do you know how much evidence that would leave behind? How easy
where are they going to put a couch?
It's insane to me.
Where are they going to put the couch to dispose of it? Give me a fucking break. Like, this is the latest, greatest news. A couch that's been talked about for 2 whole years. And they're bringing it back up again because they have no content. Period.
I don't know. They all, I just, for me, it's, you know, the timeline. You have to go within a certain, you have to go within a certain timeline here, Tiffany. And even if you went all the way back to, like, say, the 2:30 mark when Candus supposedly left H and Allie's, right?
Yeah.
That still leaves less than, what, 4 hours? Because you got Candus running into me. Candus ran into me a little after 6:09, right? And then the first 911 calls, which those are made apparently by Dawn, supposedly. So it's like, you put that window in there, you see those two doing some sort of cleanup thing or carrying out couches, cleaning out Grandis's truck bed, putting it in there, getting off there without sense and evidence and without the feds notice a big giant blank space and all that. Come on now. It's not feasible. It ain't And then what? Packing back up all the stuff and think, come on, in the back of the truck bed when they arrived. Give me a break. It's like that stuff that was going around a week or two ago about, do you know if the top was on Grandis's truck? Because they could have washed out. Why would you take a camper top off truck to wash it out? And even then, I'm pretty sure, and I know all the car washes around here. I know half of the owners of them.
Why
I know
would
they
the topper to the truck be even in question at all? She had all kinds of shit back there, and Summer was not in there.
Off and washing it out. Why just the top? It doesn't. It's mind blowing.
No one has ever seen the topper come off of that thing.
Even if it had, what's the big like? I'm like, what?
They're just grasping at straws to have something to go live for 3 hours so that they can make ridiculous amounts of money for Christmas. That's all this is for. And unfortunately, people fall for it and they actually believe the bullshit. And it's Griftmas. It really is. That's what people are online for right now.
Yeah.
Really.
It's just like Monster coming back out with his handlers in Ryan's there. And it is a season, you know, it does enjoy.
Well, look at Ryan made this channel within the last 2 months for Summer. That's when he started uploading. He had the channel, but he started uploading about Summer 2 months ago. This man out of nowhere says he did a video at, not at Warriors. He did it at, Laurel Run. And that's how people found him and started requesting for Summer. And now look.
Familiar to the Meadows, doesn't it, Tiffany?
Yeah, a little bit like 423. So me and Benny were talking about your title, 423 Ryan, and we're gonna let that stick.
We're gonna give him an honorary Paw Patrol name.
Oh yeah, okay.
I'm working on coming up with one.
You're what?
I'm working on coming up with one for him.
423 Ryan kind of fits about right. It's almost
well, you remember Chase used the Paw Patrol thing, right? We're gonna give Ryan a Paw Patrol character.
I don't know much about Paw Patrol. Do you?
Not really, other than I keep getting those stupid video things like the sick monkey ones in my whatever for you section, you know, like the stuff you can watch. I'm like, why? But I know they're build up and sell off channels. You know what I mean? They sell them after they create them, get enough subs, like, you know, whatever. And then they sell them because they're able to operate and do lives and community posts and all that. But either way, the Paw Patrol thing, you know, it had to do with summer and all that. And then at the same time, weird dates, marathon, all these things, money talk, rewards. Suddenly Chase has a channel right before summer vanishes. Him and Linda riding around doing the Meadows videos. He comes to you, Scott. I mean, all these things, Tiffany, right around the time the WJHL interview airs, the time they decide to do the CM interviews, all these things also revolve around weird money things. And the 2 and 3 week marks were getting really weird. Collision course style, there's counts I mean, look, all these things. But Chase did very much use the Paw Patrol thing. And one of our stalkers he had pretended to be police here was like, well, I put Chase up there at Solomon's for summer, and then Candus and Candus took it. All right, so I never did, and they tried to tell me that it was the one that was actually in the thing with the succulents, the pots. But I knew, either way, the thing was that Chase used the Paw Patrol thing, you know, because they were like, oh, 423 Chase on the case, remember? Because that's the name of the one Paw Patrol character. Yeah, I'm waiting for him to give Ryan one.
I think 423 Ryan is perfect.
I just don't like it. I don't like anything around
Well,
any of
I
it.
don't like it either, Jody, and I
really think if it hadn't been for any of it, Tiffany, that Summer would be found already and arrests made.
I believe there's a very good chance that Summer could have been found if not for all of the things that have happened here. And I do think people keep her missing a lot. I think about it a lot.
Well, when you realize that Serafina and Sweetie Pilo were with the groups that originally contacted Monster's mom that very night that Summer vanished and other things because of the post she put out about Dobbs and then about Summer vanishing, and then she told, I mean, to know that Seraphina is really at sort of the head of certain things. I mean, I know you and a couple others, obviously, in true crime. Y'all share the Amber Alerts and the alerts instantly type things.
I try. You know who's really good about it is my friend Dana. Dana Keiko, if someone in the chat could drop her channel, she is, I mean, immediately within, I don't even know how she does it as quick as she does. She works really hard and she's always at work, but she is on top of those Amber Alerts, endangered child alerts. The second they go out, she's got all the info, like everything you need to know, their photos. She updates it as soon as they're found. Like, she is right on top of it. And if there's any channel, I would say she doesn't go live. She doesn't have her upload. She just really uses her community post tab for missing people. And I share her stuff a lot. I've been slacking on sharing really much of anything lately, but I do like to, I found a slew of cases lately. I can't even believe we don't hear about a lot of these people that are missing. And like there's a girl right now who has been missing since the 28th and no one's really talking about her. I was surprised. I was like, did I miss this? And I went and I searched her name and people are just now, because they found her vehicle in water, they're just now starting to talk about her disappearance. So to see how it has to get a little bit exciting for people to share about it. And it's really gross, you know, it's really gross. But yeah, I really do need to get back to making missing posters and things. And I also have been meaning to share Cairo Jordan's mom's photo and her information. She is still on the run and at large. She murdered her son and left him in a suitcase in Indiana. And
found in the Vegas, like,
yes,
suitcase.
yeah. Cairo, like he I think about him a lot. His mom's out there. They think she's in the Las Vegas area or Los Angeles area. And the woman that she was with, Dawn Coleman, was just sentenced to 30 years, I believe, I think it was 30 years. His mother is a dead woman walking. I really believe that the Indiana State Police are probably very hot on her trail, but this little boy deserves justice and full justice, not partial justice. One of them has been caught, but his mother is still out there. And I've been meaning to make a poster, share her face again, because you never know. All it takes is one person to see her. You know what I mean? There's so many people around here that can share those things, or everyone's so, like, they're all scattered across the map. So
I'll never understand how these moms or parents or anyone really, but especially mothers, I'll never understand, even if they're, on drugs or it's accidental or something happens to their babies, how they could just
leave them there.
Put them somewhere, even if they bury them, even if they show them respect in their own ways. Why not just take them to the air? Why not just call the police and tell them what's happened? Why?
He was dehydrated. His report showed he died of dehydration. They thought he had a gastrointestinal bug, and something as simple as that. I don't know if maybe they didn't have health care. I don't know. It could have been the silliest thing. Like, the hospital will take your child in the ER. Who cares if you get a bill?
Yeah. But she may be, I mean, there's either, I don't care what circumstances anyone's in their life, if something happens. I mean, take your baby in for help, or, even if the worst happens because you're negligent or something, or it's like, why not just.
Believe it or not, a lot of parents that are negligent, they don't always get arrested. Like parents that leave their babies in the hot car. I think I've seen 2 people be charged for that.
I'll never understand that either. I'll never understand how people forget their children in cars.
I don't either. It beats me. I have no idea, but you see those cases and they don't usually charge the parents that leave their kids in the cars. Probably, I would imagine, because it's like a life sentence for them anyway. I think that they are already broken, completely after finding their child like that.
Well, it's like this one time at the beach, we were talking about it the other night, and I'd love to speak to this little girl again. All I know her by is they called her Tootie, right? And her
That's cute.
grandparents. I know, right? But it's close to my nickname that my little brother had for me and that I still have. I have tattooed my nickname across my back in Old English. But anyway, her grandparents stayed right down from my family, just a couple of spaces, and we'd spend a couple months at the beach and whatever, throughout the year. But they always camped right near us on the front row at ocean front. And so, this one year, and like her grandparents, just for seconds, man, she slipped away out there, the RV camper door, that type of thing, right?
Uh-huh.
And they couldn't, I mean, it was an instant, couldn't find her. And they come to us, the whole camp area right there, sections we were all looking for. My pap was like, we're on it. We all went looking for, couldn't find her. They looked in the car 40 times, right? And looked through the windows. It was locked. She didn't think anything about it. Thought, well, there's no way she could have got, I mean, just panic set in for most, right?
Yeah.
But my pap eventually was like, hold up, let's unlock this car. Just be sure, like, no. But we unlocked the car, and what she done was she had got in there, and she'd somehow locked the car on herself, right? You know how you hit a button and it locks all the doors? And then she had curled up down there on the floorboard, probably as heat sitting, you gotta think you're at the beach. And it didn't take but minutes, and she had no heartbeat, no breathing. And Pap did CPR on stuff and brought her back. Got her out of the car instantly and did it, And
your Pap did? Your Pap gave her CPR and brought her back?
Yep.
Oh my God.
And but I always remember it just because her name was close to my name. She was quite a few years younger than me at that point. But and she was just, but yeah. And I wish I could find her somehow, but I have no idea. My pap probably could have remembered the names of those folks who camped beside us for that long for some years.
You know what, Jody? You could probably put something on Facebook. I don't know if you're on there like with a profile anymore, but I bet if you put the name of the campground and said like looking for a little girl that my pap saved, however, what year it was or whatever, you might find some success in locating them.
But yeah, it doesn't take long for those. And I don't want to bother her. It's nothing to reach out for, but I just hope she's okay out there somewhere. She's had a good life.
Yeah, but to know and to see like that he saved her life, I don't think it's weird at all to want to connect with them.
Well, I mean, I just, I'm not going to start and look at this. Geez, she looked up my name these days. It'd be this crazy stuff everywhere. She'd be like,
True. That kind of sucks too that you have to look at it that way. Like if the lady looked you up, she'd see all this crazy shit on here. Yeah.
Right. But the thing is that, that's how quick it can happen. And those grandparents were amazing. They were very good to those children. And it just took a second. And then it just took minutes. And they were in no way responsible. It's just a little one doing little things, right?
Accident. Yeah, accidents happen. You can't take your eyes off your kids.
And it really only took minutes for her to succumb to that type of heat in that car.
Mm-hmm.
And it was in no way their fault. But they did the right thing. They looked for her. They called instantly. Services were coming out. We happened to find her, fairly quickly. And so my pap did CPR, all that stuff, but, they ended up finishing vacation. They left, in a few days. They weren't supposed to leave as soon as I recall. But, yeah, I mean, like, that's how quick it can happen. But you didn't see them, like, trying to cover none of them, trying to leave her. You know what I mean? Like, that's, most people know if there's an accident or something, ask for help, call something, even if, like, I mean, I know true dope heads around here that would, still, even if it meant them going to jail or DCS taking her, they would still call services. They would call someone. But I think that, I don't know if certain people do different things in panic mode or not, or self-preservation comes over, whatever, but I just don't understand that either, because your child's supposed to come before anything. And why would you want to leave them somewhere nameless and unknown? And
Cairo didn't, he didn't have a name. And the man that found him in that field, my heart goes out to him. He broke my heart. I cried watching him. It was, you see, like this big, strong man, you know what I mean? Found a little boy on his own property and opened up that suitcase, and he just wanted a name for him. And they put a little boy known only to God, and now he has his name on his headstone. Like, that's a really big deal. And then you will see people call Summer that little girl, or not call her by her name and strip her of her identity. She's missing, but she has an identity. She's not missing and unidentified. She's not, an unidentified child. It's such an insult to take her identity from her when she has a name. It's really sad. And they claim to care about her, but they can't even say her name. So someone had a question for Andrew. Someone said, it was Sage Sleuth, I believe. Let me find it. She had asked, oh shit. Thank you, Emergency Me, for sharing Cairo's information. Where did it go now? Shit. Sage, will you ask that again down here? It was about, I believe, about the Tennessee trip. I think where the hell did it go? Oh my God, they found her, Di? They found Brissa? That's who I was just talking about. They found her in the pond that the car was in. I was literally thinking last night, I felt like she drove into water. I was like, I was going to look at the map to see the bodies of water around her, because it just wasn't adding up. I was thinking, how strange, these people drive into water a whole lot. Oh my God. I'm glad they found her, but I really am so sad she is not alive. Oh my God. She was beautiful. Jody, did you have anything else that you wanted to ask Andrew, or anything that you thought was important outside of Hunter naming Andy? I know that really bothers you that he did that.
It's not that, but because at first, like, I literally tuned into that interview. I knew who even under the belief he was, trying to get to, and then things. So I just didn't even watch it, because I skipped through that time too, right?
Yeah.
I know we didn't have much time out of the box. Always had to do things in the car with Monster, and then I was taken back to the box. So, but I heard it, and I was like, oh, this is goofy. This kid's kind of yawning a bit too much. He's like, I ain't worried about it, right? It's LE, it's tool stuff, something's being, I don't care, right?
Is it starting to bother you more now?
Well, I mean, for me, it was like, why name? Even then, it was like, why? But now that I'm putting things together, it looks like for some reason Hunter was sorry, Andrew.
You're good.
That he was maybe being told to go for the same people that C and D sort of were, but he got things mixed up, and I don't think that's fair. If Monster had been paying more attention, he'd understand that C and D and others have been trying to set up a great deal many people throughout this and aiming garbage, but he was too caught up in what was going on at the time, and we knew he couldn't get away from all these things, so he wasn't really paying attention, and we weren't really discussing, and he was yelling at me for everything, so I was just like, but he should have at least been able to discern, and if he was a smart dude, he would have left this alone, like, you heard me, warn him, Tiffany, you heard me. And all he cared about was thinking somebody had told him we were getting $500 an interview. Have any of y'all ever paid me $500 an interview? No. Never. Or paid me at all? No. So
I have only, I've sent, I think one time I was like,
you sent me money one time to make sure I could get to Eldest at one point, yeah.
Yeah, but you know what, Jody, honestly, I even when you don't never
It
have
had nothing
to
to do with interviews, did it?
I've never told anybody outside of like my closest friends that I never spoke about. I would
I
never.
have spoken about it because you know
Sure,
I'm pretty
of course.
transparent about everything.
Well, I
And it
care
wasn't
about
like
you.
it was
People.
astronomical amounts or anything, but at this point, I mean, come on. I mean, you know how much y'all brought in even on our names, stuff like that, even when you've drugged me, done whatever. I mean, so it's like, oh well, okay.
But I do
She
care
wants
about
to
you
help.
being able to
If
get to
people
your
need
son.
to help at this point and send cash over, considering what's been done to all us, fine. You know, and I've been
Yeah,
transparent.
I would like to when I can, to be able to bless you a little bit. And yeah, I've done, if anything, like people have a tendency to say that, oh, I've made so much money off Summer. No, I probably made money off Jody. That's where I believe I've made money off of Jody. I can admit that. Summer, I was not monetized. I wasn't intentionally, making money off Jody. It's just the time frame that I became monetized in
You
November.
know, at times here for the longest period, there was more videos with my name and my littles and my sons in it than there was Summer's.
Yeah. Well, that's another thing. The problem is, see, like even
Like Adrian threatening to sue me, being like civil court because you've hurt my income. I'm like, I am your income,
very
homie.
interesting.
Well, you're
She
trying to
said
get me
that
murdered, bro.
you hurt her income. That was odd. That was very
I am your income. You crazy, you know? But yeah, I mean, and it's like this misinformation here that I make this fortune. Like barely any of my apps ever move. Most of my videos are not monetized. Most of the ones
we
that
play
were.
music in them, so yeah, they automatically. None of my live streams are monetized. I don't know if there's probably ads on them, but they go straight to whatever music I play in the beginning because I always play music.
Yeah. Now some have that share option, but I just don't even, So for the most part, I don't know what people think. We ain't rolling in nothing. It's like right now, even I sort of need some stuff done to where Little Knife is super important, extremely
Yeah.
thing here
What
soon. But
what do you need?
it's fun. It'll happen or it won't.
Is something for like something you truly need?
It's something very extremely important to us, and it's just what it is.
Okay, well, maybe you could shoot me a message?
That's not really the
No,
topic.
but you guys shoot me a message in private if you want to, if you don't want to say it here.
Well, I mean, I've talked to them on live, but it's the thing. Right now, I'd rather just talk about Summer and try to get with Andrew.
No, that's fine. But if you need something, just let me know if I can help in some way. I will. If it's for your daughter or whatever.
It's not anything like that. It's just a life-changing thing, sort of.
Yeah.
But anyway, super important sort of thing. I don't know. It's hard to explain, and I can't really say.
That's fine.
But anyway, I did want to ask.
Benny, don't you go breaking a leg, please. On my stream, break a freaking leg.
I'm hoping he's not starting up a woodworking channel like Don B.
I think he could, brother. I didn't know he was so good
I don't know what he's doing over there. I've just
been working on that hutch for days.
But I was wondering, do you think, because there's been recently I found another witness that I'm still begging to come forward, but they're terrified.
Okay.
And do not go being like, because I have contacted Ellie about it.
Okay. All right. So what Jody's about to say does not need to be reported. It's already been reported.
It has been.
Okay.
But found another witness, but I think I'm trying to give space. I don't know how Ellie's I don't know what's being, I can't say too much around it, but
sure.
I know just a few days ago they said they still had not, reported. Like I've been begging for them to please come forward and go to TBI, FBI. Okay. And then I found out a couple days ago why they're probably not. But I know that they had told me weeks ago that they were afraid of certain people in this. Mm-hmm. And they had been made afraid. even like especially right before summer vanished, and that has really it went overkill to the point to where like they had armed people around houses being protected, all that, so
So
it
was it
just
someone that was like outside that day or someone in the area that day? No. Okay.
But I think they and those around. And I think they should have probably. See, I can't.
I know when you're trying not to say what you're when it's hard to not like it's hard to
There's
be
things like I could say that the world wouldn't understand, but those that maybe making them afraid, things like that would, and then they might lay into them more, and then they might be more terrified. And then also there's
No,
other
I
things
think
a few days ago that came into play to where I sort of really know why they're probably not coming for. But I do know that if Ellie showed up prior throughout Summer's investigation, these people probably would have claimed up for those very reasons as well, and probably wouldn't have said what was said to me. And I just,
Are you
so
trying to get them to like really so they haven't gone to law enforcement, but you're trying to get them to?
yeah. But
I
I've
don't
also
think
let
law
law
enforcement
enforcement. I've let law enforcement know about the things. You know what
they
I mean?
wouldn't out them. Law enforcement would not out them, whoever they are.
No, but they're afraid on multiple fronts, and I just.
I understand that.
And then look at this, because they are aware of this realm, there's fear in quite a few that if they have to go to court too, and quite a few expect to at some point, because I think all of us know that Summer will be found and somebody arrested. I'm sure court proceedings will take place at some level for some reason, probably many things, even surrounding things other than Summer's disappearance. But they're even afraid of, because look, I mean, they follow me in Monster to court.
Yeah.
They do all the things. They're going to follow, and then if they get seen coming in and out or followed home, they're going to be put online, blasted, lives ruined by things, tampered with, and that's fear for everybody. And I can understand that.
So they came to you and said that.
Well, it was an accidental sort of thing. It just happened. And then it was like, wait a minute, and things came together. But I don't want to put them, but the thing is, I just wonder, because of the intimidation tactics used, why they say they were afraid and made afraid before Summer vanished. I found some of those dates strange, and who they are and what everything is, and that they could, and definitely actually probably are some that would have most of the insight on Summer, even way more than Jose or anyone else would. That include anybody really in their lives. So I find it strange, but it happened by accident, and things showed me. I was like, whoa. And it happened to be the one helpful thing was probably because the stupid blips are not running Summer's image with her information. And I thought it was a glitch on just the one thing.
You mean the movie theater ones?
I don't know about the movie theater ones, but the ones out in places in public on screens, like TV type screens at stores.
Hold
and
on, explain what you mean. Which blips? Because ours haven't been up for a while. They came down.
Like these are like I don't know. They're on like screens on like if you go to Walmart or to grocery stores, local places, it'll be like the same ones that run the lottery things,
Yeah.
The screens have from the National Center for Missing Children, that we all know. It has their information, big headline for them, and it has Summer's basic information for her height, weight, all that.
Does it have a picture?
Letters, and it has no picture of
no picture.
No picture.
Well, I
but
guess
it
we have
makes
to
sure
be
to be
thankful
bold
that.
letters and bigger letters to have National Missing Children. But how
Jody,
helpful
is it straight from NCMEC? Is it coming from National Center for Missing Exploited Children?
I don't know.
What
But I know
stores are they in?
they're not running her picture.
Walmart, and I think Walmart.
I
My
feel like
Walmart.
there's Walmart, grocery stores, but the place I happen to be at, I looked over when I was doing something, and I noticed, I was like, whoa, and it had some Wells and smaller letter. I mean, the National Center for Missing Children logo was huge, you know, so you noticed them. But then Summer's information in writing and text, it was very small,
Mm-hmm.
and it just had her basic information at the time of, you know, disappearance, June 15th. It had her height, weight, you know, blue eyes, blonde hair. And that was it, and no picture. And I mean, they could have literally made their lettering smaller and included her photo. That would have been real helpful.
Of course.
And I'm like, why? You know, but it infuriated me. And I was like, what the, you know?
I wonder if the Walmart one is straight from Knickknack, because Walmart is one of the only chain stores that features missing children. It's very hard to get.
Well, this wasn't at a Walmart, but it was somewhere. But
Okay.
I think Walmart has them too.
I don't know if those are blips, though. I don't know if what you saw is a blip, because I've not heard of any more blips being put up. And maybe I know that when we had done them several months ago, and I said I was going to wait till after Christmas, because, you know, money's tight for people, especially around the holidays. But I think that to run them again, like in the spring, would be super cool. I would love to put more billboards up for her, and maybe we could do another one of those lives and see if people want to put them up, because I couldn't believe that this option has been available all this time. And here we saw a full-blown scam run on her name. And all this time there were blips available.
I'm just kind of thinking, you know, I have a bunch of, I have bags full of toboggans, scarves, that sort of thing, that are brand new.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, bags full of them. And I was thinking about trying to get the thing from Kathy. I don't know where she's went to. I've not heard anything.
Kathy, the friend?
Yeah, that one. But you know how she had the pattern for the little, like, wallet size Summer? You know, the little...
The picture?
Yeah, but it had her information that she's missing. And I would like to get the template for that. So maybe I could have some of those printed out when I got to do so. But then I thought about, since 423 Ryan and the rest of them want to run around and put spotlight on homeless encampments and dig through people's, and then make
why is he relating Summer to homeless people? What is that all about?
I don't know, but all they managed to do with that dramatic stuff, and you know, to say come out of the woods first and then let the wife go back in, and she's like, oh, there's two men.
You like how they stand on the side of bodies of water and stare into the water and say, oh, we're not going in there. Like, what the fuck are you even doing then?
The snake in the box killed me. I'm sorry.
Get in the water and go look. The water comes up to your knees. I don't understand this bullshit.
No, don't do that. Then the whole world will accuse you of, you know, something nefarious if you get in the water. But yeah, I thought about, because that's going to bring spotlights on places people are staying here, and there is a really bad homeless population. It's because they've torn down a lot. If you know how the regions work and all,
it's really dangerous to show people's places where they're staying.
Right there, the reason we're staying there is because it is really right behind the train station, right? And a lot of restaurants. It also, there are a lot of warming shelters right there, very close walking distance for homeless. Clothing services, free laundry for homeless and battered women. There are all kinds of services right there near that train station, and also a lot of restaurants that throw out food or give the homeless food. It's a very safe place for them. But now Ryan and them want to be doing stuff like that. It's going to make sure that those people are cleared out, right? And so I thought about visiting these places, and also because, you know, homeless often travel in places and aren't seen. Society turns blind eyes. Maybe handing out scarves and gloves, because that's big down there. You'll drive by downtown Kingsport, other places, people hang scarves and toboggans in the trees for them to grab. And but visiting the encampment stuff, you know, handing them out along with Summer's, you know, picture, maybe it jogs something from somebody that knows something, or they might see her, you know what I mean, anything. And maybe they'll think of her if they do, because they do tend to stick in encampments back in wooded areas, things like that. If they happen across something, they'll maybe, call it in or tell somebody, because the cops often check on it, you know what I mean? And they'll tell some cop on the slide, anonymously type of thing, something, right? Maybe they'll have seen something, heard something. And so I think handing out scarves to people, Ryan's trying to put spotlights on there and get their encampments poofed away from the very areas they need to be and where access to services and all that are necessary. And then to make it like, oh, there's children's purses out here. Those are just change purses. But man, look at the rates in our school systems of homeless children around here. They're astronomical. Children are homeless. That is not that weird of a thing, but those are just change purses. Either way, I think handing out scarves, toboggans, and maybe getting that template from Kathy or somebody making one and handing those out along with those, just,
That would be nice, Jody.
would be better than, using the homeless in their encampments for.
Yeah, I don't know why he's doing that. I saw he's going all over to these homeless spots, and I'm thinking, why the hell is he incorporating her into the homeless community? What the hell is this guy doing? Listen, I'm beyond his ass, and that's all there is to it. And I don't like what I see. So, Ryan, get ready. But something's going on here with people in the chat with Andrew. So, Andrew, you still there? Because I know.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. The other 4 kids. Okay, so how many kids were there? Were there 6 or 4? Because I know
there were 6 altogether. My 2 plus a friend's 4.
Okay, so is that why you let? So people have been wondering why it turned to 6. So is that why? Because 2 of them were yours?
Yeah.
Okay.
Altogether, there were 6 kids and about 6 adults.
All right, about 6 kids and about 6 adults, or 6 kids and 6 adults?
Well, if you want to count Jose, I mean, technically 7 adults.
Oh, huh.
I don't really count Jose because, he wasn't supposed to go anyway.
So the 4 kids belong to, like you said on your live, Jeffy's ex.
Yes.
Her kids.
Yep.
And then 2 of them are yours.
Yep.
Okay, so let me get this right. So we've got you and your wife.
Yep.
Your 2 kids.
Yep.
Jeffy, his ex-girlfriend, their 4 kids.
Yep.
Jose.
Yep.
And that makes
plus 2 extra drivers.
Who is it?
2 extra drivers.
2 extra drivers. And you're very hesitant to talk about those 2 people.
Well, they were asked for their names not to be brought up. And I said, okay, not a problem.
Okay, so it's just because they don't want.
They just want to live life.
All right.
They don't have any clue about the case, none of it. They don't want to be brought up about it. They were even involved in it. They got too many things on their own to deal with, other than, this nonsense, as they call it.
So, Andrew, do you? Well, I don't know really how to ask this. But can I be like truthfully honest with you? I really feel like sometimes I think people lie about stupid things, and then it makes you look hella guilty, right? In other areas, like it might be the stupidest shit, and I feel like it might have been something you guys were doing that really might not have been that big of a deal, but maybe a little bit of a deal, and it looks really bad. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but we weren't really doing nothing besides trying to move to Tennessee.
Look, I don't even care if y'all are bringing down a load of something from up there. I don't think y'all had anything to do with something.
The only thing we had in that damn Penske truck was what items we were taking with us, which were furniture, clothing, stuffed animals.
You didn't stay at C&D's, did you? You all come in and turn immediately around, right?
No, we rolled up. It was about 8:30 in the morning when we actually got into Tennessee. Well, into Kingsport.
Yeah.
And we got a text that it was going to be another 3 days. It was before the house or whatever house, basically, was going to be ready after we already got the green light that it was supposed to be ready by the time we got down there. And so we got a storage unit, unloaded the Penske truck of our furniture, and tried to go around and find a hotel that was affordable for 3 nights for 2 rooms. And yeah, we didn't have $2,400. So
Candace and them didn't point you to downtown where the one is near the bowling alley.
they met up with us.
They do weekly rates for like $100, bro. And then that shady one where they tore down Hog Wild, they definitely have rates. I mean, I know it ain't,
Well,
the Hilton, but
what was around us at the time? Because, like I said, we're not from around there.
well, you
And I
think
called
Candace
Ellison to try
would
to
know
help
about
them
those
out
places? I know Allie would know about them. Why didn't any of them direct you there?
because Allison is about as
Y'all come in during race time, didn't you?
Yeah, we came in about race time. The races were in Bristol that weekend. So
Where were they?
in Bristol.
Oh, Bristol.
Or
Yeah.
they have spring and fall races.
Mm-hmm.
And you came in the fall, right, Andrew?
Yep. We showed up and we were in Kingsport, Tennessee, September 18th, 2020.
Okay.
And yeah, prices were higher because races were in town. So obviously everybody's trying to get that extra buck.
Mm-hmm.
So we didn't have enough money to rent 2 rooms for basically 4 days, because Monday we would have been able to get into the house.
Still, nobody. There should have been rooms open down there next to the west side. I know they ain't ideal, but at the time you were here a couple years ago, there were still quite a few hotels. I can't believe Allie or Candace or nobody here locally said, "Hey, those." And
I
hell,
don't
they
think
even had
Candace,
people.
in my all honesty, I don't even think Allison even wanted me down there. Because Allison already knows every time that she started something, I dragged her right back in the corner up here.
Weird up, I'll give you that with Allison, because see, here's the thing. Allison gave out Andy's name to Chris and saying the feeding the dogs, then they couldn't talk about the other guy, right? Put all this mystery around Andy. Yep. But Andy goes over, he was feeding the dogs, and then Allison shows up, and she was all like, no, I got this from now on. I'll just feed him every day. And he was like, what the? And I think he texted Candace then, and they're like, whatever, but Allison did not want him overfeeding. And it was like, what in the world? She wanted it to be that, every day. And it was like, why? When we're right here, okay, whatever. Because Candace had both. I could ask both of us to feed, I guess, right? Andy was going over to feed. Allie shows up and was like, no, I got it, right? I'll just come down here every day. It's like, what in the world? And then she makes this big deal out of, oh, no, we can't talk about the guy. That's how I knew they were talking about Andy, was because she was like, at one point, whatever I heard early on when she first came out, it was something about can't talk about the guy feeding the dogs. I was like, Andy, ain't that you, bro? What the hell they do? Why? What'd you do? I'm like, this is goofy as hell, but she didn't, I don't know what was, I don't know. Who knows with all them? I just found it weird. Do you think somebody intimidated Hunter to the point that he would lie or cover or to help target other people on purpose? Do you think he was intimidated maybe by that much anything, especially since he makes that comment, well, I ain't scared of you, right?
No, Hunter doesn't get intimidated easily.
Yeah, I could probably tell you that. He definitely, your kid has a mouth.
Gets that better. But listen, okay, 90% of the children that I have on multiple Facebooks are boys. It gets hot up here. Just because we're in New York don't mean we don't get to 90 to 100 degree weather.
Oh yeah, it gets hotter in cities because y'all don't have trees. You don't have the valleys.
Oh no, we do. I'm in
upstate. Well, but the pavement gets hot. The buildings get hotter. All that. And it does. It's like even DC in places in summer, Atlanta, Jacksonville, Daytona, you name it. They get scorching hot in the middle of downtown. Chicago, when I've been there, it's like, man, it will get scorching.
I'm in upstate. I got trees. I got all that good stuff. But it still gets hotter than the devil's draws. And listen, boys like their hair low during the summer. Nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see where there's a problem with a boy having their head shaved. Just because people assume that they're females don't mean they are. If you want to know who's a boy and who's a girl, not hard, pull up the pic and I'll tell you who they are, what their name is, and where they're at.
Andrew, is it something common for you guys to do with shaving of the kids' heads too?
Only in summertime.
Yeah, it was pretty common. Like even my eldest during summer would be like, shave it. You know.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, only in summertime with the boys because a lot of the boys have very thick growing hair.
And
So,
because of ticks, things like that. I mean, they're just guys. They're like, shave it. I don't care. But it's like when summer vanished, you know, they often put it to, oh, she wouldn't be like the boys. But that year, the 1 year the boys didn't have their head shaved, all of them didn't have their heads shaved that year like summer did. And typically, the boys did have their heads shaved constantly almost, especially in summer. But that year, they did not.
A lot of boys, you know, some boys have thick hair, some boys don't. Some boys get overheated in the summertime with longer hair, some don't. I mean, it's
even Monster would have me shave his hair off in the summer, and when it got hotter and things like that, that was because of work. And you know, when teen boys, when they get the teen stage, then they're worried about the hairstyles and the girlfriend. I know mine was when, you know, him and his little girlfriend at school were dating and things like that. I mean, he's like, I gotta have the haircut, you know, and things. So, you know, then it became, hey, can we get the stylized version of Buzz Cotillo type of thing? So, you know.
I'm gonna pull something up real quick if you don't
Can
mind.
I just ask you 2 questions, Andrew? I'm so sorry because I saw my friend Bridget said she wrote her question again. She said, and then Purple Sky has a question too, but when did you, well, actually, let me read this one first. Purple Sky wants to know if the mom and the children are okay and that you don't have to say it, but she just wants to make sure that even in private that those kids are accounted for and that the mom is okay. Jeffy's ex-girlfriend and the kids.
Well, as far as I know, yeah. I don't currently talk to any of them. My sister talks to them more than I do.
But they all came back together and
all of us stayed. The only one that stayed in Tennessee was Jose.
Okay. All the kids returned with their parents.
All the kids came back with us. Every one of them's good. They're perfectly fine, healthy. As far as I know, they just were visiting my nephew 2 weekends ago.
Okay. And then Bridget C wants to know, Andrew, when did you turn back around and where did you meet up with Candus and why?
We turned around after several hours of trying to find an affordable motel or hotel room for 3 days. We met up with Candus, and Allison. I don't even remember what time, but it was during the day.
How did Summer act when you all first met him that day?
I don't even know if Summer was in the truck suburban vehicle thing.
So you didn't see her get out or anything that day?
No, none of the kids that were in the back of that car got in the back of that vehicle came out. The one that came.
Do you remember when Jose said that they first met him when they met them at the storage unit and all that stuff? Summer got a car and was like, "Hey!"
Yes.
No,
not as far. No, my wife corrected me on that because she remembers more about it than I do.
So
your wife got out of the vehicle.
Your wife corrected you when? Just now?
No, she corrected me back when I was first discussing it on a live, because we had kids of our own that were out running around stretching their legs. So
yeah. See, I didn't believe his like the whole hey meet and greet thing because that's not the Summer I knew now in church. You all see her as just she's everywhere and on everybody, but her behavior would change. It looks like and I've seen this in person. Like she very much watched and studied people, and she could, I think, feel them and vibes from them. She was very shy.
I think she was an indigo baby.
Open with others. She was very whatever, you know. I know other churches, she was not running around like she was at the SDA, because she had many church families and people forget that. And they care about her very much. and it's how y'all have the color purple for and everything else. Her community cares, and her church families care. So she was very different people, and it's like, I know Candus was trying to make her wave and be all friendly with the woodcutters and brush cutters, and they thought that was rather strange because they
She
could
was
tell
trying to get her to talk to the brush cutters. I remember you saying this, and I'm glad you just brought that back up again. So
yeah, the woodcutters and brush cutters told me that. Like, yeah, she kept stopping and being like, she was trying to force her to wave and interact with us, and she could tell
really,
she didn't want to, but Candus was like, no, wave at him, tell him whatever,
huh.
And they could tell Summer was very much like, and I know I could watch Summer's eyes when she would watch people and things around her, and she was very much studying them. She was very much in tune with people and vibes, and she, I think she was different in different settings with different people. I know even people she knew for years, that she would be like, it wasn't that she was scared of them or anything, but she was like, it's like other neighbors would sometimes, see her creeping down just a little bit off hill on one side type thing. And they'd be like, hey, and she'd be like, boop, and right uphill she'd, go. But, but then like if she was down there, during times to get the boys off the bus or with Candus or anything like that, she very much interacted with others and other places just fine. Yeah, it just depends on who, where, what, when with Summer and how she interacted. But you could very much tell that she would size people up and she would get feels. That's why, I have quite a few questions about June 15th. She just would not have went to anyone. She wouldn't have. I just no. Even people she knew, I don't think she would have went with. You know what I mean? Depending on, I just didn't see it.
Andrew, did you? I wanted to ask you if you saw Summer at all at that storage unit. Did she just never got out of the car? None of the kids got out?
I'm not sure. I know there was children in the back of Candus's vehicle that I do know. I'm not sure if it was the boys, Summer. I'm not sure who it was. I was trying to pay attention to getting the stuff back in the Penske truck so we could come back up here.
So did Allie and who all was with Candus?
It was Allison, Grandis, and Candus.
Allison?
All in the same vehicle.
Grandis and Candus.
I believe.
And
I believe it was an older woman and Allison. It was an older woman, and Candus and Allison called her mom. So I'm assuming it was Grandis.
Wait, called whom? You're talking about Candace Harrer. So
yeah, so it could. I'm not sure if it was really Grandis or not, but I know Candus and Allison were calling her mom.
Well, Candus had a habit of calling.
Oh yeah, I know.
Older people that she was taking advantage of, or those around them. It's like, she met Allison through Grandbun or one of them.
Yeah.
Right. And it was from
No Cherry Sherry.
Right. And she has a habit of making friends either with young kids or very old people or those that are. There's a thing there, okay? And she has a habit of calling all of them, I don't know, grandmas, nanas, moms, like their family, and you get real confused. Yeah. She has a habit.
Oh yeah, that's why I always assumed it was Grandis. So I may be wrong on who. I may be wrong that it wasn't her, but like I said, I always assumed it was Grandis.
Which vehicle were they in?
It was a suburban type thing.
Yeah, the green one that they sold to Kathy.
I'm not sure. I don't really remember the color of it.
That means if it was those three and as big as they are, everything else, it means there couldn't have been very many children with them. They wouldn't have fit.
I was wondering how they all fit into the car then. If it was Allie, Candace Harrer, and then a bunch of kids. Yeah, I would imagine they had to be in the suburban or a like vehicle. Andrew, so a lot of people in the chat are asking, and I don't want to be too inappropriate and I don't want to insult you or any of the children either. But they want to know about the children in the photos on your Facebook? I know that a lot of people.
Which one? I got plenty
Well,
of pictures.
the Facebook profiles that you have, where there's, you know, there's some children who are female, and some of them are laying in bed, and there's men around. Like, they just get a weird feeling off of the photos that were on your Facebook. And
my photos are still up, and you're probably talking about the night that
was like a big sleepover, maybe, with a.
Yeah, we were playing cards at my sister-in-law's, and the kids were didn't want to sleep in their rooms, so we just told them, throw the shit on the floor and do you. It was a weekend.
Okay, so
it wasn't nothing big. We were just all sitting there playing cards, having a good old time as the kids. Basically, as I put it, where you fall is where you sleep.
Okay.
So we were letting kids be kids.
So can I ask, like, I know that recently you had a live with your kids had the lice. Is that maybe sometimes why you shave the heads?
No, my kids, okay. we take care of it on point when we find out about it. It's difficult because they have thicker type hair. Okay. And the whole thing is that I discuss anything and everything because I really don't care at the end of the day. And the kids and I wanted to make sure that, you know, the treatment was all done. We've gone through her hair numerous times. And I told her before we even started lives, I told both of them, if you guys got it from school, I need to know about it. I need to take care of it because I will not dye your hair at all if you have any of it. Because at the end of the day, it'll make it harder to find them. And we went through, and we're already working on getting rid of them from when they got it like 2 weeks ago from school, and they were all gone.
No, that's okay. I don't want you to have to. I understand that children get lice and stuff. I know. I don't want you to explain about. I just was wondering if maybe that's.
I really didn't kind of like that the other day. I watched this entire place eat Andrew's poor daughter, and it ain't her fault. She was on a live. She didn't know what's coming. People over here, grown women, making fun of.
No one should be making fun of their.
I watched them even in Benny's chat over there talking about how Andrew was so crappy. He's making her pick the critters out of her own hair and all this, you know. And Andrew, they're just going to eat your children the more you. I mean, look,
I know.
Well, bad. And we keep trying to help them.
The way they like their hair done. Dad's rough.
I know.
Dad's rough. And the girls are like, I want to do it myself.
That's not as bad as Andrew's chats talking about carrots and different things. Like, it's, you know, 6 of one, half.
Yeah, I still don't even understand that whole situation.
You know, it's like, I mean, you try to help them understand. They want parts of us and our children is there, but every time we do speak or we let the children do that or anything, even for themselves or in defense of themselves, which they shouldn't have to do.
Yeah.
It's like my little can't get online, even under fake accounts, you know,
I
all
don't think that the kids should go on.
She comes across streams, Reddit, that geared towards her and talking about her in this place. It's like where Annabelle and all them and Dino put out that she was even murderer and this, the other, and done something summer and voting on her name last Christmas season, all those things. She comes across it, and I hate to see any more of them tormented, terrorized, and a bunch of grown women who proclaim they care about.
Oh, my girls.
I don't think that the kids belong. I don't think that the kids belong on YouTube, and you know, it's sad. I understand, you know, you want to make them happy or whatever, but yeah, especially, and then, you know, if you tell people they have lice, they are going to make fun of them or make comments or whatever, and that's how people are. But it does put your children in a precarious position to have, you know, just, you know, you got. So I've always kind of put it like, you have to give your children privacy. So, like where I've been streaming for years, I've always respected anyone in my house, their privacy. That's why I've kept my camera off. I mute when someone walks in the room. Because it's not my place to decide what they, you know, some things may be no problem, but who am I to say what might be private to someone else? And then, so you're in down the road further, Andrew, maybe your daughter might be like, oh God, Dad, I really wish you wouldn't have done this video. And because I liked my hair back then, but now I don't anymore. And I'm super embarrassed because I thought the haircut was cool, but now I don't like it anymore, or whatever it might be. Do you know what? It's just an example.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. But so then Sandra is talking about the and I think these are important questions to ask because so many people are concerned about these photos, about the kids crying.
What pic is this person going on about? If you tell me which one you're speaking of, I will go over and I'll share the screen and I'll tell you exactly about that day.
There's a bunch of photos. I've seen.
There is one photo of where my daughter was upset and because she wasn't in a very photogenic mood and I wanted a picture.
Okay.
And you know how they are. They can take any of our social media, anything we say, and turn it, twist it, make every picture, no matter how innocent, look like it's something nefarious. Look like Squall trying to make me look like I was part of the Klan when the video was actually about the opposite that she saw on Facebook. It was about getting rid of the Klan out of the area, right? But this place still thinks it's part of the Klan because what Squall did, or that I eat babies, and all these clips and parts and things, you know. That they do, and you know that they use our children. They're going to use your daughter now to trigger you, pictures your kids. You know how they use our kids against us and torment us. And when our kids want to speak out, when we want to share our humanity with them, and that we're real people and our children are real people and have real feelings, then they're always like, "Oh, call DCS or do this or save the babies," and then they'll stand here and talk about them like garbage in the same breath, or accuse them of being sus too, or everything else. They're going to always use our children against us, Andrew. And it's like, look, when she spoke to TM and Scott, everybody's like, and she wanted to speak. And from the very rare moments to me, she was adamant that day. I was like, fine. And she is much older than yours. And then look like how Adrian and Judy turned it. Oh, her mom was coaching her. So no, you can clearly tell it was not the case, right? And they took something with a little one who has more common sense and logic and heart and empathy than these people do sometimes, and turned it into something terrible and tried to take her voice away from her too. And it was ridiculous. You know, so they're going to use your little one, especially now, you know, your daughter's there too. They're going to use those, and they're going to keep using your kids against you. And they're going to put them in the process.
Well, in this situation, that is different from what the hair dyeing and that the other day is, well, different from all of those photos that some people.
You know, they can take everything from any of us and pick it apart and make it look so.
Sure, of course. But it's the photos that they're talking about, I know the ones that they're talking about is what some of them are concerned about. Because of these, because of the.
Seen them, so.
What is it?
I've not seen whatever photos.
There was a bunch of them, and there were photos like just the way that some of the children were very unkept. I don't know if they were even Andrew's kids. They may have been someone else's kids. I have no idea whose kids are whose. There's just people asking questions about some of the photos is all. And I mean, I don't know whose kids they even were, but I think a lot of people are upset by the fact that a lot of their heads were shaved. And then I think they see the similarity to Summer's head being shaved, and it freaks them out, you know?
I just shared a screen with you.
But that's so common in the country, especially with kids. And you know, it is. But that doesn't mean Summer's
I'm
normal.
not familiar with shaving of girls' heads.
No, I believe this is one of the photos that you be speaking on, correct?
Andrew, I'm a little nervous to share it because it has kids in it.
It's fine. It's mine.
I don't know if I. Well, let's not.
She don't even look the same as she did back then. Trust. You're good.
This one?
And besides, it's already public knowledge. It's on my Facebook.
She has hair.
Stop texting me, peeps.
I don't see anything wrong with this photo at all.
No. And then, is it this way? Nope, that's the daddy. That's me. That's the old lady. That's the daddy. This one?
Okay, hold on.
Sorry, I hit the flip.
I don't think that one is
Then I don't know what the other pictures she's talking about, because those are the only pictures I have of kids on mattresses in there.
Okay.
That I can find anyway. And I haven't taken anything out.
All right. Yeah, no, I think that some people just see that the shaving of the heads is maybe like comparable to Summer, and maybe that's what they're comparing the kids to each other with the shaved heads. And like I know Jody just said, it's normal in the country and whatnot. I don't know. I have never known anyone to shave a little girl's head.
Little girls, no, it's not that common, obviously. But I'm just saying, I don't. Who truly knows the reason? You know what I mean?
Yeah, there. Sandra says that's not her. The girl was about 12. Exploited Innocent says that's not the photo. I know the photos that you guys are talking about. I don't know where. I don't have them on hand.
This one here. No, I don't. Yeah, I like that one. That one's safe. That one's been approved by Mom, as in both mothers.
Oh, hold on a sec. Let me.
I gotta pop it.
Hold on a minute, Andrew.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I mean, shaving little girls' heads is not common.
This picture that she's about to show, I'm going to explain why. I'm going to explain this, because not a lot of people only assume things. But this one here.
All right. I don't want to leave it there too long. I really don't.
No, that one there where her head is cut is because she had to go in for a checkup on the mess she has in the back of her skull. So they had to cut around where her scar was to get a good.
Okay. See, here we go. So she has something going on, Andrew, with her.
She has Chiari malformation, and by the time she was 2, she had 4 brain surgeries.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know that. See, this is stuff that
I don't like cutting her hair because it takes forever for it to grow back.
Oh
but
my
when
God.
they go in, because she's getting older and she's growing, they have to go in, shave around, get an ultrasound back there, make sure everything's all good.
Yeah.
And that leaves a big bald spot in the back of your head.
Yeah.
And so to not allow her to get picked on, we just shave her down.
Andrew, I did not know that your daughter had any kind of brain surgery things going on. See, these are things that people have no idea, and you shouldn't have to explain. It's nobody's business, of course, but see, this is something that's explainable and understandable, where people are going to say, okay, now I get why this child's head was shaved. Okay, that makes perfect sense.
It takes her forever to grow her hair back. I mean, that was done a year ago, and her hair's finally getting back.
So she's had a decompression surgery, your daughter?
When she was 2, no, they went in to make sure she didn't have to go in for one, because she fell and hit the back of her head.
Okay.
So we had to go take her to the hospital to make sure she was okay, because all she has in the back of her skull is a mesh. So,
oh my God. Okay. All right.
So that's why you will see some pictures with her with beautiful long hair and some pictures with her with shaved head. Because
is this your youngest or your oldest?
No, this is my second youngest.
Your second youngest.
With me.
All right. So then do the other kids want to shave their heads too? Like,
yeah, they don't want her to feel outcasted. Like they care for
Andrew, this is so important.
I mean, your sister.
Like, no, that makes so much sense. I wish people had known this sooner, because there's an explanation here. It's not like you're just shaving your daughter's head for no reason. I mean, a medical situation, and then siblings who don't want their sister to feel like bad because her head had to be shaved. Like, that is a completely justifiable answer for why. Thank you for explaining, and I'm sorry that your daughter has Chiari.
Listen, I didn't know nothing about the mesh until after I took my daughter 4-wheeling. And I got, and the lady flipped the fuck out on me when I got home. And I'm like, wait, what? I didn't know that was an actual thing. And then she explained the whole situation to me of what was really going on with her. And I'm like, damn, now I feel like a dick. Because, like I said, I didn't know exactly the extent of this set disease until the old lady explained it to me.
Can I ask you, did you say Summer was too skinny to be trafficked?
Listen, I did a quick brief look on, that type of thing. And to me, it seemed like a lot of the children were a bit chunkier than Summer looked. But like I said, it was a brief, quick look because I really don't want that crap in my search engine.
What?
Because I didn't know what it was. So I went and I tried to do a little bit of homework real quick. Like, too bad I didn't realize the extent of that certain subject being larger than the quick 2 minutes I looked at it.
So all right, what did you search?
I looked up what child trafficking was because I don't know what it is. I didn't know what it was at the time.
Okay.
So, and I don't ever have safety on any of my search engines. All my shit is straight up 100. The safety lock is off of everything.
Okay, so you looked up what children look like that have been...
I looked up what child trafficking was, and I hit the image button, and it threw a shit ton of images down. And I'm
well, they would never identify or show children, right, that have been trafficked because they have anonymity.
What I'm saying is of them first initially.
So it wasn't like a data-driven website on weight and height, it was actually pictures, and you compared to see what most trafficking victims.
Yeah, basically what it was. I was comparing what the internet was giving me to the Summers case.
So images. You looked at images of other trafficked children, and you thought based on images that
it didn't look right to me. I'm like, wait a minute, that don't look right. These kids have a bit more meat than she does.
Wow.
Shit like that. So that was on me for making that assumption and saying what I said, because I was going on what the internet allowed me to see during this search. So I was making an assumption on the case, on the thing. As you can all tell, I have issues with clarifying my words. So better to clarify it now than later.
All right, and you said
I was looking at.
You said she was too skinny to be.
Yes, because
that's why.
Yeah, because I gave what I was looking at, what the internet was giving me under that certain search. So that's on my fault. That is my bad, and I do apologize that people got upset with me over that. I understand how much something like that would trigger a lot of people. I understand that now. I mean, like I said, I don't really clarify a lot, and I'm working on that. It just takes me a little while to learn things.
I don't know if it's clarification for why it made that any better just now, Andrew. No offense.
Well, listen, when I don't know something, I
think
do a quick
clarification for that may have actually made that worse than it already was.
Well, I wasn't trying to, but like I said, I did a quick search and I went off of what I got. I mean, that's all I can give you. I went off of what I got. I went off of what I was told on the internet.
Luda said, didn't he also say at one point he saw snuff films?
Yeah. At one point I did.
What do you mean? Where did you see snuff films? Did you report them?
No. I was roaming the internet when I was like 19.
Oh.
It was one of them things. I'm drunk.
Okay, hold on a minute. So, Andrew, did you look up snuff films when you were 19 because you wanted to know what they were, or were you looking for them for your own interest? Just being nosy.
Listen, I was pissed drunk. My girlfriend at the time, I wasn't talking with her. I was laying in bed, and I said, screw it. I'm bored. I'm going to look up dumb shit. So I looked up dumb shit.
I'm gonna let Benny.
How old are you, Andrew?
Huh?
Roundabout, how old are you?
How old am I?
Mm-hmm.
I'm 35.
Oh, okay. I thought you were older. Okay.
No,
so
no.
You're younger than I am.
It's about the time the lady car went missing, right?
Huh?
Shit.
roughly about the time the lady in the car went missing, you started watching these films?
I didn't, like I said, I didn't know nothing about her until later on in life.
No, but it's about the same
About
time.
the same time, yeah, probably.
Okay, fair enough.
So he's younger than I am.
I mean, I was 19, young and dumb, and listen. My search history was full of crazy shit back then.
Would you care to elaborate, like any crazier than what we've heard so far?
Snuff films.
I mean, you ever looked at child materials, bro?
The Anarchy Cookbook.
You ever looked at child materials?
That was big
No.
when I was very young. It was like
Yeah.
one of the first, oh my gosh, things online was
Yep.
Anarchic Cookbook.
You've never watched. You've only been interested in things like snuff, but not child materials.
Nope. I don't play with kids, bro. I didn't even change my own kids' diapers.
Why?
I got a phobia of it.
I know.
I got a thing against
Andrew, hold on. Let Benny speak because he can't.
sorry.
You can't hear him.
No, it's okay. But I'm just curious because I've heard a lot of people also say, "Well, I haven't showered my kid," or
because when you know people that are actually like that, you get this phobia. You know about.
Yeah, but you all shouldn't, as fathers and things, y'all should participate in, the rearing of children, even down to changing diapers and showers and things
I
like
will
that.
feed.
But
I will feed them. I will play with them, but I will not change diapers or go anywhere near them as they're bathing.
Why won't you bathe your children?
I mean, if they're older, then no, obviously. But I mean,
Right.
as little
I
ones,
wouldn't do it if they were
babies.
babies either. Nope.
You wouldn't bathe your baby?
Nope.
All right, then.
Why, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, there's one too many.
Well, I know a lot of men have a fear of that because of what people think and how masculinity seems, things like that as well.
Oh no, my fear is because listen, people are going to jail for just the accusation, not even any evidence, just accusations of that. And I was not the type to play around with anything like that.
But do you think you were with women as their mothers that would have accused you falsely of something like that? Because if you are, you probably didn't need to be having children with them.
Oh well, listen, I know 1, 2, 3 women I shouldn't have had kids with, but I don't blame the children.
Alrighty.
But no, it's just a thing I had. It's just a thing that's always been there. And if it came down to changing or bathing time, I always made sure somebody else was with me so it could be done. Such as family member or my mother or their mother.
So if you had to bathe your babies when they were very small, you would make sure that a woman was with you?
Yep.
Did something happen at some point in your life that scared you, where you felt that you needed to have someone there? Like, did something occur at some point where you were accused of something?
Yeah.
Maybe?
No. Something did happen. I found out who my kids' grandfather was. And that was enough to scare the piss out of me.
You found out who your kid's grandfather was?
Yup.
What does that have to do with you participating in the rearing of children?
No, that was enough to back me right the hell off.
You mean the grandfather of your children on the mom's side?
Yep.
And I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand you.
In other words, I found out what he was or is. Still is, actually. If I look him up, he's still on there. So, yeah, still is.
Okay, so he's a RSO, possibly?
Level 3.
Okay, but what does that have to do with you?
Well, you always know the rule, guilty by association. Some people take that literal. And I wasn't going to be accused of anything. So my best bet in my head is, well, looks like Grandmama and Mama Dukes have a job for them until the babies are old enough. My mother wasn't always pleased with that idea, but she understood. I'd rather not have a chance of somebody saying I did something rather than, somebody accusing me of something. I'm very in particular with things.
Okay. when you looked up the snuff films, did that just show up on a regular Google search?
I don't really remember. I was pissed drunk. All I know is I looked in my history, it was there, and I'm like, nope, that's gonna go. When I woke up the next morning, that's the only reason I know I looked them up. Because I look up dumb shit when I'm being ignored by my significant other. Thank God I broke that habit.
Okay.
Sky, I'm sorry to cut you off. How am I surrounded by RSOs? Do you think I choose, hey, I'm going to go be around that guy because of that situation? You expect me to sit there and get a full printout rap sheet of everybody I talk to? I'm sorry. I don't mean to get annoyed, Tiff. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I'm just trying to.
Listen, one of the guys I used to hang out with is turned out to be an RSO, and I didn't even know it until after the fact. Like,
I usually am not like at a loss for words, and I feel a little like, okay, so there's a bunch of things going on here.
Yeah.
So
let me so I think I know what they're talking about when it comes on to that. So I got a brother who got himself mixed up in some bullshit because of the color of his skin, who wound up being on the registry, who wound up is no longer on registry, who wound up moving from New York to Florida, where he is still there in Florida, even though he is not up here anymore. And he's been in contact with his lawyer to get it removed from Florida records as well, because he is not one.
Sorry.
So, and the man is currently married to the woman he was accused of that with. And they have 3 beautiful children together. And sorry, that sister-in-law's mama is an old school Puerto Rican. Nothing I can do about that. So that clears up him. Now, as for my children's grandfather and uncle on their mother's side, nothing. No, he is not.
Andrew, can I ask you just a moment? So I guess, so you had just explained that your daughter has Chiari, and which I'm very sorry to hear, but it was said on Lips on your panel that Benny and myself have leaky brain and all of the jokes, and you allowed that to take place, and your daughter has Chiari?
Well, no, I did not know anything about that particular saying being attached to it, because I try not to bring up my daughter's situation online.
Okay, but any kind of joke about the brain, any kind of joke about
I didn't
the
even know
brain.
it was even located. I didn't know. I didn't know that about any of that until somebody came up on my panel.
You're not listening to me. I'm trying so hard to ask you. Anything to do with jokes about the brain when your own daughter has a brain malformation, if leaky brain and making fun of any kind of brain situation, and your daughter has a brain malformation? Like, I believe if someone says my kid has Chiari, I'm going to believe them, but I have a hard time understanding why you would allow jokes.
To allow it to bother them. Because I don't want her to think, I don't want her to think in her head or to get upset about it when somebody says something like that. I don't want her to think that it is a bad thing, that it was something that she
quit that. You should just reprimand Lips and keep it moving, bro. Like, you teach your daughter to go in the store and stare at people that's in wheelchairs and shit, bro. Quit all this, bro. Just stop. Just quit. Just move forward. Move forward. Just move forward, bro.
Basically, I just let it go. I mean, that same live that Lip said something about.
It's what you should do now is just let it go, bro. Because you're running me hot right about now, bro. Just stop. Just quit, man. Just quit. It's all good, bro. We ain't mad at you, bro. We're not mad at you at all.
I am.
Okay. I think Andrew left. That got really.
I apologize. I'm not with
No, don't apologize at all. That got
that.
really weird. That got really weird really quickly. I'm not really sure. I didn't know that he made comments about Summer being too skinny to traffic. Never knew that.
That's, and I mean, not to go, I don't know. I just, it's, not to a data website or anything like that, and I don't even know that one exists, but to be like the average, all trafficking, look, there's all types of trafficking, okay? It's not just a kidnapping or this, there's all types of trafficking, and it happens to all people. It's, you know what I mean? There's all types of shapes, sizes, colors, religions, ages, ranges. I cannot imagine pulling up a Google thing and being like, yep, here's some pictures of, and well, it looks like, and to say that about Summer, but, Andrew's Andrew.
Yeah, but that, like someone just said, this is not.
I mean, this dude was just asking me earlier to borrow $20, but yet last night he was telling me eat his ass. Like, I just don't get it. Like, it's just weird, man. But all of that little exhibition right there, man, I've been listening quiet for about 3 hours. All that stuff he's been talking about over this time has just been like, it's been irrelevant, right? It should not hold relevance, any relevancy. Like, he just soaking you up with what he feels like you need to hear, like saturation, like, no, I didn't even see him agree with some stuff with Jody that I know he doesn't agree with. I didn't heard him say it before, but he's going to agree with it in her face, but then behind her back, he's going to disagree with her. Like, that's just weird. It's just weird.
Where did Chris McDonough ever talk to Andrew? I don't remember that. Did Chris talk to Andrew? When?
I think they're maybe getting that confused. I don't know. He might, on a panel, because I know he talked to Monster on panel too. So he may have done that with Hiltz as well. I don't know.
I never recall Chris talking to Andrew. Ink, if you know where that is, let me know. Has he ever been interrogated? I don't believe. Well, I'm sure Andrew Hiltz has been interrogated at some point in his life, but I don't think he's been interrogated about Summer, and I'm GG Inna says, beginning of Summer's case, he had pics of a woman lying in a pool of blood. Was that from a snuff film? I have no idea. I never saw that photo, I don't think. Constance, do you have, she has clips of something? What is it? And I can share it. I'm so like flustered at the moment. I feel like I forgot where I even was. Well,
this is the strangest day.
JM says, so he does weird things when he's angry. Those films you don't accidentally find. Sorry, but no, I don't believe you can find them on the regular internet. I don't know. I've never searched for them, nor do I plan to, but I don't think that they just show up on Google.
That's weird.
How could you bathing your own kids lead to RSO accusations? I don't know, but RSO registries are free to look at, just like snuff films. Just saying. Yes, Limhauser, they're free to look at, I believe, but I don't think you can find them on the World Wide Web just by a simple Google search. I don't think Google provides. I don't think so. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not gonna go look. to find out, because I would not want it in my search history ever.
This fool thinks the length of time that he's on something in his search history matters as much as it just being there.
No.
Doesn't matter if you spend 1 billion hours there to the police or you're just there for 5 minutes. If you ain't supposed to be there, bro, you done already broke the law. It don't matter how long.
I'm pretty sure that Google will save, even if you don't press enter, Google will save your half entry. Like, say you don't finish typing, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure even if you don't press enter and say you typed, I don't know, half a sentence, it's going to still show that you, in typos and stuff, right? We saw it in the Chris Watts case. It's just really strange. I don't know. He said he was drunk and fighting with his wife when he looked it up.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. I mean, even way back when, like, the internet, you know, didn't even, it was just, you know, still screaming at us with dial-up. I mean, and most of their things on TV shows, I think even Unsolved Mysteries, like, hey, you know, look at this wife. She was looking up how to, you know, do off with a husband or poison or whatever, you know what I mean? And they had even the search criteria, even without it being entered and things. So, yeah, I'm sure tech in 2023 is way better than that. So, it's not going to matter how much time you're in somewhere. It's just you put it in or even thought about it.
Correct.
Try to put it in.
The fact that you even looked at it, it just doesn't matter how long you were. It doesn't matter if you watched 5 minutes of a feature film or you watched the whole film. You went in there and looked at the film. So, it's just.
He says, I have nothing to hide. VPNs work wonders. Just saying. What do you mean, Andrew? VPN for what?
It's just some of that weird stuff.
Did you put a VPN on before you searched?
I don't know. Some people are horror junkies, I mean, and things. Look at stuff like that, maybe. You know what I mean? So it doesn't necessarily. I don't know. And look
I
back
agree.
at the
I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. I don't think that because somebody watches Faces of Death or is interested in, you know, morbid reality that there's somebody that is a killer necessarily. I don't think that to be the
truth. And
truth.
I was getting ready to mention the same thing. And you're old enough to remember when you could rent Faces of Death in like the back of the movie store. Yep. You know, and they aired in places. I mean, so I think the public, I mean, look how many revolve around true crime. Do you think all of them are here? Because no, they're here to see the car crash effect, right?
Yeah, I agree.
So people are indeed interested in.
For sure. I agree with that statement.
It doesn't make them any type of person that's going to do anything or be.
Not at all.
Suspect.
No, but there again, as soon as you say that, some of the people that are, you know, once they go back through these people's history, those people have a tendency to look at that sort of stuff, you know, a percentage of them. So it does make it hard. It messes with your bias, I guess is what it really does, right? It messes with your own personal bias. Or it does me anyways. It's like, okay, this person looks like this, they must look at this. That doesn't necessarily make it so at all.
Let's say from like young ages up until like adulthood, you see them being super interested in certain things, looking it up. It desensitizes the brain to certain things. Might make, I mean, but you're also going to have penchants for that, you know, you know what I mean? Not only does desensitization take process, you know, at a point, but also some maybe their wiring in the first place is what pulls them to that and attracts them to watching certain things. But and they may have that from young ages and be geared towards that, and then that's where you end up, especially with those that are on registries and things. Those are generally apples and trees situations too. Genetics, nurture, nature, victims turn into later on, you know, who knows why things exist the way they do sometimes. It's a little of everything, I think. But, you know, I also, you know, it would depend. I mean, now if you have somebody looking up constant weirdness 24 hours a day and super just zoned in, then I'd worry about them. You know what I mean?
I think that Andrew's kind of an enigma to me a little bit, you know, because he has these times where he has what appears to be just blatant honesty. Like maybe you're like, ooh, you could have kept that part to yourself, but maybe the prior part it's useful and interesting, but then there's sort of these other things, and it's like, man, like I pray for him.
that's really all I can say about it. I'm gonna pray for the dude because I just feel like there's some confliction. Do I think the man actually loves his son? I do. I think he loves his son. I think he's worried about it, but then I think that clout is a hell of a drug at the same time. So I don't know where everyone lies in their true heart of hearts. I just want to believe everyone is where they say they are. If that's where you say you are and you project yourself to be there, then I just want to believe you're actually right there. I don't want to argue with you and say, no, you're not. No, I just, maybe at a time, yes, but no, not anymore. If you say you're there, well then, okay, you're just there. But then, you got to be very careful with the stuff you say on the internet with all this indictments and she's too skinny. It's just a long history of where
He's a little freaking out about grand juries. And look, here's the thing about those. I can understand if it's just a father's concern or his own concern. I don't know what it is. Maybe he's worried about stuff. I don't know. But the thing is, them trying to figure out when, where, how, are acting like all grand juries are announced. They're not. They're secret. You'll get a knock or a kicked in door, and you'll get the warrant served, and you'll go, and you'll never know a grand jury met until you're in cuffs. They may have announced ones, but grand juries meet all the time in secret and private, and those are not known to the public. They do that quite frequently. And according to need, and if they need them to meet for just one case, they will. They do all kinds of things. So speculating on it once again, or being like, oh, is it? Or I don't know, freaking out about it makes it look whatever. And it's like, you ain't gonna know till they're in your house and you're in cuffs. You might as well just roll with it.
Yep, I agree. Or or in some cases, I guess if that a victim actually that has been made aware that the grand jury may convene during this time, under your hat kind of stuff. But even then, like there's in a lot of situations, there's a severance with what the court is going to tell to even the victim, because there's so many of the victims that either get manipulated or they go back to their abuser under their own volition, whatever. So it's a lot of reasons why a lot of the things like Jody is saying have to be secret at a certain point. They have to be.
Anything around summer definitely sure is, I guess, unless anybody decides to go call Becky with the good hair again, whatever, over there. But with her whole hot takes from behind the secretary's desk. But anyway, in her personal opinions, that's just wild to me. But anyway, it's like there's no way they're going to let out anything about Summers or anything. And even if there's arrests of anybody around Summer, any of us, for any reason, like shit outside of Summer vanishing, you get what I'm saying? Even if it's basic garbage, right? And other things. None of us, y'all, anybody else is going to know about it beforehand. Y'all just be up here running mugshots and tearing us apart, for whatever's outside of that. But to speculate, it's just like, might as well just roll with it, But nobody, as quiet as they've been around Summers, I think they know better than to let anything like that. I'd hope, I don't know, to let anything get out, and I hope they don't. And I really wish from the beginning, especially once feds come in, and they would have been absolutely aware of how things like this and this place operate from like Wattsport. I really wish they had shut down the entire community, confiscated all devices from everybody everywhere, and just let everybody hanging in the dark until it was figured out, right? Yeah. And then been on the way. I think that I really wish if they had known how this stuff operates, but somebody had just shut everything down in that community and taken everybody's everything and all devices and shut everybody's internet, phones, everything off until, especially this first few days. I really wish they would have, if they knew that things like this existed and how they could affect things. I really wish that.
Carla Barnes says something very interesting, and I had said this to Benny earlier today. She says, much love to you all. Brooks brought Andrew out of the closet. Well, this is the thing, Carla Barnes. In doing that, she also lied to a whole entire community of people, right? Yeah. Like, that's also like, so how do you have, and it's like confusing to me because I get that, right? I said, well, it would be a perfect way to, get information, but at what cost to Summer, right? Because it's spreading misinformation around about a grand jury and all these things. Like, I don't particularly agree with that, but I guess if that's her way, then sure. I don't really know why. I don't really know why or whatever, and that's on her, but it's kind of weird.
How long after Summer vanished did Andrew become public? Do you know?
Pretty quickly. If I recall correctly, Andrew, he was when Human Aid Solutions. So Benny, do you remember
the Facebook group? Do you know which one? Was it one of Squall's?
I don't know which Facebook group it was, but
Squall had some of the very first Summer groups up, and they were.
Yeah, there was a number of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they started immediately, but some of those were run by some of the characters in this that were absolutely using them to hunt neighbors and witnesses.
Mm-hmm. Well, he said he was part of one of the very first groups, right? I thought he meant a search group.
He left it, and I wonder what made him leave it.
Well, it's interesting for sure, and I thought they meant you meant when did he come on YouTube? It was right when the Jeremy Dugan thing happened, and Allie was bugging out, and Hunter was online, and Andrew was in the comments saying, "Get offline." Remember, he got really upset, and he was like, "Hunter, get offline." And it was on Facebook. I still have the whole thread of comments, and there was a live that Bikers Against Child Abuse did where Allie was fighting in the chat. I have that recorded too. It was insane. A whole bunch of shit popped off that night, and that's really when Andrew came out of the woodwork, was when he was trying to get Hunter up to New York and out of Allie's house. So do you think someone said the grand jury was meeting just to get them stirred up and talking? Captain Obvi, yes, I do. I definitely do. And I think that's probably what Brooks was trying to do. It would make sense, but she's not going to comment on it. Like, she's not going to tell people what she's talking about. I don't know, whatever, but I would be curious to know. I mean, she didn't just say it about Andrew. She also said it about Candus and Candus, Allie, and Hunter. So she actually put that on Hunter. Like, I don't know if I agree with that. I don't. But, I mean, whatever. It wasn't my behavior. It was hers. But I just think anybody kind of should know anyhow that Brooks isn't going to know shit about a grand jury. So, and never mind. That's a story probably for a whole nother day, but you got people pretending to be cops and shit over there. Like, nah, I'm all set with people pretending to be cops. How about everybody stop that?
Well, and Brooks'
husband pretended to be a cop. Yeah.
In what?
On YouTube. Going up on panels pretending to be a cop. Like, we've seen enough of that shit. For real.
In Summer's case?
Yup. Why? Like, why?
This one, like, right before Marsh came out.
Wait a minute. When was that?
It was just a couple weeks ago. It is gross as fuck, Captain Avi. I agree.
Like, Lips pretending to be a fake because Cindy asked her to. You got the sleigh. You got all the fake cops that Chase had. Anybody else want to pretend to be Ellie?
No, that's just got to stop. Stop pretending to be police officers. It's not fucking normal. It's been done
here. Never mind going into it.
You're trying to get information. That's why they do it. Because if they pretend to be law enforcement, think about it. They think they're going to get more information out of people. And that's, well, look at what they do with you, Jody.
Even around here with those who are proclaimed to be things, I'm still like, if I find something wrong with you, like, or you're tragedy pimping too much stuff, or you treating me like you're real, like, I don't have to tell them anything. Now, if the FBI or TBI or LE or detectives or Pruitt or any of them show up here at any time from any agency, I'll talk to them. Those are the ones that I owe everything to or will speak to. But I don't owe any YouTube, real or former or anything else person over here. It's an expert jack crap and then play with me like they're, oh, well, you can't and you have to tell it. No, I don't. You ain't the real people working on Summer's real case, and no, I don't know you everything, so you can sell it off to YouTube. You know, so, you know, so even those, I'm like, nah, especially if you want to play games with me, I'm not going to play that. I can smell things. I don't like it. But, you know, the fake ones have been something in this, for sure.
No, he's not an ex-New York cop. Nope. Holy moly, those people are as Southern as it gets. And even if he was a cop at any time and he's not anymore, it's still not okay. Okay. Once you're not a cop anymore, you can't present yourself as one. You'd say you're retired, or, you know, I'm a retired police officer, retired detective. You're no longer able to carry around a badge and arrest people. You're no longer able to read Miranda rights. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's sick. Why are these people
no longer have capabilities or things to pull numbers? And even cops, like real cops, can't just run your tag without cause, right?
Nope.
They can't go and get anything more than is. Well, it's
they
like
have to have the reason.
It's like duty wrong, all them, right? They can't, and that's just an example. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that even those, they no longer technically have access to what they did as police. And if they ask favors from their buddies who still are, that's going to get them in trouble. They don't actually have access to the resources they would as real police or real investigation capabilities other than whatever they were doing, you know, their own minds and having channels.
I think that the drama bug has bitten Crime Lines and Lies, and she's getting all up in the bullshit. She's all over prayer gardens and all over, you know, it's getting really, I never expected that from her, but she really enjoys it. I would just say, you know, whatever is fine and dandy, but stop letting your, you know, why are you bringing your husband into anything anyway? Like, that's kind of weird. And why is he pretending to be law enforcement? To power trip and to what? Make people think that, like, there's a million reasons why they do it, but I didn't expect that from her. You know, I don't know. I kind of thought more of her, but I've also kind of grown out of, you know, the same thing over and over and over and redundant. And I also feel, and it's just my opinion, you know, like, I don't have anything against her. I just feel like after a while, I've judged. I've been one to judge. I've judged hard, and I did a lot of that, especially in the beginning of the case. But as the case has gone on, I have grown out of some of my feelings about things. And I feel like I've actually become softer than I was in the beginning. And I see almost like some people are just now becoming so reckless because there's nothing left to do. Instead of, like, you see how, like, I only go live if I have something to say. I'm not saying you have to do that. Go live every day if you want to, but it's like you can see when people are just really milking it for all they possibly can. Like, no matter what, they're going live, even if they have to make shit up. Like, it's gross. It's really gross.
It's like, look, you see 423 Ryan right now going back to the same places that Don B.
Listen, we can talk about 423 Ryan. I'm down.
You can tell Don B's up in his feelings right now, right? Like, he's been kicked because he was following Seraphina's map too. That's why he went to Domtar. He went to the same exact place as 423 did. And how many, or 423 Ryan, whatever. All right, the newest fella,
423
right, with the conveniently timed YouTube. Anyway, he went to all the same places. How many here have went to all the same places doing all the same things?
All the same things.
Maybe not with the dramatic music and the poorly edited vids and things where they say one thing and then another within 5 minutes. But, you know, look how many people have been to the same places, and now we've got another one, and people are eating it up. I'm like, man, we've seen Ben Hill 5 billion times. Y'all have been on all these Domtar this and the Netherland End, and I'm just like, good grief.
Yes, the Netherlands one definitely got me a little.
You know I don't advertise Don B, but y'all go watch Don B before 423, because I tell you what, at least Don B ain't over doing the dramatic music and all the. I know he does the ShamWow and all his. Oh dear, and you know how I feel about some Don B, but dang. All right, that dude's already been on place. Everybody's been on places. Look at anybody else's channel for over 2 years. They've all been all these places, and they don't have to do it for just anybody else. But what's happening right now for the new
Benny, Leslie Watkins said, "Can you tell Benny that Oakley and Grandma always believing in him? Thank you. If you can, Oakley loves Benny. She's 4 now.
Love you, Oakley. Hope you're gonna have a good Christmas, baby.
I know none of us can stand on. I can't, but geez, the dude's already. I'm just giving an example. There's a million of you here who have done videos in all the same places a million different times. Now we've got another one doing it. Adding
we do
dramatic music and probably I just can't. Y'all just can't.
Andrew's live, so he must have
even followed Seraphina's map and the points too. He did all.
Andrew went live when he left Terry, guys. I don't know. Let's see. What's Benny doing? Rubbing. Oh, I don't know. No. I don't think he's. I'm not sure what process. I told him to videotape this whole thing and to put it out for like an FYI, a DYI. I don't know why he didn't. He's been on here the whole time.
Amen, peace, pugs. Amen.
Amen.
What?
Peace, pugs. Y'all know how I feel about Don Dingley. ShamWow. But still, the lesser of two. I don't know which is. You know what? Just don't watch him. That's fine.
Merry Christmas to you too, Leslie, and to Oakley. I hope you have a beautiful holiday. I hope everybody does. Hold on, let me press play on this and see what replay of old lives. So I'm pretty sure. Oh, remember when we had asked? Oh, let's see. Hold on.
All Evan's idea.
This is
over there telling.
Poor huh?
He's over there telling.
Like a bunch of retard. If somebody finds my phone charged.
He looks so much different.
I was fully checked out when he dropped down. I don't know if he dropped down or lost signal. I really was checked out and I was outside time with the family.
He definitely dropped down because Benny told him enough was enough with what he was. I don't know. He was kind of concerning some of the things.
I had missed what was going on because I had to go in and out a few times, family things.
Well, Benny had asked him, so basically when you were looking up the snuff films, you were the same age as when the woman went missing. See, that lady that went missing, they found her car burned, but they never found the lady. And he kept saying yesterday that he was a little kid. And I was saying, I'm like, no, because I had my son in 2005 and 2008. I was already 22. So how was he a little kid?
Was it somebody he knew personally or something?
He said his wife's family knows the lady or something, but I guess someone said he was questioned, but he told us here that he was questioned by someone on YouTube about it, so not in real life. Spiraling out of control. Yeah, he just couldn't stop digging this hole, Luda said. Here, hold on, let's see what he's
Just know this was all Evan's idea. Yours. We have 3 idiots. Whoa, it gets higher.
Can you stand?
Just about. Okay. This is how Evan gets out of the tunnel.
I'm too fucking tall.
This is how James gets out the tunnel.
What tunnel? Tunnel?
Huh? This whole fucking thing collapsed, man. Fuck. All right, spin a bitch and go. Spin a bitch and go. Not ending transmission, but I'm gonna keep walking. Come on, Brody, you got this. If somebody finds this and I'm stuck behind a dead guy's a fat guy, a dead guy's skeleton, just know there's a couple fat guys in front of me. And now we are out.
Why would you do that?
Go.
No, it was collapsed at the bottom.
Holy fuck, insto heat right here as soon as my head comes up.
Okay, this is the live that he speaks about. Oh, this is the first live I saw of his. I'll never forget this. Hold on. This is where, okay.
Oh. Ah!
This is my first on YouTube. So this was the first, I don't know what that was. They were in a cave or a tunnel or something, but this is the first live that Andrew did. I remember this was interesting. I'll put it up a bit on higher speed. How long's he wait?
And I just don't think Andrew had anything to do with anything. You know what I mean?
Not me either.
I don't think that Andrew has anything to do with
he's definitely got a past, a background. He might know something. Maybe he's just protecting his kid. Maybe, you know, it doesn't matter. I mean, all of us feel this protective instinct over children, you know, and
yep. I think that it's
though,
to ones who I think she left Starlight. I was emailing with her a little while ago. Jody, you know, I really am shocked by some of the things that he said on Mama Bear's.
I think him and other look, my opinion, I think Mama Bear and her other, they definitely were attempting to manipulate and get near Hunter, just like many have done. They tried it with my eldest as well way back, with having people show up at his job and things. When they could figure that out, because Monster was getting back all the information and things. But it was like, yeah, I think what was done was definitely done to purpose, and I think Hunter could very well tell that. And then for people to get on and pretend they were the victims, or
I think it was Allie, though, Jody. I think it was Allie.
Yeah, that's what I hear around here, but that doesn't mean it's true. And I think there were more than just Mama Bear, and I'm not going to blame her.
It was Chris with the Italian flag.
I think that maybe multiple parents were involved in that, or people around Hunter, and I think that's terribly awful to do to your own child. And it had to be done while he was already dating the other. I mean, I just don't agree with that. And I don't agree with Mom and him coming on pretending like they were victims or something was, you know, and you could tell it was all that they didn't get the information they wanted and all this, and that was all they were about. And I don't find doing that to a minor. Okay, I don't find doing that type of manipulation to anyone, really. Okay, you know, but doing it for this round just to, you know, and then pretending to be the victim, I just don't find that. Okay, man.
Good night, Luda. I hope you have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for staying. I know it's so late where you are. I'll talk to you tomorrow. We were going to talk after this, but she's going to go to sleep. I know she is. Luda's all the way in Croatia, so she's like way ahead of us in time. Good night. I think
I'm talking about like weeks ago when all this information hit and Mama Bear and her daughter come out and everybody was crying and going somehow, you know, people had harmed them or Hunter was creeping out a little. I mean, that makes Hunter look bad, even though all you could really do was tell that Hunter had been like, "Nah, I ain't giving you nothing."
Did you hear yesterday on Mama Bears when I went up?
No.
Because when I went up there, yeah, it was yesterday. No,
I
it
watched
wasn't
there.
yesterday.
I've been catching little blips that I think you might have been over there or somebody, but I didn't go there and watch them.
But I think, all right, so it was the day before, but until I went to Mama Bears and talked to her, I was completely under a different impression until I talked to her. There were so many things that I did not know. Even from watching that stream that she had done, I misunderstood multiple things. Like I didn't know that her daughter actually never talked to Hunter. I didn't know that. Like there were multiple things that I had to find out from her myself when she said, come, if you would like to come over because I like to speak to you, because I had gone to Andrew to ask him a couple questions.
Now they're saying that her daughter didn't talk to Hunter.
Yeah, she said that. Oh God, I'm trying to remember everything now that was said on the panel, but
I literally have the live download where they
do. Yeah, hold on one sec. Let me
like the original when they did and then private and brought back up where that is the original.
That live is down, but it's on Benny's. Yeah. Benny has it because he went over it, but Mama Bear took it down because she didn't want it to be twisted. And I think it should be up so that it's not twisted. If it's up,
I have it downloaded, so it's like,
you have it?
I do. The original, yes.
Yeah, so Dippy says Mama Bear didn't even know her daughter was introduced to Hunter through Chris. Chris was the one who was trying to set Hunter and Mama Bear's daughter up. Mama didn't find out till way later. So it's Chris, Kriss, with the Italian flag. Do you know that one? I haven't seen her around in a while, but she was friends with Lips, I'm pretty sure, if I recall correctly.
Imagine that.
Yeah, Chris, I remember, was friends with
Lips messing around with one of her other kids trying to do weird things around him. No, never.
Oh yeah, jacking off that doll on front. Lips is a real winner.
Every time she does that with one of the children around Summer's case, Journey, H, both of my children this thing with Monster, all that stuff. She, in between there, her and seeing it fake fight, and then as soon as she's done doing her job with each of our children, and she goes, well, I'm going to stop. I'm not going on YouTube anymore. I'm friends with Candus again. Yay! It's almost like she's being sent out on missions or something. I don't know. It's real strange.
Weird. Fucking weird.
I gave Mama Bear the link. She's had it the whole live. I don't know if she's welcome. She's sent it to her friend Ghost. I think she was waiting for Andrew to be gone though, because she wanted to be like, probably didn't want confrontational issues going on. Chris was friends with Allie. Yeah. Yeah. I want to hear Mama Bear says, Honey Badger. I can't remember where. Josh says maybe. I haven't seen that girl in a while. Andrew Hilt is guilty by association and would be a reason he tried moving H from Tennessee. I'm not sure. Like, I can't say that he's guilty of anything. I do, however, I do have issues with some things. Just, surrounding like Jose and maybe possibly weird things that have gone on in that sense. But I've always questioned the New York people and the trip that they took when Jose first ever came out. I remember I did 2 uploads. Actually, I ended up going to the beach and I did like a little walk on the beach, and I could not shake what I had heard. Hi, Ghost.
Hello.
Hey, how are you? You're a little bit muffled.
I'm sorry. I'm literally waiting for Mama. I don't know where
Nope.
she's at.
You're good. No worries.
She'll be coming. Though.
Your
As
name
soon as
is
she realizes
Ghost,
that I'm here, she'll be coming. How do I
Ghost
send
of
you
Crimes
out?
Past, right?
Yeah, whatever. I'm Jess from Pennsylvania. I don't care. I'll dox myself.
Oh, okay. Jess. That's right. Oh, Jess and Brandon. Your name used to be.
Yep. Jess and Brandon.
Okay. Yeah, there's Ghost. So read my prior comment. Hold on. I'm just me, just we. Let me grab it. So I don't. Okay. Oh, I saw it. AH is guilty of association would be a reason he tried moving H to Tennessee. I don't know though, because I believe he tried to move Hunter to New York because he didn't want him around Allie. He was saying that he wasn't safe there. Hey, Mama Bear. Let's see if her sound is okay.
It says, can they tell us when they were recorded, please and thank you? Andrew, as of like February of 22, Andrew had us in a Facebook group chat where he introduced us to Allison.
Oh, hold on.
Sorry.
Bear's having trouble.
Sorry.
That's okay. No worries. Okay, go ahead and say that again, Ghost.
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to make sure I'm connected. I don't know where I went.
Nope, you're connected.
Okay, it's literally telling me to re-sign back in the streamer. That was weird.
Oh.
But so anyways, Andrew had put all of us mods at the beginning of his channel into this Facebook group that he never ever added the new mods into for some reason. He never wanted us old mods having contact with the new mods.
Was it a Facebook group of Andrews, or was it that Facebook group he was talking about?
It was a Facebook group of Andrews. It was actually called Moist Mods.
Moist Mods?
Yeah, Moist Mods, back when his channel was named Moist.
Oh, that's right.
It was. Yeah, I have screenshots.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm saying like way back when he first came on his channel and he was under Moist with the little panda thing, you know.
Yes.
So he introduced all of us in this Facebook mod group to Allison, which turns out Chris and Allison were already personal friends. Make that make sense. Can't still figure that one out, how Chris was already friends with Allison upon all of us meeting Allison.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay.
That's why I was asking about Mama
Lips is friends with the Wells, and Chris is friends with Allison. Make it make sense. Some of these people knew people on that hill prior to YouTube ever coming out.
Do you remember when I come across the other day when I actually watched the freaking interview and paid attention on my live, but H said something about somebody around them within the first, few days, whatever. Candus was supposedly zooming off the police station after the war was announced, but that's not quite right. But anyway, so and that they were in there. It's like you ain't coming through Midday and Beach Creek when there's feds, all this other stuff, etc. And everything was full tilt. Unless you're driving through there for something and you know somebody, especially at that time, wasn't just a cruise. So somebody around them already was doing stuff for social media or something that even H and Allie probably knew. So I don't know. Plus, you got to remember, Candus also said, that the whole thing around all that is Candus knew somebody and their friend had a YouTube, and then that's how she. There's a few here that connect back to YouTube and then the first and to people in real life and social media for sure.
So we met Allison, I would say towards the end of February, beginning of March. By Easter, I completely walked away from Chris and was done with whatever Chris had anything to do with. Mama still kept it cool with Chris, I guess you'll say, or whatever, because Chris was the contact with Allison. But so I'm guessing, Mama, the phone calls were recorded, I want to say Easter on?
Somewhere about there, yeah.
Because that was it was right after you had actually started your channel, and Andrew was referring to his son as a mistake, and
yes.
What?
But I've always had a YouTube channel since 2020. Make that make sense.
Yeah.
But that is exactly why I started coming live when he said that. When his son was an effing mistake.
He said that?
Yep.
Yeah, that was just one of many things that he said.
Oh.
See, we were some of the last here on the jobs together, you know, but I was unaware and did not go back to look. And then a lot of things vanished around here, you know, time. So there's a lot of things.
There's a lot of things that have vanished within the past 2 years.
Oh, absolutely.
And Jody Sue, can I say something? You're the reason why I dropped all of my audios.
Oh, you're what?
The audios that I did on my page. You're the reason I dropped them because it started making sense.
What are you talking about? You'll have to explain it. So,
From Allison.
Mama, Jody has no idea about the audios, anything like that on your page.
Oh, well, baby.
Am I speaking a moment? Who's talking right now?
I'm Mama Bear.
Mama Bear was just telling you about the audios, and then the girl with the pot leaf is Ghost.
Okay. All right. Which audios?
There is several audios on my page that, yeah, when I heard you talking about the paraphernalia, well, not the paraphernalia, but the drugs that AB was doing for the kids or whatever. I don't even remember exactly how it was quoted. I had
You mean the thing they twisted around chasing, made sure to twist after I clarified everything, precise, detailed to him, and chasing him over here, forced back and then twisted, and it lives now for forever. Into the sedatives, you know, the sedative thing. That
right. Allison has said something to the fact that she went to Walmart, used to go to Walmart and get stuff from AB. That's why I dropped my audio on Allison.
Really? See, I missed that.
Yes, it had nothing to do with that dude.
She said herself. She said she, as in Allison, went and was getting stuff off of
somewhere in there. Somewhere down there in there.
Yep.
The list.
At West Stone, is that not the one she worked at?
Walmart.
At West Stone or Fort Henry?
Baby, I can't remember exactly.
I can't remember either. But see, him and Stahl used to bang in the West Stone one, and then behind it, and do all kinds of things. That's also where they. But anyway, the thing is also he go to Fort Henry too. But Allison herself admitted to getting stuff from Monster.
Yeah, that's in the audio.
What kind of stuff?
She said green stuff, smoke, weed.
That's why he was bringing that. All right. Well, who knows what else? So I can tell you, that's what I've always told you.
I mean, I don't know. But everything I know, like what Andrew's talking about up until the current time and date, is all on my page, sweetie.
Well, see, he would always like, that's what I'm saying. He'd bang people at these places. He'd do things. He'd do them what work. Places he'd already been, where nobody, and then he would put the cart before, you know, try to preemptively get back. So I don't doubt that at all. And all kinds of things in that. But yeah, I mean, all right. Well, that whatever. And like I've said since the beginning, I don't know what all he was up to there the last few days. It finally was like a lot of pieces dropped together. It's like he had found one too many. Oh my gosh, look, I found this bag of stuff in the parking lot. I was saving little children. There'd been a couple of those times he'd done such. And that was one last. And then the following days after, he was like, oh, the air conditioning in the main house is bothering me. And then that's when he lost like 300 pounds. And he wanted me to buy him haircuts and clothes and all these things. And look, and so he got to see his feet for the first time. You know, all these things are occurring. So and then I was sick. All this stuff was happening. I know what I mean, it's just, but there's a lot of stuff you know, and you just put all the pieces together, man, right?
Me and Chris is the one who recorded Allison and True. True accidentally come in up on the conversations, but her mama let her know that she was on speakerphone with us, and she still allowed her to talk. And that's how we found out a whole lot. And with Andrew, I mean, it's just a bunch of stuff.
even for H to name him, if it was just green between them, H would have never named him. And H knows the big ones around C and D, and the true ones doing the main shit. It's like, remember when they put up the stupid picture with the supposed fried tomato and their white flakes and spoons? I'm like, yeah, okay. I mean, it's not hard to tell what all these people were doing, how to, etc., right? And that they were on far more than just. And Monster's always, he knows, look, I even raised hell about his, green stuff, to the degree because he just couldn't curb it and couldn't do it. And it was just like every time you give him a little bit, he just runs it, and then he would go beyond that every time, it's just, I'd be like, please don't smoke. And he'd be like, can I please smoke? You give into that. And then the next thing you know, he's doing 4 other things, and every time you acquiesce and you give him, he does more and more and more stuff, and then those last couple years it was just extreme. And I know I have videos and stuff him installed doing obviously stuff. There was all kinds of things moving around that last year and a half, and pieces I don't like, dates that correlate. I do suspect he was on far more, but as far as I know, it was just green, and it was every now and then we'll see it. But then, this place took that sedative thing and ran with it. But I mean, green is literally, a sedative type thing. It's going to have that type of effect. I mean, I know strains, things like that count, and they do different things to different people. But little ones, you're not going to give that. You know what I mean? And it's like Don, when he was over on Ziggy's, was like, oh, I told the DCS worker that if the boys come back, I was going to take them off their meds and put them on green, whatever, because they need to calm down, you know what I mean, for their ADHD meds and stuff. And so it tells you what they're using it for, is to sort of, you know what I mean? And it's going to have that effect on little ones. And this place took it and ran with it, and they made sure to do that. It was idiotic, but it's me, so that's what they do. But I don't know what all of them were up to. I know Monster. I should have thought at the time, why is he volunteering this information? Allie's coming up there constantly, and it was in case Whispers got back or community, and they did. People were like, you know, and but by that time Monster been like, oh well, it's she's just up there talking garbage about seeing whatever, and so it was pre-voluntary, and at the time I was just too sick and everything going on. I just didn't worry about it, think that, and I just didn't care really anymore. But it was just like, I don't know. But I really don't know what they're up to now. I really suspect they were all up to doing all kinds of things. And you see, even though Monster thinks that C&D murdered Summer, all of them immediately within days immediately were hanging back around one another, playing games, trying to manipulate. I mean, it was all kinds of stuff between all of them. And Don and them try to very much, like this group, keep Monster clear and free, everything. And I just find it weird. I think they all have it's like him coming on here and saying that was a dream. He had a dream and he just told us about it. No, that ain't it. That ain't it. And that's not what he did, with all that either. Everything is monsters are monsters, man. That's all I know. But if Allie said that, then I don't doubt it, because the Walmart parking lots are somewhere being used as cover, because GPS or any other things would put him there anyway. He'd be there, and then it would, oh, well, I was just getting a drink. Oh, I just had to run over for work. Oh, I just had to, you know what I mean? So stores, places you'd normally bet he would use those as covers to meet people, do things, all the different stall pumps in between and all the gears, all the things. So.
That's why I can only tell you who I've seen and talked to. I mean, and what they've said. I mean, that's all I know is what they've said, and it's on here.
The H stuff, it was just green. I don't think H would have put out the name. I think H was told to, asked to, intimidated to, and he got the names wrong, and he couldn't remember Dobbs, so that's why the touchy-feely guy was never actually quite named, and then Not, in the way, because he was messed up somehow in some way about what he was supposed to say. And if something else was going on, though, even in between them, and Monster was doing something else with all of them, or other sales or types or varieties of anything, even then, I don't think it would have been up to par for H to have named as like the big bad one, right? There would have been many others H would have been very well aware of, and so would Allie. That would have put anything Monster's doing to shame, and why he wouldn't have named one of those, I don't know. It's very strange. I don't know. I think somebody told Hunter what to say, intimidated, gave those out, maybe hearings, maybe this, see reactions. I still can't make sense of it.
Well, Andrew himself did a live saying that he even thought, well, when he went over that, he said he even thought that he was being coached by Allison and her mama. I get them mixed up. I don't know which one's which. They both grannies. But yes, he sure did.
I always hoped for the longest time it was something that Ellie was using maybe as a tool. I don't know what to think anymore. And I hope if that's the case, it stays that way. It got whatever they needed. I don't know, but I also feel some type of way because of dates and money stuff starting to revolve at that point. Looking back, the only good thing about this amount of time is being able to go back and go from where we're in there in real life, right? Real time, seeing, witnessing, hearing all these things, conversations between each other, everybody still there, sort of, just, and then being able to go out this far and go backwards and look at all these time, dates, articles, money stuff, this stuff, things happening in the roadway like busted bubbles, erased cameras, Bobo mentioning reward. I mean, all these things, the wind vigil and Amy Tate being there and Bubbles being all these things, they start adding up in a way that's not just brain dots, right? Or Ellie or tools or herrings or anything. There's something wrong with a lot of it. And I very much wonder how far certain people go to protect certain things, or how far they'll go for self-preservation over right versus wrong, how far they'll go to profit, and how long that's been in play. And I wonder if it wasn't in play sometimes before Summer vanished. And that is really what I'm trying to get to the bottom of.
Well, Andrew did come out and say on the live that he did know them before. He did say that on the live before she got gone.
He knew who.
That it was on one of his lives that he did because he got mad at me and Ghost.
He knew who before?
Candus and Dawn.
I can tell you that I never seen him, never knew of him. I know Monster, at least to me, did not mention or anything like that. So, yeah, and I know at one point he was supposed to camp out up there and rent whatever, la la la. So, but that was after everything. And of course, Monster's interested in me. It's just like right now, it's what's happening this Christmas season, plus abusing out in the open. And I don't know how that's going to work when the family with that land it doesn't belong to that one. And they already got pissed before when others were caught up there. And I know some of the family is going to lose it when they realize some nutter from whatever and a psychic are crawling all across it for whatever pays happening. So I don't know. And yeah, I just, whatever. But yeah, as far as I know, they did not know each other prior, at least as far as Hiltz and Monster go. But
yeah,
I don't doubt that he didn't know Candus and Dawn, though.
Right. Well, Ghost has been more invested in listening, like word for word, And yeah, me, I just I don't know. I listen on certain things because I think he's full of shit half the time.
Are the recordings still up over there? And how far back?
Ours?
Yeah.
Yes. And Ghost is on panel too.
What are the titles? I can drop them, Mama Bear. I just dropped your channel link in Jody's and Benny's. I don't know if Ghost has one. Does Ghost have a channel? If so, I don't know where to find it. But tell me where they are. I could even play them. I don't have any problem with that. I could pull them up right now, or share them in the chat.
I'm here. I'm just muted and trying to listen to everything that is being said and read the chat.
Right, me too. I'm trying to listen too.
Which
I'm muted, and you know we have gamers that are here, so you don't want to hear the whole like interference of the gaming.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Some people just
I'm not. No, they're twitching, and I'm with you. I'm not trying to have two lives interfering with each other like that. So I'm like just kind of muted.
Yeah, no, people come up and they don't give a shit. You know, some people have background noise like crazy, and they just like, you know, sit around with like all kinds of planking going on. But what are the titles of those, Mama Bear? Oh, I should take my. I put my cat up here to go out and smoke. Here's Kukla is on panel. I just wanted to let you know she is the princess around here, and she's famous here on YouTube. As you all know, she's been made the subject of many lives. But I had to show her. Hold on.
People say that. I got Leslie in your chat going, in my opinion, Jody Sue knows Andrew and all the rest. Well, good for you.
How would Jody know Andrew?
Like waterboard me. I don't care. I didn't know Andrew. Period. Like I'm pretty sure like ever became aware of him was over here on YouTube at a certain point. I was like, what? You know? Like I don't know Jack and I didn't know Andrew Force. What see, it doesn't matter what you say around here, like in my opinion. Well, okay, keep your wrong opinion, but I didn't know these people. Whatever, bro.
Benny's right here, Miss Poppy McGill. He's right here in the corner. He's working on this piece of furniture for his mom. He didn't drop off the face of the earth. He's right there. Mama Bear, do you remember does anyone in chat have the link? I'm scared if I click anything.
Okay, what are we looking for? The link to what?
The recordings?
To the recordings?
Yeah, so
no, there's like 28 of the, I don't know actually.
28?
No, I don't know what she has on her for YouTube. I
Unless
have like
it's in his secret phone, I never seen texts or messages or calls between him and Allie, which means she was either calling work for him and they were allowing him to go across, or he knew what times to meet her, or it was on the secret phone for him install, or one of the ones we borrowed off his parents quite often. Their cell phones, the extra ones to communicate with people with. He did this many times through the years, and job cell phones because we got issued to him. But I know he had an extra one for stall because he got himself caught a couple times and it rang in the background. He accidentally, you know, all this stuff. He's like, no, I was like, dude, he's an idiot. But anyway, the thing is, that means they had a different means of communicating. I promise you that, because there was no, and I could see in real time calls. Look, I'm just telling you. So that tells me. And then he was saying she was showing up at his workplace where stuff was flying out of, and other things happening around there for quite a bit. I don't know. I'd say it's more of a, what was he really? That just gives me more the idea that they were up to something else extra besides, because he would have had no problem being like, well, she wanted whatever, you know what I mean? Well, I don't know. I raised hell about that. I even raised hell about him with C&D. So he may not have said, but the thing is that for him meeting her over there, that means they had other means of communication besides his regular cell phone. And I don't know. Yeah. That's strange. Whatever
Okay,
though.
so I have all right, so Purple Sky told me where to find the play. So it's on a playlist. There's 28 and right here. So if I pull this up, oh, you kept waiting for Kukla to speak. I just figured out it must actually be a cat. No, I went out to smoke and I just put her picture on my avatar. She's usually out here meowing in the computer, but she's quiet today. She's with my son. She loves being with him. All right, so this, let's see. This here is the playlist. And all right, so Mama Bear, can you see the
purple sky
screen?
It's in all different ones down through there. Like go down, scroll down. Let's see.
Okay.
The main one's like with a phone on them.
It has a phone on it?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
I remember with the phones. I mean, I'd have to go back and listen. You know what I mean?
I don't see one with a phone.
Let's see.
Okay, so hold on. I don't see one with a phone, but it has people running their mouths with lives a year ago. How long ago did you post these?
Yeah, they were all dropped late last year somewhere.
And you know what's even weirder? I mean, Allie's around for all that time, right? And then all of a sudden, I mean, the feeding dogs things happen. But to me, they never had enough contact for them to be buddies like that. So how in the world did they get connected to the degree where this person thought they'd be showing up at his job anyway? And that he would be messing with them? It tells me that all kinds of stuff. I just, What in the world?
I mean, there's just different ones, and a lot of it's like me asking questions why, and then I play it. You know, I couldn't actually tell you exactly what point in time. I'm not as good as y'all.
No, that's okay. So, well, all right. So when Jody wants to listen to the recordings, are they all scattered throughout this entire, they're all throughout all of these? Like is there anything like in a nice little package?
No, they're not in a nice little package. I wish
All
I
right.
did. No.
So you got to really go through them all and look.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay. All right. And so.
Yeah, honestly, I just, if it exists and someone would shoot me a clip of where she at least says she was meeting her over there, that'd be great. Otherwise, I just, whatever.
Yeah, I was not ready for none of this.
That's okay. No worries.
I could have.
You too, Leslie. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Right. I could have prepared, something out of hell. I don't know.
I emailed you the
better off without Monster. I agree to that. So did all coworkers, everybody I know. I agree to that, but we're still boxed and ways trapped. Eyes are kept on us. As you can see, it's Christmas again, just like in person. It's where him come out and install money, abuse us in the open with his little leash and dog handlers. Everybody thinks it's funny. Everybody, applauds it. It ain't cute. And, I'm just whatever, but yeah, one of these days will be fully free and entirely away from here, and he can't keep eyes or strings or suddenly make friends with people around us he's never been before, get jobs next to places where people live and insert himself in. I mean, it's just weird. Drive-bys, I just can't. So one day we'll be free. But at least I don't wear bruises every day, so there's that.
I know that you don't feel like you're free, Jody, because of all the things going on, but you did get out of there and you moved your children out of there. And I do hope that in that way you are feeling a little bit more free than you were at one time. Danny H, it's very interesting you write this, and I'm going to answer for Jody in this situation. She can answer after me because you're really riding my nerves.
I didn't follow him anywhere. I was already over there, and I watched him speak about me.
Jody's been talking about Ryan.
Danny, I stood there for a very long time, did not make my presence known as Monster, and Stahl definitely typing for him because that's not his typing style. So Stahl or somebody else typing for him half the time at least, or fake Google account. Who knows with Jenny and him in tow. I watched that account, supposedly Monster, communicate and Ryan communicate with him and then make jokes and be like, oh, well, you'll be I forget the comment, a couple that were made about, oh, well, you know, she'll start on you now, but too late. I'd already started on 423 before Monster popped up. I didn't follow Monster anywhere. What you need to be asking Monster is why he's still embedded in my life. Why does he comes out? You know, y'all should have better questions of Monster than me. You are literally, when you ask shit like that, it's like, are you kidding me? You know,
Jody's the one that brought attention to Ryan, pretty much. That's how I even found out about him. Nobody was really paying attention, and Jody was talking about him before Ziggy was even making a big deal about him.
You know, what you should ask is why Monster went and made friends suddenly for the first time in almost 3 decades with one of my siblings and got a job right beside the house. What you should ask is why he recorded our son, knowing how him and his family have trained everybody and everything, each of us with our own abuses, to talk shit about somebody and then record and then put it out. What you should ask is why he comes on certain times, or why he's wearing my clothes online, or why he admits to abuse of myself, my children. You've heard recordings, you've seen messages where he admits abusing our children and laying hands on them, and then you dare come anywhere I am and ask me why in the hell I might be concerned by this monster keeps profiting off of further abuse of us out in the open with crowd applause. That's what you should ask. And maybe you should set a better example, no kidding, for other women and children going through it, to where if they come out publicly or reach out of the darkness so they don't die in body bags and fucking hollows like that, or deal with lives like Summer, her brothers, and my children and I have lived through, where help is far away, communication, cell phones don't work, and cops just kick shit into the creek beds, and they don't care, and they wander off, and there's no true help out here other than 1-800 numbers that wind you around in circles, and there's no true services. Where these monsters wind you up financially, and maybe you should not do that to where other women see it and are afraid, where their children see it and are afraid, where they see you asking questions of victims and survivors instead of the monsters who abuse. If you want to save women and children, if you want to call out monsters who are most likely to commit crimes against women and children or mass shooting events, things like that, maybe you should care a little bit more about domestic violence and ask questions of the monsters instead of their victims and survivors.
No, it's very well said, Jody. And I think that Danny H needed to hear that. And Danny, why don't you ask Andy why he follows Jody around with a whole group of weirdo
women?
women?
Realize what it is he keeps contacting my family, or drives by, or suddenly, or people breaking into places mention his name right before the break-ins happen, and he goes, "Oh gosh, I'm just driving by your place and it's broke into suddenly, and like $90,000 worth of stuff in your family's gone." And why it is that he makes sure to keep eyes and ears on us and some of the stalkers and Jenny and Adrian's and all that in our lives, and he's helping them and lying and all this other stuff, even down to the point of getting us harmed, hurt by others besides himself and everything. Why is he doing that? And why did he agree to it, that it was happening in court working with the group? Why did he call these people liars? I mean, this is sick. Quit attacking me. Y'all go ask questions of Monster next time he wants to come out. Go ask him why. Any of those things. Quit asking questions of me for stuff that is on him.
No one finds anything with Andy to be of concern, and it's pretty fucking concerning, actually. But
and if you don't think domestic violence is serious, y'all, you stand here every day and you talk about Summer and Candus and Dawn, and you talk about how Candus and Dawn act. Summer and her brothers were trapped in an environment the same. You can hear the audio on my thing where Dawn could clearly hear Monster beating the shit out of me. I know the entire area could, not just Dawn. And my kids crying. I could hear the kids over there. It is a serious issue, especially where we lived. Domestic violence inside of Summer's case is a very real issue. It also precursor to certain things and certain types and monsters. Danny H. I am using my adult voice, and I'm using my survivor's voice to speak at women who dare ask me instead of the monster.
I say that's a mic drop. Danny H., you think Andy is guilty of many things? Well, I don't know why you would accuse Jody of following him. I'm pretty sure Andy went over there because Jody was actually talking about what was going on over there. Looked like it to me anyhow.
I'm sure Jimmy pulled him over there because they knew Ryan and I'd be watching it. I'm sure they pulled him out. I'm sure him and Stahl received money for it. I'm sure
it doesn't take a fucking rocket scientist to see what's going on. It really doesn't. I mean, unless you're a complete moron.
And they think he's bait just like the rest of y'all do. He's always mentioned it's this and the other, you know, along with my kids, it's the same rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. You know, same thing over and over again. And y'all never ask questions of that dude like you do of me and make me explain and do whatever and answer for him and whatever he's done. It's always I'm the one eat upon and you applaud and wipe the asses of monsters instead of the victims and survivors and whatever. It's
Danny,
terrible.
it may have been a question, but it was insulting. I think that's the point. It's just insulting. It's insulting to come into a live stream where Jody is and ask her why she's following Andy around when you know she's not following Andy around. I mean, come on. Really? Really?
And I didn't in any way interact with him. I interacted with other people going, nope, too late. She already been on Ryan for days and days now. So that was the person I responded to. I did not. And I did listen to Monster and Ryan and the rest go on about me and my name continually in chat. And the triggers, I knew it was a bait ball. I knew Jenny and Love for a reason. I know manipulation when I see it. And I know Monster, especially during holidays, just like in person, loves torment. Every year, him and Stahl come out to make money around this time. And he gets off on, you know, buffer abusing and in the open and profiting from it. And it's whatever. And it could be a fake account for all I know, but it's just whatever at this point. But I stood there and listened to that. Imagine being a survivor fighter still trying to deal with getting freedom away from that and what they're doing to us publicly and, you know, here in real life, you know, and which real life does transfer to here in ways. And then somebody coming over and asking you, why are you following? You know, no, why is he coming out? That's what you should ask. And then freely being like, oh, well, you'll pay for it more and more. This and it's like, really? This dude said on panels where he clearly knows they're making fun of my child's name and doing terrible stuff, and he does it anyway, you know, and that's not cool. And then trying to mind F the children thinking he didn't know and all kinds of grossness. So even the last conversations he's had with certain children around here, he has clearly then tried to manipulate and mind F and screw with them too. And it's still abuse. Ain't much changed. But y'all ask far more questions of me and terrorize and eat me than you ever do of these monsters.
Danny, please take a break. Just take a break, a 300-second break at least, and please don't do it again. I would really respectfully ask you, Jody's not here to take abuse from people, okay? No one is. No one here on my panel should have to deal with any kind of bullshit. In fact, this was a great live stream, and a lot was brought to light, very important things, and some things were cleared up that needed to be. So, and we gained some clarification. This has nothing to do with Andy over here. It's like you do that purposely, right? To get a reaction out of Jody. And it's constantly using Andy to do it. You know, I don't know if you've noticed what an actual piece of shit he is. He doesn't even care about Summer at all. He's even said it.
And scream it at me and ask. He was like, oh, y'all are over here making fun. I was like, I'm not. And he was still screaming it. And he thought Brooks and them were paying $500. And so he come to Brooks asking for that. He's asked that of others. He's made that. I mean, like, And Tiffany and others have heard him screaming. I've got recordings of him
I've
saying,
heard Andy like nobody's heard
Summer.
Andy, actually.
Some of the last recordings we have literally have him saying that, Summer's not part of his life. He doesn't give one iota about it. He's not into Summer thing, but he sure does show up over here when he wants to.
Well,
and Jimmy and him pull him out.
They would not believe what I heard from Andy. I did not actually, because I had only ever, I think at that point, I'd only ever heard him on a phone call maybe with Benny a long time ago. And he seemed really like non-confrontational, just like quiet kind of. So when I heard how he did speak to Jody, not speak to Jody, but how he was screaming at her, I was like, holy fucking shit, this guy is filled with rage. And yeah, I did hear. And it
that
was
1% of what he was like in person.
I'm sure.
He might have been angry, but that was still nothing because I'm sure Stahl was around. He didn't want to show that entirely. But I'm telling you, even that was nothing, but it was very triggering. I mean, you heard me.
That. I do. I believe that, Jody.
He was worried about the money. He said he didn't give a shit about Summer. He really thought we were paid. And Tiffany, at that time, nobody was doing anything. I wasn't taking money, none of that. But he had been made to believe that.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure you were on Facebook still at that time. Mm-hmm. So let me ask you, because Mama Bear, you said that Jody was like the inspiration for, it kind of opened the door for you to release the record. I have not heard these recordings, and I would really like to hear them. I don't want to have to go through all of those to find them, but I mean, I'm used to it. I always sit around for hours trying to find shit. But what exactly was it that Jody said or did that led you to put them out? And because I might have missed it if you did say.
If I'm not wrong, at that point in time, she had said, I think the exact words, and I don't remember what part of her live it was in because I was sitting in the bushes. Okay. Mm-hmm. She had said something to the fact, she had brought up some kind of text messages talking about something with Andy and the drugs. And I had remembered at that time, Allison saying she had went there and got some from him.
Yep. Okay.
And that's when I started dropping. I said, holy shit. Well, after I sent it all in, that's when I started dropping it. Yeah. Because I didn't drop nothing until I sent it in.
And could you kind of just like summarize what's in the recordings for people that are listening and for Jody too, because she hasn't heard them either.
It's like an hour long, I believe, somewhere up in there. It's in one of them. But
so you did turn them in, correct? You said, man.
Ma'am.
You said you did turn them in and turn them over?
I've even got a video of that too because people kept saying that I'd never turned nothing in. But yeah, it's there. Yeah.
Thank you, Mama Bear. I appreciate that.
And you're welcome. But I mean, that's what you've done it. I mean, if you give me some time, I can get this together for you and give you a link to it, whatnot. I mean,
that'd be awesome.
I mean, that's all I can tell y'all. But other than that, you'll have to like go and sit and listen to us. Thank you if you do, but that's up to y'all. But yeah, I don't remember exactly which one it was. I wish I could remember off the top of my head. I'd have to go back through them too.
So you'd be surprised. People in the chat will know. Sometimes, like Mama Bear, when I was talking to you the other day and I had asked you to send me what you were explaining to me, someone put it right in my email. One of your girls was like, "Here, this is what you're looking for." Yeah.
So I mean, because I do different things. It's not just Summer. I do various different things. I talk to various different people.
They're very telling of the type of person that raised Andrew's son. Okay. We heard some of Andrew's secret life here tonight. Yeah, Starbreak Cushy. That was. Oof. I was kind of like tongue-tied for a few minutes over that. exploited innocence. I've lost respect for the creators cozying up to Andy, knowing he's an abuser. So have I exploited innocence. It was very, actually, it was almost like getting kicked in the stomach over and over and over, watching people like just, I remember saying multiple times, like, how can you talk to him like this? Like, how can you, knowing and seeing what he did to her, he's admitted, literally admitted beating the shit out of Jody to everybody here, to the world. Yeah, I did that. Yeah. You know, like, why? And these women are out there
This
handing
is a
out.
guy who him and his parents both have a history of abuse.
Yeah.
Against him, us, whatever. And I'm talking his parents have a history of abuse with my children as well. Went to court over the things. They're all liars. They do weird stuff in court. And that's exactly what happened this time too. But this place happened to buy it, unlike Sullivan, who's smart enough not to. Or, you know, they didn't know anybody, and you know what I mean? Anyway, you know, these are people who have watched their son even drag me up and down hallways right after surgery and try to essay me, and then they just went in their bedroom and shut it quiet.
Oh my God.
Because me being sick at any point or having surgeries always kind of turned him on, but also pissed him off, right? Because it reminded him of mommy, where she was always like, I'm sick. You know, and what she did to him as a kid with medicines and sort of Munchausen sort of thing, and telling him he was special when he wasn't. Poor little boy couldn't remember things. But look, until right before all this went down, he really thought, or at least put out that he couldn't read and stuff well, right? Illiterate, la. But then, that's what his mom had always told him throughout his whole life. He was no good at that, but he was a genius at math. But then we get these papers so he can attend college again, right? And their papers his mom had stored in the closet, but they were all of his testing things. And it showed that he excelled in reading and stuff, but that he sucked at math. And as soon as he seen that, I was like, see, this is what your mom's done to you. Look at this. And I'm talking that day, suddenly he was like a proud little kid. He was reading magazine articles, all this weird stuff. He's like, look at this. And I'm like, how do you not know you can, you know, but like, that's how abused he was too. Like, it's gross, but he'll also realize things like that and use them. It's always, I forget, I don't know, I don't remember, oh gosh, yeah, and I swear when he come on here at time and said that he had a head injury, and I knew it, that boy ain't never had a head injury in his life, you know. So but this is a person who has literally beat me to where I've had to have surgeries and things, and hit children, admitted it. Yeah. And even like, is that not enough? Is that not enough? Is that not enough? Do we really need 10 million people running through here continuing to help that abuse me or any survivor? Even C, I don't like knowing that she's beat or hurt. You know, I don't like that she beats and hurts too. I don't like any of that. Can we just not agree that as long as someone makes it out alive, that it matters, and that monsters shouldn't be applauded, and that they're dangerous and should be on registries and lists too?
Yeah, Jody, we can all agree on that, because that's what we're supposed to fucking be here for, right? I mean,
and maybe if systems took it a little more serious, like when the call was made against John, maybe if there was real services, maybe Candus would have left, maybe Summer would still be here in a preemptive way, you know, in a different way. She would be here.
that's a real thought, because we would never even know Summer's name if maybe someone would have stepped in, you know, and maybe if the domestic violence factor played a part in her disappearance, or, you know, I don't know what fate is very much so a real thing, and every second of every day leads to what's happening next. You know what I mean? And maybe we wouldn't even know her name.
Please do not tell me to let it go. This is still occurring.
Who
It's
is saying
occurring
that?
open and right in front of you all. And behind the scenes every day, Monster lurks with his little buddies like Jenny, Adrian, Yennefer, our local stalkers, and otherwise to do shit and put it out online and to do things and contacts those around me and keeps eyes on me. An abuser is still abusing, even with orders, even if you're like, oh, well, she's the one who's talking about abuse. Well, behind the scenes, it's still doing it and it always has from the beginning. It's been here as long as it's just not as visible as I am. And in order to keep ourselves safe, I'm going to keep speaking. And while it's still occurring and millions are participating and applauding it, please don't tell me to let it go. And I lived through almost 3 decades, and now I guess right at it, considering the 2+ years on here being abused in the open and behind the scenes and in person. Still not over yet.
Jody, Dana is asking, wait, Jody, do you think it was in the home domestic violence that caused her to go missing? I pray they're still gathering evidence to make an arrest.
I don't know, Tiffany. I don't know. You know, if Dawn's at work, then no, not to the degree where it would be Candus and Dawn, no.
Right. You just know that there was domestic violence going on in Summer's home, and
Dana's asking, she's like, you saying that's what caused it? That's not what I said. I said that Summer may still be here if they had done something in October when
right.
Candace filed that and took it out of her hands, and there was real services somewhere for women to reach out to around here, really stay without them then being tormented by courts and stressed out and afraid to get. Maybe Candace's life would have been a whole lot different had those services and all these things and more services available for women and children and everybody being abused throughout time immemorial, but definitely in modern times, society took it more serious than 1-800 numbers that lead you in circles and full shelters and 3-day stays and can't take male children and here, you know, and help with jobs or financial stuff or cars or anything rather than just make sure that women report, they're stuck in courts, they're the ones scared for the kids, and the monsters get to walk away with what, a paper going, oh, well, don't contact her, boo-boo, while the women and children suffer and go through more, and then that's part of the reason women and children die in the dark. So maybe Candace's life been a whole lot different throughout all the decades if something like that existed. Maybe if they had done something and took it out of Candace's hands and prosecuted for everything to the fullest extent in October, maybe, you know, Summer would have been saved that way and she wouldn't have been on 110 at all to have ever vanished in June. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that domestic violence was how or why or whatever. I'm saying that if things like that were taken more seriously, then maybe it would have kept her from being there at all and saved somewhere else to where she wouldn't have vanished with whatever and under whatever circumstances in June. That's what I'm saying.
Leslie Leslie wrote the comment, but she apologized. She didn't mean to upset you. She said she was just trying basically to cheer you up, like the song, you know, let it go, like she was trying to but I know Leslie's like a total sweetheart. She was not trying to say like, you know, I know many people tell you to like let it go, like she wasn't being rude, but she wanted to say that. I don't know if you saw her write that in the chat. Criminology said, JSB, do you believe Andy's new high is going through the same thing as you did? If so, I hope she doesn't have
PGs. They both said they were already arguing. I can tell you at least Monster abused me many ways, but for the first few years it was just manipulation type things, red flag stuff, lies, you know, weird stuff, and he'd keep me in a box even when we were first around each other. He'd make me wait at home, swear he was coming by, but he was actually out with other ones or doing whatever. And he always kept me until, right? This is as good as I'm going to get. But wow, you know, and it was always just that type of thing. It was just manipulation mostly. It's the other keeping me in a box from the day we met.
You know, this is a really good.
I think that, and this is what I know right now. He's always got a bad guy in his life. In our case, it was his parents, and they are true bad guys, right? They are his monsters, and they're the real ones. So I never thought otherwise of that. But he always has to have a bad guy, right? And most monsters do. Somebody to blame, somebody do this there, and it makes you feel defensive over them. It's a manipulation tactic. It did me. It made me feel that way with others. So right now, Stahl's her own thing, but I think very much he had her believing stuff that was crazy. Just like he's put out here, it's like I was seeing things a long time before everything went down on our Facebook stuff because she was snooping on mine enough for algorithms to pop up, you know, and show she was snooping. She'd also tried to contact and Facebook under one of her kids' accounts to my children and friend them so she could see what was going on in our lives, just like she moved jobs to be right beside of him at work to where she could. And it's why he kept asking me, please let me quit this job. Please let me quit this job or it's going to destroy our lives. Wait and see. Can I just stop? And he thought maybe he'd be able to separate that way without. And I think that was the extreme behavior at the end. He was being pulled. He knew it was too far. It was too late. But anyway, the point is that right now she's her own thing. She's always had this weird thing. It's like I remember running into her at the gas station. She literally was so out of it, she would hit me in the chest because she only comes up about right here on me. And she'd walk right into me and she'd be like, like I was the bad guy, like I was sleeping her to you know what I mean? But I didn't get it at the time. I was like, what is that chick's problem? Even little noticed. It's like, what is that lady's problem? I'm like, I don't know. She's what ran into me, right? But she was always acting like it. She was posting stuff on Facebook about, I swear, no, I'm not kidding. This chick was wild enough, and I have screenshots and recording this on her Facebooks. She literally had, you wonder why good women do whatever, etc., and good men or whatever. It's because y'all are out here banging air mattress Ashleys and stuff. And I'm like, Stoll, you are air mattress Ashley. You are the, you know. It was wild. And then she'd be posting stuff about how to save people from abuse and like Monster had her night out, and I heard him speaking to her a few times, and he does that baby voice. Oh, but and it's the victim thing, right? And I know the story he gave out to all kinds of Stahl seers, and I know what he's told Stahl because it's what the same song and dance he's given to every cashier, every fast food worker, everybody else, and I can show the receipts throughout all the years. It's the same song and dance. But Stahl in this, like, I can tell you once he's done eating me or everything goes quiet and this, the other, his monster's going to remember what that one's done. And I can tell you, no matter what he wants to make, it's like literally have the recordings of him telling others around us that he was only getting married to get back at me and piss me off. I'm like, I don't care. Go for it, bro. You know, but anyway, it's like, and because YouTube was paying for it at the time, hashtag love wins, right? But anyway, once he's done and there's no more bad guy left and remaining and considering, but him and I never had arguments, not even so much as where wanted to eat or anything like that, right? For quite a few years. But with her, he's already arguing and things. But either way, the games they're playing right now are getting them both up profited and whatever, you know. So I'm the bad guy. Once that's done, things go quiet. He'll eat her. He'll eat her alive.
Oh yeah, the past behavior is going to prove what's happening next.
It worries me because with him and I, at least, I know sometimes when it came to the end, that last hit, I wasn't getting up there. I knew I knew it was the end, right? Sometimes I could say the right thing or to try to get through to that little human piece, and that only existed because we had such. I mean, we were together longer than most people ever stay married.
Yeah, true.
And the human piece died a long time ago. It just went out the door, but sometimes you could connect with it, and that would be what saved my life in the last seconds. And she won't have that connect, no matter what they want to proclaim, and I worry for her greatly. It's part of the reason I tried to come out here and warn everybody, but once he's done eating me and she's done having her fun and there's no more bad guy to talk about and whatever else, right? And she wants to pretend like he didn't do all that. His parents want to retwist and revisit history and everybody wants to believe whatever. I'd have a feeling she'll find out, and I do worry she'll be the one that ends up in a body bag. I do, but she's her own type of thing, so I don't know that and what she's done to my kids and what she said about me, I can see she did and played in and trying to get me harmed outright with Jenny and Adrian and all the stuff that was put out. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, Dana, what
and she had a choice. She got with somebody she knew clearly was doing dope. She got with somebody, she put her kids right around somebody that she knew. She knew what he was. She knew. And I know when he would have her texting as him because he likes that game, it's a thing he does. And I could tell it was her texting me. He had many other versions of Stall do that through the years too, but I could always tell the type. It's why you see me do what I do with handwriting and things, right? Speech patterns, such. I could tell it was her messaging. She thought that was cute too, I guess. But anyway, they all did throughout the years. But she could clearly see the messages where I was like, just keep your hands to yourself. I'm wearing bruises from yesterday. And so she clearly got with someone and moved them in with her children around, knowing they're on the stuff, they're doing things, he's not paying child. I mean, it's like, whatever, man, I don't know. Right? She had a choice, I didn't. If I'd known that's what he would become, I would have. And I was done with him anyway. He only ended up with me by accident in the end because I was done. And he shows up after he got caught, he stole like 60, 80 some $1,000s off of his dying aunt from his parents. He got busted after he spent most of that. Showed up at my door, wanting a place to stay for a night or two. And that turned in history. But by that point, I was done with him. Hadn't been talking to him. Went around him. I was tired of being even emotionally, and I was tired. He was always lying, And it's like, this guy ain't worth shit. I dated better, even during between all that stuff, I knew he wasn't. I seen another creature that's broken, and I thought, man, I don't know, right?
We're all mad here, said Jody has me blocked, but it's very powerful what you're saying. I think that no matter how you may view someone, like I do like to see when even it's like kind of refreshing because as sometimes even with myself, when people can be, kind enough to say, well, I don't care for that bitch, but I'm just saying this is, something I'm moved by or whatever, people can be nasty at times or whatever, or not like you, but when it counts, at least like when they have a heart, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to like everybody to care about what someone's going through. And I respect that a whole lot when people are able to put their differences aside and have feelings for what they're listening to and what they're hearing, and not be, so filled with some people's anger. I know for myself, their anger for me and their hatred for me just completely clouds they want me to drop dead. Do you know what I mean? Like they would be happy to know I was 6 feet under. That's just the way people are. And it's gross, but I'm an emotional person, so I have feelings for people that I don't even like and who have been horrible to me. I still feel bad for certain things they're going through and I can't help it. Some people are just not that way. They're just nasty. And I appreciate that we're all mad here. I don't know if you guys have problems at all. She just says she was blocked on your channel, but it's nice to see that we're all mad here is kind, But Mama Bear, I wanted to ask you also, because you were listening to all the shit that happened up here, and Ghost also, you guys were listening to all of the things that Andrew was saying, and I wanted to know what your opinion was about all of that with him earlier, because I mean, after all, you are kind of the reason why all of this shit came to light, basically over the last, I don't know, 24 hours or so. I wanted to know if you had an opinion about everything that he had said today, or if you disagreed with anything, or if you want to call something out for, not being factual or whatever before I end up ending the live, only because it's already 7. I've been live for 7 hours. I haven't been this long for a really long time. I didn't know if you had anything to add to.
Do I have anything to add?
Yeah, like anything that you heard today at all that
You just said you ain't got enough time.
You wouldn't. Yeah, I know. I figured that much, but
sorry, maybe I did interrupt.
No, you didn't interrupt at all, Jody. You're good. Not at all.
I had other things going on today. Like, I really do have to go back and listen to this replay, like, at a much
Oh, you
slower
didn't
speed.
hear it all. That's fine.
You kind of were in my pocket today. Well, I was, like, taking care of family problems.
Mm-hmm. Oh, shit, I'm sorry you have shit going on.
It's okay. I ended up having shit going on the day that Andrew left all this loose on panel on Mama's. My family emergency actually happened that day, and today was just the final resting of it. So, like, I've been, like, a very bad weekend, and I've been trying to, like, catch up and just do random lives myself, just to talk to people or bullshit or whatever, and it just always has to be brought over to this. I really hate talking about Andrew. But if there is anything specific that you want to ask me?
No, I just don't know from your own perspective. You both.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, he is live over on his thing, going over his very first live that he ever did.
Yeah.
And a lot of that he said right now today contradicts with that live.
I know. That's why
he's removing that live as of permanently tomorrow. And he's like, he's literally putting that in his chat and everything. He's like, if you want to hear it, this is your last time to hear it. I'm removing it, blah, blah, blah.
It's your last time to hear it. I'm removing it. The thing is we don't forget the things that were said.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Benny.
I said, Andrew, just plead the fifth, bro.
Yeah, that's what he said. He was going to plead the fifth till the end. Well, that's why I was saying earlier,
what you were gonna, the part of the actual live where I came back and like he told us this Wednesday. I'm sorry, I'm not the person that's gonna sit on that kind of information, but I have you on my panel and I can question you what you told me privately. That's big info to me.
Amen.
Okay. When he said he was being indicted and he went into details with us why he was getting indicted and whatnot, and what I have to
and then come to find out it wasn't even true. It's just a troll on him, but he was very convinced of it and making excuses, so it's really confusing. Okay, go ahead, I'm listening.
I'm sorry, I just got a phone call.
Oh shit.
No, you're good.
Yeah, no, I'm saying if it was a troll, that's fine. Like if Brooks was just trolling him, but he actually had a response to it. Like, I'm gonna plead the fifth to the end.
If Brooks was just trolling him, if you would have got to the part where I came in and asked him about that phone call, that's the part where he comes out talking about trafficking children and drugs and back of Penske trucks and stuff during COVID.
Yeah, he said that because they rented the truck during a time that people were using.
He actually said drugs?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he said trafficking drugs and he said trafficking, and he said all kinds of people. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
But those are the things like I actually was going to speak on. Huh?
Be a little too late to try to plead the fifth on that one.
Yeah, but okay, if you're being indicted and you want to talk about, you got a phone call that told you were possibly being indicted, where did the whole story about the Penske truck and all the trafficking come out of that, though? That's where he confused me with all of that. Huh?
That's what he ended up doing. Someone trolled him, and then he came up with what he was doing, which was drugs and trafficking.
He said that pretty much his exact words were that, if I recall what he said correctly, it was that he got caught up or tied into, he's like, they want to tie me into, because they want to tie me into trafficking and drugs. I can't say if he said children. He said, he said other people also at the end. It was really weird, but he said that they tied him into that because at the time that COVID was going on, that's when people were using Penske trucks to traffic drugs and children. That's what he said. So it was quite interesting, yeah, that he said that. He didn't say he was doing that, but he said that they tied him. That's why the grand jury was tying him in. Yeah. And then come to find out, everyone's like looking at him like, what are you even fucking saying or talking about? And he's saying that, oh, now it was, it wasn't even real. Well, what is it? Because he had an answer for it and he was defending it. So, like, he's defending himself to the allegation of the grand jury indicting him and Candus and Hunter and Allie. So he had a defense for that. Like, and then he said he was going to plead the fifth. So it's kind of strange. It really is. He must have thought there was some kind of validity to it. I mean, I would say. But I just didn't know if you or Mama Bear had any kind of hang-ups about anything that he said. And I'm not going to let him back up because I'm going to end this. I've been live for 7 whole hours. And
sounds like Brooks trolled the shit out of him, is what it sounds like. It sounds like Brooks wanted to know exactly what Andrew was doing on the Penske trip. So all you have to do is tell him, hey, you're going to be indicted. And he's going to tell you what it's for automatically.
Yeah, like, I mean, he's the one that said all of these things. So
I don't know. Because of the things that he said, it brought so many questions. But like, YouTube's not going to answer those questions. Andrew's not even going to answer those questions.
No, of course not.
Right. And when we tried to question him, he got all defensive and started coming at us and all the stuff, doxing us and all kinds of crap. Make that make sense. You make yourself look guilty.
Yeah, more guilty.
I mean, you done implied yourself there. Come on now, dude.
Emergency. It was someone else that told him. So he said that he had friends in high places and that someone had come to him and told him that the grand jury was indicting him. So he didn't say that he was served or anything like that. He said someone called him and told him that him, Candus, Hunter, and Allie were being indicted for all of these things. So she went and trolled him.
Complete bullshit.
Yeah.
Like, what is
someone block that account? I need the info. Can you please block them? I thought I did that right. I don't want them in here. Sorry. Is that why he says his wife kicked him out? Well, Cushy, what's interesting is, and that's why I brought it up to Andrew, is his wife definitely seems to be calling the shots when it comes to what he's saying online. She's very invested in the things that he says, and she pops off. Like, she gets real heated and tells him, what's acceptable and what's not. She goes off in the background like a complete lunatic, and she seems to get very upset over things that I don't know. She's definitely all in the know, and she's just as much a part of everything else as he is, because she's the one calling the shots. And it seems like every time he says something, she gets more and more bothered and goes nuts about it.
It's not his kids there that they would come investigate. It's her kids. So quite naturally, she has more of an interest to make sure that the way he makes that house look, you know what I'm saying? Like, it is more, it's going to reflect harder on her than him. Them ain't his kids. Her.
Well, see, and that's the thing, because in the part that Tiff was getting ready to play, not only does he talk about the indictment and the Penske trafficking, he straight up sits there and I literally lost train of thought. Oh, but he talks about how he's pleading the fifth. They can't find him. His address isn't registered to him. His phone's not registered to him.
He said that the grand jury law enforcement wouldn't be able to find where he lives. That was also because we didn't finish playing all of that earlier.
Yeah.
I was playing it when he was up here, but then the weird shit started. Oh shit! Hold on a minute. Jody's in the back. So there was all this weird shit that he was saying, and
I mean, if you're not guilty, why would you hide?
Yeah, he's acting like, well, they can't find me anyway. Well, why would you say something like that? It's so weird to me that he's saying that police would not be able to locate him because his phone isn't in his name and he's not listed at the address he lived at. Wait,
I said, he's because I know where he's at. Of course, the police know where he's at.
Well, he's saying that they can't find him. And that was his response to all of that. So it's extremely odd, like, if you're not guilty of anything, why would you be like, well, they can't find me and yada, yada, yada. Like, why are you hiding?
People just have him freaked out, maybe, or is he maybe doing this for a little bit of attention near stuff? I mean, I don't know.
He summed it up to attention, but then he made himself like.
I would say he was doing it for attention, but it came from Brooks. Like, so she's the one that called him and said it. And I think he basically, and then Mama Bear put him on the spot about it. And from what it seemed like to me, he had the reaction, and his reaction was a pretty, guilty looking reaction. But I mean, I don't know what the guy's involved with or not, but it was definitely bizarre that he's saying that the police will never be able to find him. And Mama Bear's like, what do you mean they can't find you? And he's like, giving an excuse.
I don't think he's the type that would be able to drive on the run. You know what I mean? I just don't see that. And I'm sorry, but when it's Ellie and Fed capabilities, you ain't running from that. You might as well just sit and deal with it and be like, yeah, okay, here I am.
Exactly.
I mean, like, come on now. Come on.
Yeah, I don't think Andrew would survive well on the run either.
And I mean, anybody taking down vids off YouTube thinking they're going to hide them from LE or feds, especially if it's to do with anything with summer, they're sadly mistaken. I mean, it's like all the people running around recording all this. I'm like, dude, and they're like, I'm sending it to the feds. I'm like, okay, but pretty sure they already have that for you. Y'all have it, but okay, you just go right ahead then.
Well, yeah, I mean, YouTube, you could take down anything you want, but with a court order, YouTube saves everything. People think when stuff is deleted that it's, not findable, but it's always there. You can't erase it. Not from YouTube. Everything's embedded.
Yeah, but there's so many people out here that are like recording us on daily and everything we say and do everywhere, and they're like, oh, the feds might need it. I'm like, hello, sunshine. Feds already have that. I guarantee it. And they have it in real time and everything's whatever, you know what I mean? And, but either way, I'm like, whatever then, so, I mean, you're not going to hide anything. Data exists. They can pull anything. I mean, I don't care where you delete something from private. I mean, if feds really want it, they're going to have it, so you got to be a special type of goofball to think that that'll. Or even in this realm to think that whatever you're saying, it's like me. I may private certain things. It's never, I mean, like you'll, like that Who's Zoo or whatever, there's like, oh, it was these incriminating things you were saying when you private whatever. I'm like, they said I was deleting or not uploading, right? That didn't make a lick sense. But I private things for a lot of reasons, but it's never because I'm like, oh my gosh, I had a whoopsie, you know? It's just to keep certain stuff out, and you know, more visible than others and things like that, or, you know, messing with other creator, whatever, you know, to where it's like, nah, not today, sunshine, you ain't getting my stuff. But, you know, it's like that. I mean, somebody around here is always recording as things are live, you know? There's like little YouTube archivists that work for all creators, never mind.
When it's live because they want to react to it, right? So a lot of people will record for that reason. But yeah, I've heard people say that the feds might need things or whatever and then send it to law enforcement. And if that's their shtick, whatever. But I think more so anything, they record because they want to go over it and they want to play it and shit. Like,
but Andrew or anybody else around Summersy ain't thinking that, you know, if that's why they're going to private, that somebody ain't got it, or that maybe if he's trying to keep things down, you know, and being like, oh, well, if I private my vids and they can't take anything else from him to torment him with or to trash him over, he's wrong. Somebody around here has that, and it'll pop back up. Doesn't matter what you do around here. So I don't know what he's doing currently. It's useless, fruitless, you know.
It's called the upstate New York scatter. That's what it's called, scatter.
Got him.
Yeah, I think.
all right, well, I'm gonna end this because it's 7.5 hours, but I appreciate everybody who is up here right now and everyone who was in the chat today and all the people that stayed for the whole entire time. I know that, like, I think
this is what we call the Jody Sue effect.
Huh?
This is what we call the Jody Sue effect.
Yeah, well, I think we're gonna have some interesting content going forward about Mr. Ryan because it's already getting under certain people's skin. That'll be really but
they're not happy with me right now for saying anything about Ryan, but it's like, you know, Tim, I left that dude alone. I thought it was good. I even advertised him first. I was like, oh, this guy's out here, he's doing good stuff. He says he's going to go on fact and whatever and tangible stuff, and he's all about the breaking down conspiracy theories and woo-woo stuff. And he's reasonable and then it was like, oh. Yeah, but I didn't look at him for a long time. I just left it be. And then all of a sudden, lately, all this stuff started. I was like, what's happening? And I went over there, even on my own live, and discovered all the stuff and being said and done. I was like, man. You know, and then, of course, you know me, I'm naturally going to be like, no, this don't add up. What is up with this? And I think that was probably
to talk more about it because, like, I'm really serious. I would love to have a link and come sit with you when you do it if you're planning to do that at any point. And I'm covering this shit with this guy.
Actually, but you see Zig and the rest of them giving me hell, and Jenny and Adrian are popping out of the bushes with Monster, and you know what's happening. Plus, you know, stuff about Fred Wobble, and then this and that. So it's technically me messing with 3 of their food supplies, which they know are so jank that I'm going to, and then it makes the good holiday drama and the content, right? And then the
end of the day,
I don't want anybody searching. Jody Sue just this. I know it ain't that.
No.
I just don't the whole.
It's because through it. It's very transparent, and they all know too. Ziggy knows, and Justin knows. They all know what they're doing, and it's fucking bullshit. And yeah, he's next. He's next on the list because I'm not letting it go. I could see right through it too. You could see this shit coming from a mile away. We've been watching it for this long and how many years, and something's just not adding up. And I'm skeptical and I'm sus of it. There's another person who's new on the scene too, and I find him to be extremely fucking shady. But people are like, oh, this is the latest, greatest, best thing. Well, this person is not showing their eyes.
they got glasses on, they're covering their face, they've
You
got
talking about the one that says he laid down everything for a year and just showed back up? But
Yeah.
that would put him a year and a half at peak during Summer's thing, but proclaiming like Moselle that he had no knowledge of Summer and is just new to that one.
Yeah.
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 After going back to that one, I totally regret also sharing that link.
it's the same. Yeah, it is. It's
I
the
don't
same.
find it a coincidence that Ziggy took that link either within minutes after a certain person at Heavy Metal Rehab asked me to share it for Josh. I didn't send it through Messenger. I posted a community. And then Zig picks it up and does that and then grinds with it just like she is Fred and just like she is Ryan. And now the group's eating me again for holiday content. Because,
It's
you
gonna
know,
be so fun to pick it all apart. I'll tell you that, because I mean, I'm seriously looking at this shit like,
I got
know.
a load from a lawyer today too about his ass.
You got a what?
I got a load of information from a lawyer about him today.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
A whole bunch of shit. So yeah, I'll share that with you, Jody. I'll pass it off. Maybe you already have it, maybe you don't. But it all comes from an attorney I work with. So yeah, it's legit.
Y'all do that end of it. I'm gonna keep my hands out of anything like that. I just pick it apart from my language and my this don't add up math type things.
Yeah, you guys question everything for real. If someone tells you, yeah, he is sus, all the way sus, Sandro. This man won't show his eyes. He's got a hat on. He's not looking at the camera. He's got his body completely facing a different way.
That. You could easily
deception detective. Like, okay, well, his name should tell us kind of all we need to know, right?
What worries me is he actually got Pat Brown and did the video with the McCain thing with her, and and I like Pat Brown for the most part, no issues there. And then
I like Pat Brown.
Yeah, and that's where
a great criminal profiler.
His thing, it was because I had found him through Pat Brown because of the McCain videos. I thought, oh, I listened, and I just noticed stuff. Like,
well,
okay.
I think like historic unsolved cases are hoaxes, and it's like, bro. My question is, show me one case that's historic that has that sort of clout that you're talking about, a Ramsey, a McCann, whatever. Show me one of those cases that were actually a hoax that we can all agree, and that the news and everyone else has said that's a hoax. Show me one of those. But until then, all you're doing is just taking cases of missing kids that are 20 years old. Some of these.
How are Maddie and John Bonet hoaxes, and then he's gonna put the word hoax in with Summer too? Get the fuck out of here!
I find it strange that he does that with Pat Brown, and then he makes a community post not long after that, and it has, well, which case do you want me to talk about, this and the other? And it had a few names on there, including Summers. Well, what? Why? And now that I think about it, it's like, that's awful convenient. And here's Zig, this group. Others are aware of him, I guess, before I was. But as soon as I share it link, Zig goes live with a thing over there, right? Tagging him in it, trying to get to pick me, hey, donkey in the back of the frick thing. Going and then that dude says he went into Zig's live and he's a deception detective, and he waves hi to her chat. And yeah, should have do vids. I'm like, somebody walked into Zig's room and went, yep, this is a truth teller and really working on cases. Seriously? I just have no faith after that. It's just my mind.
Anyone who's showing up now, yeah, no. They're doing it for money.
Do you remember when Mazel did that for Penny and them to me? And she proclaimed, even though she was over in Chris McDonough's panel back point and everything else, she proclaimed she didn't know anything about Summer's case, and she couldn't tell those were current orders of protection, and where it came from, and it's part, you could clearly tell.
You know what I have, Jody? Speaking of, do you know what I have?
And her claim,
have all of Moselle's correspondence with Penny, where she told Penny, she didn't want her using her things, and that when she took it down, Penny was literally interrogating her over it.
Yeah,
I have all that shit. It's
try to take credit, send me some fake emails, maybe some actually from Moselle, but I know that family aware of that before
Moselle struck her. Moselle struck Penny.
Yeah.
Well, I know my family who are aware of that prior to me being aware. My family's the one that made me aware of Moselle and the effery around all that. They had seen or heard whatever she did, and they threatened to sue her. And they would and will. But Moselle's claim to fame is also an older case, which is the Ramsey, So, Jean Bonnet. And she's been caught lying too. There's a little channel that keeps tagging me back there in the mention sections. They do a pretty good job of breaking down her lies about, oh no, she didn't know about Ramsey. She does, she didn't, she does, she didn't.
No, these emails are emergency me. They're real. Penny wrote to her because Moselle struck her, and Moselle was not backing down. Like this.
When Moselle claimed that it was a publishing company that did the strike, she wasn't aware of it.
Even I have proof and recordings where Penny's
really,
She's like, I'm gonna release the transcripts. We're gonna read them anyway, and that's my, So they were mad around here. Her, Jenny, Adrian, the rest, who promised to annihilate me at any means necessary to break me as a human being, destroy my world after the blackmail effort. Woohoo, right?
Well, Moselle wasn't having it. That I do know. And I was like going back through those, looking at them thinking, wow, Penny did not give up. She did not give up. She's like, oh God, I'll have to find that because I upload them. I'll send you that, Jody, at some point, maybe later on, when I get a chance to go through my stuff so you can look at them. You'll probably get a real kick out of those.
Didn't she donate some money too and all that? She donated some money to Moselle, didn't she?
I don't know. Probably sounds like something Penny would do.
She donated. It was some money involved in that, I think.
Really?
But Moselle said, no, I usually do them for old cases, and that's why she did the order protection reading it. Monster wasn't even supposed to let that paperwork out. First thing he did while on advocates and other workers and things were out in the first thing he did was release them to AB, and otherwise they're here and such and whatever throughout. But then Moselle got them. Penny had them because of Monster, as did Jenny and Adrian. So they hit here, even though, and they took those right in the courthouse part where he was told not to do that. Not to even be mentioned in little, nothing like that. Either way, Moselle lied because you clearly tell those were order papers and the date on them was there. And then later on, she's like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm retracting. They're taking everything down. I didn't know somebody's still in trauma, that this had to do with Summer. I wasn't even aware of Summer. And, all these things. I don't do active cases. But there she was. She'd been doing stuff with Christmas McDonough. Can't tell me she didn't know about Summer. And all that, and she also did the same thing around Jean Bonnet, pretending she didn't know nothing about that one either, but she did, and been caught in it too. But she has a habit. And then Chris took down all the pieces of her over there where she was doing her forensology and such after that go around with Penny and everything else. But Moselle is something else.
Yeah. I believe that Penny's the one that gave Moselle that handwriting, didn't she? Or Jenny?
It was because of Monster sending it to them, even though it was against court orders and what he was directed not to do.
I think that's why Moselle took it down, Jody. I think Moselle was like, holy shit, I just got set right the fuck up.
She didn't understand they were current papers or that we had anything to do with some BS. Mm-hmm. And then she does stuff for free to help, but then there was definitely money mentioned early time. Like it's just
there was some money mentioned. I know that.
Wow. Yeah. Shit, I didn't know that. All right, well, we'll pick up again soon. I'm gonna definitely probably go over some of Ryan's lives this week at some point. I don't know when. I'm not gonna say like a time, but because then I'll have to hold to it. But definitely be looking out for that because I would like to review him. And I think it's very important that we do that over here because this community is already being sucked in and Ziggy can sit and cry about it all she fucking wants. But call it like you see it. And when you smell shit, there is shit.
We get the question.
Yeah.
So, Benny, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, about the time Squall was going full tilt with the blackmail efforts, making my son look something, full on targeting around the marathon. Benny, you had offered to dox her, and I told you no, that she was a victim driver too. Please not do that to her.
Mm-hmm.
So you know who Squall is, correct? And in order of
I think at that time I was led to believe she's one person, but because of all the BS that's happened with all the people on the internet,
right,
not
the Rebecca
sure
C.
they told me she actually even is.
Right. But you've talked to her and things like that through, of course, all this.
Yeah.
What's your impression of her?
Well, my impression is that she's definitely somebody that will she'll like hide behind you, but then if it suits her, she'll say the most terrible things about you, but privately, kind of like Smiley did to me. Like if some people remember, Squall said that some girls got caught throwing dog shit on her granddaughter's garage or house or whatever.
She, the first time I met, what's her face, Jenna, up on, I think, Cam or something. Apparently, Squall been accusing her and I never met her. I've still never met her in person. I know it, etc. Accused us of being the ones to go rub dog poop on her house or doors or something. And it's like a while back, she accused or was saying supposedly, and Chasing was on the panel for this over there at Squall's, saying that I or others had pew-pewed her house or something, and her and Shay had it out, because I think she also accused Shay of that. I don't know, but she's a little wild and funky.
Yeah, I just steer clear of her. Like, she's one of those ones that I don't find any real redemptive quality in her. I mean, that's just my honest opinion. Like, she just, even if she is involved some way that involved in a way that her information is useful, it's the things that she's done and said in the lies. Like, it's one thing when you just poking fun, having, trolling, doing whatever, but she actually, and that's the third person now.
Setups and screwing with Summer's case and around. Like, that ain't above the board, man.
No,
you know?
And she brought Frank Light in a weird light, with all the stuff.
Where we were actually being questioned by him because of stuff she was putting out and in Worms and Ears, including C&D.
And that's dangerous, because when it gets to that point where the police start poking around about stuff that's lies, that's where you encounter somebody getting locked up for something they didn't do, and that's not cool.
Actually did and does, or whatever, did hang out at 110 and very much had contact with them. She has contact. I mean, there's things there. There's something wrong. First one marathon I did, first things, it just,
and I'll couple that with the whole prayer garden enigma, right? Because there's
garden was up there too, right?
Yeah, there's just so very many. There's just so very many of us who have had all our whole lives ran through, but then there's just sort of these enigmas who have not, and you don't know who they are, and it's real mysterious. But I think we all could agree that at this point we've all been doing this long enough to understand that the people that hide well, they usually have something to hide, and
not ever so often sit quietly in the corners until it's time to do things like blackmail or targeting efforts or twisting of one's things and purposeful targeting. Those should be the ones people should be concerned about the most around here.
I think so. The ones who and I extend that even to people like Andrew. Like Andrew, he says, not, so much of his life isn't for YouTube, but then it's always the parts we don't really need to see are what we all really see. So it's sort of that thing, a mixture of it, I guess, where a certain percentage of the people that are very forthcoming when they shouldn't be probably are pretty benign, other than kind of what they do to themselves, if that makes any sense. But they're dangerous to themselves, but to other folks maybe not so much, but you still have to keep an eye on them, right? But there are some people here that have hid themselves so well that people have just given up, and that's strange. Like, if you can't be forthcoming about who you are with your opinion, it almost stands to say that if you're not willing to come here and lay all your cards on the table like everyone else has for 3 years, like we probably shouldn't even worry about anything you say.
Well, here's the thing, though. Like, if it were one of you all and you had, say, CS for somebody else to spill out onto your social media accounts, this person is seen running around on vid chats while you're on with others, introduced under many different names, and then later pulls blackmail and targeting and lying, whatever efforts, all these things, right? I mean, look, here's the deal. If LE or feds wanted my social media, I mean, duh, they already had it. They already know. I mean, they've told y'all they have everybody's data, everything around.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So for me to have asked, say, for someone like that to be put on your Facebook, and then later on for it to turn out the way it does, then that person to have things being put in real time into some are real case by BS means, then having the first idea for the marathon, then having some of the stuff out here that's persisted for this many years out in public that reigns still supreme as rumors and BS about all of us, our children, etc. You got to think there's something a little funky with that, right?
Yeah, I would think so for sure. Yeah, I mean, I
Like,
think that's only safe.
maybe. And you would definitely know that couldn't be LE or anything good. Like, because
No.
LE don't need somebody to be like, hey, ask them if I can get on their social media. No. No.
I think that also, there's certain things that I think that the law enforcement probably don't want on the internet quite naturally, but there's not much that they can really do about it because, it's hard to really rein. It has been proven to be very hard to rein Don and Candus in. However, I feel like if someone had as much going on as she did, they'd have been shut her down. Like, I can't tell you, Jody, at least probably 4 or 5 times I thought Squall was like all the way gone from the internet, but then you'll see her pop up in some obscure place and I'm like, whoa, Squall Tid's still here? And somebody be like, man, she never left. What are you talking about? And you're like,
Much
wow.
like Scott, who also came here and pebble dropped the marathon idea after taking it from Squall. That one. He's very happy in the corner. The other day he popped up in my chat, applauding me for eating 423 Ryan. I found that a little odd.
423 Ryan.
Scott did? Yeah, 423 Ryan kills me.
One of my people caught screenshots of it, and I wasn't watching on all 3 accounts at the time.
Interesting.
But yeah, he popped up and was like, yeah, whatever. I don't know, I don't remember what it was, but it was like applauding me for being like, yeah, 423 Ryan, there's something, sniff test don't go, man. And it just seemed a little odd. And, every time Scott pops in where there's crap to follow or a setup or there's some goofiness, I don't know, or he could have just been.
Ask? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Jody. I totally interrupted you. And you're absolutely right. Scott hides and he only pops up when, in the most unlikely circumstances. Strange. But what's the deal with Ryan's wife? Why do I get this impression like she's going to be the next person that needs a GoFundMe around here? Is something wrong with her?
I don't know. If I had my guesses, the second thing he names and his second hardest thing to get through in life other than getting to the History Channel has to do with her. But y'all have to go watch that on your own.
Jesus. Yeah, because
the thing is, I recognize her face like it's been bothering me since he had, when I discovered on lives the other day that she'd been brought in and suddenly had gifts, and the next life suddenly she has spirits too, and then things all
it's getting more and more intense as we go, right?
Yep.
The first story was this one time she predicted a car wreck because up an incline, despite physiology and changes in body and altitude and things, she predicted there was a car wreck at the top because they get there and suddenly there's a car wreck and felt queasy going
Oh my
up.
God.
Wow. And he said a few times in their marriage like that had happened. But then suddenly by the next life, she's a full psychic medium, whatever. Then the next one, she's got spirit guides. I'm like, but wait, you thought just a couple lives ago that the weirdest thing you wrote down is a few times in your marriage that she had maybe possibly predicted a few things a couple times. Now all of a sudden she got spirit guides and you didn't think to tell
her that. She's a fraud. She is not a psychic. She don't have, no. I'm telling you right now, I could tell just by looking at her, she don't have no gifts. I'm telling you.
And have y'all seen this boy climb Sense Ball, the false one? He about died doing it. Like he was sweating, out of breath, didn't know how to climb it. Then climbing don't make sense. The basement, none of that goofiness. And then he goes right out of Ben Hill and says he's getting further away from Bays Mountain, and that's not true. I would not want to be lost to this dude anywhere, even with a map and GPS. Nope.
He said he was going away from it, but he's probably heading towards it, wasn't he?
Yep. Sure was.
Okay, fair enough.
And then he gets up here and he keeps, as a local, I know he's just moved here, but considering how familiar he seems to be, kept calling it Bays Park and Bays this and whatever. It was like, what? And then he's got all his hiking gear on, but it's all really paved up there, the trails anyway, and then at least to a certain extent inside the park. But then he leads them to, there's this part of the dam like Iron Monster's family helped build, like it was blasted out, right? And the dam's up there, but there's freshwater jellyfish in it. And they take you on boat rides out there and everything, but there's like a little cabana thing you can walk around on.
Yeah.
But this dude, you could clearly tell that he was like, well, I wanted to go that way, but we're going to go back the short way. But there was no way across. But he must have looked at Google and thought there was. When they got up there, they could just cross there on that little hangs off the dam area. He must have thought that it continued on through and they could do a short way that way. But then he points back once he realizes, he's like, oh, we're going to go the short way. That would have been that would have been the long way. And then they end up doing this hike that he says is in between Laurel Run, whatever, and but it's not. It is the goofiest thing I've ever seen. I'm like, man, and the hours it would take. He's trying to put Summer and Candus or somebody up there, but it would have taken like 6 hours one way, 6 another. Wouldn't have fit in any timeline. No, it's the goofiest. And then at the top of Bays Mountain, I know some of y'all may have been there when you were here in town, but when you go up Bays Mountain, because I live right here under it, when you go up there, you're passing cameras, guard shacks, there's the Eastman cabins, there's all this stuff. And when you were there at the first center you pull into where the planetary, all these things are, plus there are live video cams for the wolves and all the animals up there that you can watch online all the time and everything. And they have cameras everywhere. So in no way would Candus and Grandis or anybody else put up our summer and it not being caught. Or them walking, I mean, it's the goofiest thing I've ever seen. You know what I mean? It's goofy.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Yeah, people. I don't know. I think the guy. You know, I don't know. I don't want to speak for the guy, so I'm not. You know, I mean, I know that the outward optic of it, when you look out and you look in, you're like, man, it seems pretty wholesome. But then you start to watch, and you're like, okay, well, that doesn't seem like it was. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like a whole lot of genuineness is in it. It kind of like
they pointed at a Fun Fest barrel at the train station, and there's so many news pieces. And you know, if they've lived here for even a couple years, and they seem to want to get a lot of his videos are about the eateries, the distilleries. He's hopping around making videos about those. You know, good and well they went to Fun Fest. They know what it is, and that. There are news easily to be found here where every year there's a Fun Fest barrel painting thing. They're used for all the festivals or events throughout the year. But the symbol of that is the sun. They just do it in a different way or a stylized way every year. They have since we were kids in like 81 or 84 whenever Fun Fest started here. And so she points down at a freaking barrel after. Now they're only a little bit away from Domtar. And Domtar, Eastman, Ballard, they're the biggest things here. They keep everything running in East Tennessee, parts of the other states here, and all the way down to Knoxville. And so they sponsor most of the things. Now, Domtar had a flyer or something taped to this barrel. She sees that, and her, oh, it's a clue. And then you turn around, there's a sun on it. And then she gets angry at small children and people having fun, you know, and joyous sounds. You should see the look on her face. Watch that video when she's all like, it upset me. I mean, just listen as she talks about the children at the Santa train thing there and at the the train depot and all that. As it's coming through, I'm like, yikes. All right, Grinch, bro, what's wrong with children and happy sounds and Christmas? But they're pointing at a Fun Fest sun on a barrel as a clue.
Yeah.
And then there's a rock. right there at the train station. Everybody knows they're doing construction, new work with everything. It floods down there too with rains. It's also, I mean, downtown they're doing a bunch of different projects. That's a natural place to put, and there's crowds right there. And I'm like, man, there's just a pot. What? It's goofy.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I hope never happens is that, you know, like the Blair Witch kind of syndrome, right? Like, I hope that Summer, because she has been the reason even I made the pilgrimage, you know, many people have, but at some point, you know, like, it has to stop being, you know, the place that people go to kind of stir up things. They just, I'm in full agreement that, you know, and I talk about it. You just got to let the police handle it at this point. You really do, you know?
I mean, the thing is, if it were real people really searching for, that's why I didn't mind Ryan at first. Thought he was doing the right thing for the right reasons, and he was doing public stuff, and I applauded that. And then this, to realize the flavor, the timing, the stuff that doesn't make sense, it's heartbreaking. And the usage, and once again, trying to get in and around, and the sell off of, and then realizing this guy, History Channel, and all the things he's probably going for as his needful things. And I just don't. I mean, and then for Serafina has been such a bane of everything summer related. And I just want real people, and I want the feds. I mean, if that's what I mean, everybody says I don't want anybody searching, man. I wish every day, like, they could just, like, napalm everything throughout the community and dig it all up, and all the Fed equipment be flying until she's found, or they can prove that there's nothing to find in there, and that means other things, and would narrow the possibilities down. I wish every day. But I want real searchers, real feds, real big boy equipment like they had at first. I just don't want a bunch of goofuses trying to get around the witnesses they've been unable to contact or screwing with anything anymore. And I know no matter how many people come back online and say, "Oh, well, they were nice to me in the community," but I know the truth, and that is that community does really not want YouTubers in there. It doesn't want people to. I mean, this is a community that's actually traumatized. So are all the children. I mean, you know, these people know Summer, and it hurts. And then having all these people always recording you, always this, doxing that. You know, now it's public knowledge. Cell phones don't work. It's a perfect hunting ground, technically. They're freaking terrified for their kids and grandbabies. And you got people coming by. Just, it's not okay, man. You know, I want Summer found more than anything on this earth. And I really
do, Jody. I do believe that you do.
Responsible in shackles. And I wish every day that they would do what's right and turn themselves in on their own. Because, you know, the truth is they can't run forever. They can't outlast or out chaos. They'll be found, whether they like it or not. And I have faith. I have faith in the feds and surrounding agencies. But I cannot rest until she's found. And she gets to speak for herself, somebody, somehow, her brothers, her own lips, law enforcement, courts. I don't want her left as a mystery, or her story as some spooky tale or whatever on that stupid cursed road.
Yeah, that's where I'm at, right there with that same way of thinking. Now, she doesn't need to be a Blair Witch or, you know, some spooky boogeyman or whatever people can make it into.
All of us, in ways, even her brothers, in ways, have been set at least semi-free from that stupid road and certain monsters. But it always feels like I'm always pulled there. Always. And man, I just... It feels like leaving her behind, you know what I mean?
We're not leaving her behind. There's certain people that will never leave Summer behind, and I think at this point, everyone knows exactly who is leaving Summer behind, who's easy to leave Summer behind, and who's not. And that's a gift.
I don't think she's in there on that road at all. But it feels like, you know, she in a way has helped save everybody else from monsters, maybe.
Yeah, but then at what cost she's lost? Like, she is the one who pays the ultimate price, and it's so devastating that
I
she's.
want her light to shine back on her, and
I do too.
a story to be told, and I would love that it be told by her through her lips, and she be found okay and well. But at least through her brothers and courts and law enforcement and these feds, who I can tell you absolutely do care about Summer, do not see her as, just a flat image. They don't virtue signal her. They really do care, and you can tell when they say her name, and you can tell the looks on their faces and their tones, and they care about her. And I can't rest easy at all, and I don't think I would ever again for a day in my life, no matter how this goes. But I just feel like it's almost like leaving her behind, though I don't think she's in there on that road at all. It feels like leaving her, like, I
Not
just
being
want
there.
her. I
I don't
don't.
like that either, that certain people aren't there, like, I don't want Don and Candus to move. Like, I've always said, like, what if Summer was dropped off back in front of the house? What if they're gone and there's nowhere for her to go home to if someone was to leave her out there? Do you know what I mean? Like, and no one be there. That's why I'm like, please do not. Like,
I think Summer now would remember other neighbors, and she you know what I mean, and she would go to them for sure, but I
know what you mean though, Jody, when you say you feel like you're leaving her behind, or there,
like a physical sense. I feel like, you know what I mean? It's like her story, everything is trapped there where everybody else is free from, and she's not in. Her story needs to be told by her. And what happened by her, law enforcement, courts, or brothers. And I just feel like her light's shown on so much stuff and so many monsters and unmasked, and I just desperately want it to shine back on her, and I want the truth to be found and facts to be found, and I just want her to be. I know it's very small chances, but I just hope, and I'll hold hope that it she'll be found okay. But I know this can end either way. But I do have faith that
doesn't matter how small the chance is there, right? Like, there is hope for that. No matter if it's a 1% chance, she could be the 1%. We don't know. And I'll hold hope for that forever, for her to be 0.2%. I don't care. I hold hope for that. I really do. And I want to read this because Dana put both of your names in this too. Thank you, Dana. She said, amazing live TM. This was super important and so appreciated. And thank you, Benny and JSB. Summer needs this. Everyone needs to come together for her. Thanks to everyone in the chat for your support. Summer strong. Dana thinks that was really nice. And Summer does need everyone to come together. She needs people to stop exploiting her, and she needs people to start paying attention to her and stop spreading misinformation and false bullshit all over just so they can sit around and make money all day, every night, multiple times a day, nonstop. And it's just crap being spread all around the internet. It's sick. And I don't know why more people aren't calling it out. And I don't know why people show up for it. I don't know why people can't see through it either. It's like people are blind here, but they know it's happening. They know it's happening. And they're in these streams or they see it happening. And they're participating.
Even put out a couple days ago when she was leading Ryan or whatever. She did, like I said, I watched it. It was like a 3-day thing from Glare. But apparently a few days ago, Seraphine even put out the idea that the FBI was not on Summer's case.
Yes, they are. They never left.
She knows better, and she's seen the press conferences. And I'm like, and it's like when she got in my inbox first and she was asking me about names and who this person was, who that person was, what problem. I was like, lady, you're the psychic. You tell, you know, and all she does is get stuff off Google everywhere else and be like, man, there's like the lights are on, but nobody's home in that one. And she's got a special bend on her. I don't know. She has problems with microphones too. That was kind of hilarious. I'm just
why is Ryan's wife need to take a class if she's gifted? If you're gifted, you have the gift or you don't. You're either gifted or you're not. If you're gifted, you don't need a class. And I'm sorry, but I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna say it. Those with gifts don't need a class. Okay? Wake up. That's crazy.
Feds didn't have anything up on Summer, but that's not true. Y'all even know over on the Fed's website they have the Q&A about Summer's case. It has all the basics on it. And if people here can watch a clip or 5 minutes of a creator, they could go over there and make themselves aware.
That's because Jenny and Adrian ran around telling everybody that the FBI wasn't on Summer's case anymore and that Hawkins County was the lead. I'm like, wow. So the FBI has never pulled out. The card team, I think they get it confused with the card team leaving Hawkins County. Like,
of course, they gather information, they go back. That doesn't mean
they go back to their office.
They go back, and I think the one team was from Midwest. They were, look, these guys are amazing. They had such good vibes about them, and their question, the question about those guys is a whole lot different than everybody else, and I don't know, like, good peeps, you know what I mean? And it ain't like they come in and are like, I would quit now. They have information and stuff to, do and, whatever. But, yeah, the Feds, TBI, all them are, and even press conferences have said that.
But you know what I'm really worried about, and I said this to Benny a couple nights ago, I saw Ryan searching with his little camera, right, in the well with the bricks at the bottom or whatever. And I'm really worried, God forbid, one of these YouTubers was to come across something, there would be a video of it. And I'm terrified that they would put it out. I'm afraid it would get out. Like, I am really worried that the wrong person could possibly come across something and exploit it. And I pray that's not the case for Summer. I want her found, but I hope that it's law enforcement that is the one that finds her and she's safe within their care. Do you know what I mean? And not some whack job.
I mean, look what Ziggy did with the bones. Look what have done in Kylie Rodney, all these other things, they would. But on top of that, I think one of my concerns is why people are, she don't want anybody searching. I know that if certain folks, especially associated with social media or back to wanting or anything like that, if they did come across anything for Summer, it could be discarded or not be able to be used as evidence in a court setting, possibly because of it being just the doubt surrounding it after that, especially those associated with groups, say like in the Petita, all these other things.
Are these people doing it to get video evidence of? I don't know. It's sick to think that, but you have to wonder what someone's intentions are. Like, are they hoping that they're gonna find her and it's gonna be on camera? Because I'll throw up. I will never come back here. I would probably never turn the internet on again if somebody was to do that to her. I would never get over it.
What was what's her name a while back that did the whole autopsy photos that in the all that and then
Fab Girl.
Yeah. So I mean, I know they would, but right now they just rely on stupid snake inboxes and there's a deer bone, and think about how much money that makes them too. So they're always going to pretend to search, and always a clue, and always this, and look at that, there's a chicken bone next to a trash can, and oh my gosh, there's a barrel in East Tennessee and a chicken. It's always going to be something. They're
like vultures. And I mean, listen, I don't know this Orion guy. All I know is what I've seen this far, and
got gloves.
The writing's on the wall. All right, I'm gonna end this though. I gotta go, and I'll come back again, and I'm definitely gonna talk about this Ryan guy. So
she's serious.
I'm serious as fuck.
Have a good
Ask
night.
Benny if I'm serious. He'll tell you I'm serious.
Oh yeah.
Can you please ask it, maybe everyone, if they don't care, whenever we don't mind to share the domestic violence universal help and summer picture information, please? Thank you, Tiffany.
Yeah, absolutely. Usually my mods are pretty good about putting the domestic violence link in the chat with me. I will do it. Anytime we talk about it, they put it in there. But yes, Jody, I will, and I will.
I think it's extraordinarily important, valuable for a whole lot of different reasons. Anyway, y'all, I know we don't get along and we all have our things, but
it's okay.
Today, at least, everything's been calm.
Yes, ma'am.
Jody, we're all good. I have no truly, like when I said I was gonna take my videos down and I was gonna leave you alone, I meant it. That was I think it's been like 8 months. I don't hold any ill will for you at all. I want only good things for you. I don't have any hate in my heart for you. I really don't.
Some of the participation along the way,
Yeah, we're not perfect people by any means, but we don't wish nothing bad for you.
Ma'am.
Not at all.
All right, I'm gonna grab something to eat.
Okay, Benny.
Thank you for having me. Have a
You're
nice.
welcome.
And I swear I did not come up here to whatever with the hilt.
I don't think you did at all. Don't worry about it. I'm not even thinking that. People will say that, but I'm not. They've been saying that for 2 years.
No, they're always saying something. Forget
Don't worry
it.
about it. It's all good. No,
But
I don't think that.
And yeah, y'all just share Summer's picture information. Call her by her name, please.
Oh,
Y'all have a good night. Bye, Tiffany.
Bye, Jody. Happy holidays. Because it is the holidays. Here, this is what I'll do because where is it? Let me see. I'm going to make sure. Do I have this? Let me look at my chat really quick. Yeah, everyone's saying goodnight. This was a really, really long stream. Thank you guys so much for being here. It really means a lot. You're rewinding to the start. This is going to be so long for people to rewatch, and I apologize. I didn't expect it to be this long, but I thought it was an important one. It was been a while anyway since I've been live, so I guess I made up for some time, right? Oh, Emergency Me, thank you so much. She's been putting it. I thought so. I put it anyway too. Ryan seemed okay till done. I'm not even concerned about, who people talk to or whatever. I don't like what I see. It's bothering me. If you view that shit, you belong in hell with the creator. Oof, Woman of Steel telling it. I did research and my 4-year-old granddaughter is growing up so fast. Oh, Scout, enjoy every second. I have no babies anymore. I guess we'll have our grandbabies. I can't wait to have grandbabies, but I'm not rushing it. Jody Sue has grown on you. Sonia, she's not all bad. She's really not. She could be difficult sometimes, but she really is not what people make her out to be. It's been a rough road for sure. We've had our ups and downs, but I do believe she cares very much about Summer, and I do believe Jody wants her found. I do. Things are going down 100 the way it should be, says Sandra. Oh, happy holidays to you too, Grace and Mercy. All right, I'm going to go. I appreciate you guys, and I'll probably be back, not tomorrow, but let me see. Maybe tomorrow, maybe Thursday, maybe Friday. We'll see. I'll let you know. Who knows? Maybe I'll be back tomorrow or tonight. You never know what might happen. I mean, this place is so unpredictable, and you know what happens when I go live. So usually it's like 17 days in a row. Once I do one live, I have to go live again because something crazy happens. But thank you to Benny, to Jody, to Ghost of Crimes Past, and to Mama Bear, and Andrew, everybody that came on the panel, and to everyone who stuck it out all day. Okay, enjoy your night, everybody. Sleep well, and don't watch trash on YouTube. All right, good night. Bye.